This myself. Who knows what dastardly crimes might perpetrate next?
He's a very clever arch criminal who must be put away.
Allow me to introduce myself. Who knows what dastardly crimes might perpetrate next?
He's a very clever arch criminal who must be put away. Another innocent victim of a suicidal maniac.
Allow me to introduce myself. Who knows what dastardly crimes might perpetrate next?
He's a very clever arch criminal who must be put away. Another innocent victim of a suicidal maniac.
All right. Peace and love to everybody, man. Peace and love, peace and love. Let me get this off the screen. Next Friday, well, this Friday coming up is actually going to be a debate. All right. So it's not going to be the screenshot, this right here, but it's actually going to be this right here. Let me take this off the background. This Friday coming up, instead of doing Stop Lying to Black People, well, they're going to be lying anyway, so check it out. It's going to be a debate. It's free, hosted by Christian Corey, July 4th, 6 p.m. Eastern. People are going to be off from work. Some people are going to be barbecuing, but if you have time, come check it out. It's going to be it's going to be, all right. And this video that I'm about to do is going to be a reference video where you could go back and get the sources and all of that. Actually, Priest Akar is going to be on my list. Priest Daniela is on the list. Captain Tazariak is on the list. Katazar is on the list. So I got a couple of people coming up that's going to be on the Stop Lying to Black People list. I mean, by the way, when you say that African Americans are the Hebrew Israelites, it's a lie. It has not been proven. It's a theory. All right. Just for the record, it's a theory that's out there that has not been proven. I don't need a white man to approve it. I don't need a black man to approve it. I just need to see the evidence. Got a lot of text recently about the Ola Equiano video that I made. Some people are upset about it, but it is what it is, what it is, what it is, what it is. But anyway, this Friday, come check this out. This is going to be very, very interesting. All right. I'm trying to find a video that I think you guys would actually like. I think Sabio actually sent me that video. You know what? That's the easy route. Let's go to Sabio inbox. Let's go to my inbox. I think Sabio had sent me this video. Let me check out Sabio inbox. Not that one. This one. Yeah. Thank you, Savior. Oh, it's on Myth Vision TV. That's why I couldn't find it. All right. Before we even get into having a discussion about the actual biblical text, I do think, and I gotta say this to everybody, I do think that we need to actually acknowledge that we really don't know where the Bible came from. We don't know. It's based off of faith. It's based off of belief. We really don't know. And it's dishonest. It's dishonest of us. Well, go on, Fitz. Oh, I'm sorry, by the way. I didn't even do a roll call of who is already in the building. So let me get my actual iPhone. And anyone could join this conversation. This is going to be a free-for-all conversation. I don't know if I need to be corrected. Do what y'all do. All right? But let's get it in. Hold on one second. Let me get this right here. All right? But let's get it in. Hold on one second. Let me get this right here. All right? But let's get it in. Hold on one second. Let me get this. Let me pin the message. All right. So anybody could jump on and we could have a conversation, and it's not difficult. It's not difficult. What I'm doing is not something difficult that anybody could study. What happened is, to be a leader of a camp is very attractive. Malcolm X, Elijah Muhammad already have the prototype and the playbook for success using the biblical text. So now that you believe in the Bible, you say, hey, you know what? I could be a leader and teacher and guide. So you have different sects of different people. You have the Crowdy, Cherry, William Christian movements from the 1800s. Those people were basically saying, hey, they were Christians, but they were claiming to be Israelites. So they are Christian Israelites. Then you have people like my brother Zanlex, Wentworth. He comes from that camp. Ford, Wentworth, a couple of Richelieu, a couple of those people, they're called the Black Jews or the Black Hebrews. Then 1969, you have One West with Abba Bivens, which evolved to Arya and the 12-tribe chart and all this different stuff. So you have the Black Hebrew Israelites. So now, then you have most of these guys are really Christian Israelites when you read down to it, because they believe that Jesus is the Messiah. So they're no different than Christians. All right. So they have evolved. So now, all right. Yeah, Wentworth was a preacher first. Yes, point of clarification. New Testament only at one, was teaching the full Bible actually with the New Testament. So now on 12 tribes, I'm giving you the opportunity to jump on the panel. Again, you hide in the chat. So I'm going to time you out. You start already, because I know who you are, and you think I don't know who you are, but you just love my channel. Why do you love my channel? You don't agree with nothing I say, but you love it because you know Garfield has the wisdom, the knowledge, and the understanding of the text and of the Black Hebrew Israelite movement. So you are scared to come on so you won't get beat up. It's okay though. Shout out to the master teacher, truth story in the building, man. Shout out to that dude. So this debate is next Friday. So I won't be having Black people stop lying to Black people. And everybody, you did hear Yara lie. It's not like I lied on Yara. Y'all heard it. As a matter of fact, let me replay it, because I hope people don't think that I'm making up stuff when I say, hey, he lied or that person lied or whatever. When I say it, y'all think I'm joking. When I do the show, Black people stop lying to Black people. This face on the right is going to be interchangeable. Or I might make a flyer for the show. All right? Now, let's go back to what I did on Friday, just for those who don't know. Black people are lying to Black people. Do they know that they're lying to Black people? That's up to that person to decide if they're lying or not. But I mean, I'm just saying. Check out this video right Friday. It's called Yara versus Garfield. I'm saying to everybody, you should know what a lie is. Everybody knows what a lie is. Let me get to the lie part.
Let me see my screen right.
Let me share my screen right
now about the you know.
It says I'm bearing false witness. Where is Hugh? All right. So the question was asked to Brother Yara. And by the way, to shout out to Truth Story because he gave me this article by gradevaders.com or graderaiders.com or something like that. And only people who really study have them type of websites, by the way, too. If you're just a regular dude on the street, you ain't gonna have that. And on that website, I was reading the summary that they made of the chapters. And the person asked a question, how is it this guy is talking about his family and all these things that he remembered, but we don't know his mother's name, his father's name, his sister's name, none of his brothers' names. We don't know none of their names. How is that possible? Check it out. Check out Yara and how he lied. So when I use the word lie, it's used properly. Stop lying to black people. You what? Let's go.
Bringing up my family.
I know the truth hurts. I didn't say nothing about your family. I said you're Jamaican.
You said
You're Jamaican. I said Jamaicans stole the culture. Stop being sensitive. I wasn't talking about your.
All right, hold on. Yeah, we're not your. Yeah, that's on the dress family specifically. But we don't want to get off of the subject of Equiano. She asked specifically why he was explaining that. We ain't got to blow shot to Garfield. He was asking you about the you know Equiano wife and all of them. You know their wife and them name while you were going to get your mail.
No, the question is, does he know Equiano's parents' names?
Yes, okay, that's what we're trying to get to that right now. Yeah.
Is he asking me, do I know Equiano's parents' names?
Yes, correct.
I don't recall his mother and father's name, but I know he gives their names in the book. I don't recall it, but he does give their names. If anybody reads his book, their names are in there. And guess what? They're Igbo names.
For the record, there's no Igbo names of any parents in the book. It's a lie. Plain and simple. But again, we want to act like we know everything and we can't say, I don't know.
Okay.
Why? You know what? Do you have the book beside you, bro?
They're Igbo names.
I want you to tell me his father and
his I just told you I don't remember, but are they or are they not Igbo names, Garfield?
What's the family?
He's not going to answer my question.
Hold on, bro. We don't want to get...
I'm going to prove that he's a fraud. He doesn't mention his father's name, his mother's name, his sister's name.
You just threw that out there.
He doesn't know his sister's name.
This dude is a fraud.
Let me show you. Let me pull up my screen. Let me show my screen and tell you. Let me show you my screen. Let me show you my screen right now.
You're a liar. That's why
hold on,
Let me share my screen right now. Hey, I got him, Berean. I got him, Berean. Berean, I got him. I got him, Berean. I got him.
All right, so the
try to say is father's name, but I know he gives their names in the book. I don't recall it, but he does give their names. If anybody reads his book, their names are in there. And guess what? They're Igbo names.
Okay.
Why? You know what? Do you have the book beside you, bro?
They're Igbo names.
I want you to tell me his father and
I just told you I don't remember, but are they or are they not Igbo names, Garfield?
What's the family?
He's not going to answer my question.
Hold on, bro. We don't want to get...
I'm going to prove that he's a fraud. He doesn't mention his...
If anybody reads his book, their names are in there. And guess what? They're Igbo names.
Okay.
Why? You know what? Do you have the book beside you, bro?
They're Igbo names.
I want you to tell me his father and
I just told you I don't remember, but
I'm trying to catch the conversation that Sabio is having with the guy on my live stream. This was not Brother Berean, but Shackles Sabio asked this guy a question. Hold on, I gotta come out of full screen for a minute. I gotta look at the replay, show the chat replay, because I gotta see exactly what this guy said. Because people push out misinformation in the sake of Hebrew Israelism all the time, and it's actually not necessary. You don't have to lie. We know in the Timbuktu that they had writings in Hebrew, but it wasn't the Torah per se or whatever. But they had writings, but this had to do with merchants and travel. Had nothing to do with a belief system with Moses. So when we say Hebrew, and by the way, what type of Hebrew were they writing? Were they writing regular Hebrew, like liturgical Hebrew, or were they writing a different form of the Hebrew language? What were they writing? That's another situation for another time, not a conversation. Well, anyway, let's get back to Yara and the lies.
are they or are they not Igbo names, Garfield?
Watch it, family.
He's not going to answer my question.
Hold on, brother. We don't want to get.
I'm going to prove that he's a fraud. He doesn't mention his father's name, his mother's name, his sister's name.
You just threw that out
He
there.
doesn't know his sister's name.
This dude is a fraud.
Let me show you. Let me pull up my screen. Let me show my screen and tell you. Let me show you my screen. Let me show you my screen right now.
You're a liar. That's what
Hold
you're
on, Garfield.
Let me share my screen right now. Hey, I got him, Berean. I got him, Berean. Berean, I got him. I got him, Berean. I got him, Berean. I got him.
All right, Sister Cherry, come on and finish your statement.
Yeah, Garfield, can I ask you a question?
Go ahead, sister. Anytime. Go ahead, sister.
Are you gonna coming off the slave ship?
Connection that these guys with the Bible commentaries are doing. What Equiano did was he used them and said they said that Igbos are Jews. That's what he did in his book, which is a lie. So that's how he's making this connection, because Jews are chosen. So as a Christian, he must have read the Bible. He reading John Gill. Nobody in that time period was black was reading John Gill, Berean. That's like reading some of the top scholars.
All right, so we're back. That was just a part of the show from Friday. So when I say black people stop lying to black people, people want to make sure. He made a whole video about me about what I said about the prophecy, which I never actually said. I won't get into that. He doesn't even say what somebody says properly. It's ridiculous at this point. Ridiculous. This was like over a year ago, year and a half ago. This was like a year and a half ago. This was on Brother Barry's channel, but he put it on his channel. So I'm replaying it from you. I don't know why he would put this dagger on his channel, but hey, I guess he's trying to be there. He's fear or whatever. With the whole Equiano thing, and people should know this. Listen, Truth Story gave me an article which had I had to go back and read the entire book, because with Equiano, I only read a couple of the chapters. So when you read the chapters and somebody put in the comments, so you trying to say that Equiano was a slave trader? What you on, Garfield? I'm paraphrasing, of course. So when I point out that Equiano helped his doctor friend to set up a plantation in Mosquito Island, which was in Nicaragua, he got slaves from Jamaica. And caught him on the line too. He's always lying. Why is it? Come on. Why do you need to lie for your belief? You don't need to lie. The truth speaks for itself. But anyway, let me get to the top 10 reasons why we're not Israelites, North America, Caribbean, or South America. Now, as reference, no one knows when the biblical text was written. Everything that you believe regarding the biblical text, whether you're a Christian, a Muslim, a Jew, doesn't matter. As long as you're dealing with the biblical text, it has its primary source is faith. That's what the primary source is. What's up, Jose? What's up? What's on your mind?
What's up? Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning, sir.
Now, interestingly enough, my friend married an Igbo man from Nigeria. And I was having a conversation with him, and the man told me that this whole Jewish thing is part of their oral tradition. I didn't argue with him, but that is what he told me.
Okay.
I never dug deeper into why he said that.
Okay.
So I just found it interesting. So apparently they do at least believe that that is part of their story. I'm not talking about Equiano, but I know this particular person told me that. I didn't dig into why he said that.
Igbos being Jews, all you got to do, my brother, is just trace the history. Nobody's denying that people are saying it. Nobody's denying it. And by the way, there's a specific group called the Igala. I'm gonna let me just show you, since you're on the stage, I'm gonna give you the respect that you have given me by coming onto my stage. I'm gonna just show you a piece of an article real quickly regarding the Igbo, or I should say, and by the way, we're saying Igbo, it's actually Igbo. We're actually mispronouncing the word. It's actually Igbo.
Okay.
The G is actually silent. No.
I'm not. I'm quite sure we are.
I'm correcting myself.
No, I'm quite sure we are.
Yeah. All right.
Okay, no problem.
Let's get to this article real quickly. Let me just show you a quick example of what you're saying. I don't deny what you're saying because I'm very familiar. All right. Igbo, a matter of fact, most of my genetics is actually Igbo. Most of my genetics. It wasn't originally, but but anyway, let's share my screen so we could clear this up for my brother real quickly. The traditions of origin. This is from a website called Igbo Cybershine. This is from a guy who practices the Igbo tradition 100%. He actually lives in America now. I think he lives in America, actually. And I actually know him personally. We've conversated, and he's a brilliant guy. What he did, he put an article together of the origins of the Igbos with the sources. Okay? What happened is, when you look at the sources, in the Igbo, 3 different traditions of origins can be distinguished. The first claims that the community concerned migrated from an important kingdom outside the Igbo era, such as Benin or Igala. The second claims the community migrated from a place within the Igbo area, while the last type typically claims that the community migrated from nowhere. Scholars have used these traditions of origins in 2 different ways, either to come to conclusions as to where the Igbo as a group came from, or to decide on the relative importance of the different groups with the Igbo area. So this right here, who are the Igbo? It tells you each one of the oral, I think they have like 13 oral traditions. So all of them, they are migrants from Benin. And these are people who are actually from Nigeria who are writing these articles. These are not outsiders. Migrants from Benin, views on the origin and structures, migrants from Benin, migrants from other parts of Igbo land and Enna, Efik land, migrants from Egu and Nakala, the Orochukwu clan, migrants from the Igbo Heartland, Cross Rivers area. It shows, I want to scroll down so that anybody who's rewatching this could screenshot it and see for themselves what it actually says and the actual sources. Because when I interviewed Remy Yona, and I pulled this out because he claims that the Jews, the Hebrews, come from the Igbos. He said the Igbos migrated to where the Hebrews are, and they're the real Hebrews are the Jews. That's what Remy Yona teaches. He did it on my interview on my channel. But now when I showed him this, he had not much to say because these are established scholars within the anthropology of Igbo land and where they come from. This is what they teach. So when you look at all these oral traditions, none says that they're Jews. But what happened is later on, see, all of it, look at that. All of these are all the traditions. And if you look at the map shows you all the traditions of where they come from. It tells you and shows you where they come from. If you notice, none of them say that they have Israelite ancestry. But later on, when the Sephardic Jews came on, the Igala added an oral tradition. See, right here, the Igala, the Sephardic people who came from Spain and Portugal, they said that they come from Spain and Portugal. That is actually documented. So that tradition that you talked about comes from that group that migrated to that area and was doing trade. So that's the root of it. So I don't deny the Jewish connection. I don't know why everybody wants to be a Jew. I don't know why. It doesn't do anything for me. I don't care if I'm Jewish. I got 3.9% Ashkenazi Jew. I got Igbo in me. I'm not claiming it because I am not that. So the Igbo traditions are listed. And as a matter of fact, let me put this article in the chat. So anybody who watches the video could click on it and read the article for themselves. I don't hide. I'm not a gatekeeper. I don't hide knowledge. So Igbo's claiming that is new. There's over 60 million Igbo people right now in Nigeria, and about 3,000, I think, between 3,000 to 30,000 are practicing rabbinical Judaism. All right. I hope I answered your question, my brother.
No, I would think that was something that was not originally part of their tradition. I would think so, because it don't to me. It didn't sound right. But I didn't want to argue with the man. But to me, that sounded like something that they added on, because they do that with Islam too. They do that with Islam too. All of a sudden, they come from Mecca, so it's not anything new, or surprising that people do that because of their religious beliefs. But surprisingly enough, the guy doesn't even practice Judaism.
Hey, let me tell you something, bro.
The man is very traditional.
Big man thing, Jose. Big man thing. Listen,
yes.
I want to be chosen. I want to be chosen. Every human being wants to be chosen. But the thing is, we adopted a religion based off a book that was given to us. Remember, you grew up, most of us in the West grew up in a Christian church. So if you find out that you are somebody in that book, you're going to gravitate to that like a mother. You're going to be like, oh, that's me. This guy in the chat, GDN Capone, he thinks he's an ancient Israelite. He believes that wholeheartedly. 100%. There's nothing I can tell him to convince him that otherwise. No matter what information I bring.
Let me, you know, Brother Reggie did an interesting presentation not too long ago. And the presentation was saying that when they look into ancient Israelite practices, they found that they were burning marijuana. Did you see that presentation?
Yeah. He actually mentioned it the other day. Let me just address something that somebody said in the chat real quick. Somebody said something in the chat regarding the Igbo. I want to put this person's comment on the screen. Brother Isaac Aguilera specifically mentioned as a clan among the Igbo who claim descent from Eri Ben Gath, who in turn is believed to be the son of God, one of the sons of the biblical patriarch Jacob. Now, my brother Isaac, do you know how far Eri goes back to? He goes back to the 9th century of the Common Era. That's the first thing. And what happened is, let me just read what it says right here so everybody could see what it says. Eri, one of the most convincing pieces of evidence that the Igbo Jews have to offer for their Israelite origin is that they are descended from a man named Eri, who happens to share the same name as one of the sons of the biblical God. They give all types of details about this man Eri. According to the history, Eri is the forefather, the ancestor that we had. He came with his brother down to the east and established his first home. It's the Igbo Jewish man saying that. In exploring a Jewish connection, many Igbo also pointed out figure named Eri is frequently mentioned in the Old Testament to determine if the Igbo ancestor could be the same Eri of biblical times. We can gain a few facts from the Old Testament. Jacob had 12 sons. The 7th son was named God. God himself had 7 sons, the 5th by the name Eri. Eri is only mentioned in one other place in the Bible, in Numbers, revealing, whatever that he's trying to say right here, that Eri had himself multiplied and God and his descendants now numbered over 40,000. Jacob and his 12 sons and his vast number of descendants became the 12 tribes of Israel. 10 of these tribes, including that of God, made home in Samaria, today the northern part of present-day Israel. In the year 722 BC, the tribes were attacked by Assyria and quickly conquered, sent into exile. They scattered throughout the land. Anyway, all right. Does the Bible Eri have any relationship whatsoever to the one spoken of here? Let's see. They are separated by thousands of years. The biblical Eri would have lived nearly 3,000 years ago, while the Nigerian one lived a few hundred years ago. They are separated by thousands of miles. The distance between modern-day Nigeria and modern-day Israel is over 4,000 kilometers, which is 2,500 miles. The distance from Lagos to Jerusalem. All right. The pronunciation of their names are completely different. Nigeria is Eri. The Hebrew Eri is Eri. All right. If you want to do the pronunciation, there's a source right there, whatever. The stories about them are completely different. The Omindri tradition is that they come from the ruling stock of the Igala and are thus connected with the Ata of Ida. The source for that, Jeffries, one of the top scholars back in the days. The Aguilera people originated from Yara and migrated to their present abode about 3 or 4 centuries ago. The leader, Eri, a warrior, took his people on a war expedition. Now, ladies and gentlemen, 3 or 4 centuries ago, that's a tradition. Has nothing to do with actual what? Eri in the Bible. But the names are spelled similar or pronounced similar. So now, all of a sudden, they're connected to the Bible teacher, Bible people God. Another thing that's actually forgotten in all of this tradition right here. Watch this. Watch this, family. No, there's actually different traditions with Eri, brother. If you look at the screen, the history of Aguilera by MCM Idigo, published in 1955, tells one tradition. See, Igala from the stock of Eri. Then you have a different tradition up here where the Aguilera people talk about it and so forth 3-4 centuries ago. So you have different traditions with the Eri, but the point is, it's within 900 years or from 900 AD. It has nothing to do with the Eri in the Bible. Again, when you grew up in a culture with a religion, they had over 6,000 different ministers or preachers in Igbo land. They went there on real missionary work. So when you start hearing people saying they come from Jew or Israel, you got to be very suspicious of the root of where it comes from. All right. But anyway, share the show, like the show. We're about to get into it and get into some stuff real quickly. I'm gonna say one more thing as far as the Igbo is concerned. Male and females were circumcised, and their circumcision has nothing to do with the Levitical code that's in the Bible. Their diet, this is the foods that they eat. This is how you judge a people, by the foods that they eat and their holy days. Their holy days had nothing to do with the Bible, although people trying to mix it up and all that stuff. All right, so let me get off of that. I did put the article in the chat. I'm not gonna hold anybody to a standard as far as me being some sort of gatekeeper or whatever. I'm not about that life, but I do want to play a video to talk about talking about God is important, GAD, right, with the Erie. Why that's important, ladies and gentlemen, and I need to make it clear to everybody that's watching. Why that's important is because God is a Canaanite deity. That means luck. Is the God of luck in the Canaanite. Why would Israelites name their tribes after Canaanite deities? Asher is the male counterpart to Asherah. This is how you know how this is being rewritten later on. Because if they hate the Canaanites, why are you using a Canaanite deity, God, G-A-D, in your book as part of your 12 tribes? And another thing too, God in the Misha stele is not a part of the tribal confederacy of Israel because they are separated when you read the Misha stele. They are not a part of the 12 tribes. So that proves in the 9th century, the Misha stele proves that the 12 tribes did not exist at the time as rewritten later on. All right, look at this guy. They was in the land of Canaan. But the tribe of God was not a part of Israel 9th century in the Misha stele. Prove me wrong. The link is at the top. You can always click the link. But let me start my show by my brother Jose. Do you have another comment you wanted to make before we go any further? You're muted, brother.
No. I'm gonna jump out and listen to see what you have to say, right?
All right, no problem, brother. Appreciate the question. Anybody could jump on. As you see, I give brothers the opportunity to speak. And there we go. All right. So the first video I'm going to play is a gentleman by the name of Jonathan Adler, who wrote the book, The Origins of Judaism. If you have not read this book, you are missing out totally on information. You got to read this book.
I'm your huckleberry. That's just my game.
Shout out to Miss Vision for this interview. This was a beautiful interview. Beautiful interview.
Ladies and gentlemen, that's just my game. Welcome back to Myth Vision Podcast. I'm your host, Derek Lambert.
Yeah, let me say this before we go any further. This guy said Judaism is different. There is no Bible. There is no religion. There's no priesthood following a Torah or a Tanakh before like around 2nd century BC. There's nobody following anything. So for us to have a conversation, you have to establish that you don't have a book. You don't have no information about any form of Judaism because, and by the way, too, I would say Yahwism is what they were following first. They were worshiping Yahweh. But Judaism is Second Temple Judaism, or during the Second Temple, the development of a Tanakh, of a Torah. That's when it's happening. So there's nothing going on during the Assyrian exile that you could say, hey, we have a Torah during it. There's no Torah during the Assyrian exile. It don't exist. There's no Torah during the Babylonian exile. It don't exist. You can't prove that. So when you're telling the story, you're acting like what the Bible is saying is actually lining up with history. And that's where Bible believers get it wrong. There's no doubt there was the worship of Yahweh. There's no doubt. But Judaism is the root of everybody out there except the Samaritans. Judaism is the worship of Yahweh and one deity. That's it. and using the Tanakh. You don't find that before the priesthood during the Hasmonean time period. And that's what's going to happen. But anyway, let's continue to listen to this.
I have Dr. Jonathan Adler joining us. Dr. Adler, you're an archaeologist, but please, in the professional terms, if you will, roll out the red carpet for yourself here and express to people what your skill, your specialty is, what your book is covering, and then, of course, we need to discuss that because it's going to be released shortly.
Absolutely. Okay, so I see myself as a scholar of Judaism. And my particular interest is early Judaism. So I look at its beginnings, its prehistory, and its early history. And I look at both the archaeology and the history of early Judaism, which means that my skill set is both material remains and textual. We can talk about textual remains, which relate to early Judaism. When I say Judaism, what interests me always is the way the people, the Judeans, the early Jews, were or were not keeping the laws of the Torah. So I look at this from a societal perspective rather than what's usually done by scholars, which is looking at early Judaism from an intellectual perspective, from the perspective of the writers of, for example, biblical texts. So my interest is the societal view.
Yeah, and they are related somehow, even though one may not affect the other, so to speak, even though there is a relationship, I think, that can be explored. Maybe someone comes in and says, I'm going to merge the archaeological like you do and the textual, historical. When does this material arise? Because that's the huge conundrum a lot of scholars face. And I think it's difficult. It's very difficult. So we must warn people up front.
You know, every time this guy comes on my stage, right, I say to him, do you know what you're talking about? And he makes all the emotional comments in my chat. And when I ask him, that's not what Herodotus said, come on the panel right now. I'll put my $200 versus your $20. Let's go right now. Prove that Herodotus said whatever you said. Go, come on the panel right now. Oh, I can't find it now. I can't, come on. Stop the nonsense in my chat, bro. Stop it. Show and prove. The Israelites, the people who claim that they're Israelites don't know what they're talking about. And the reason is you have no Israelite scholar. The closest to somebody being scholarly is the brother Divine Prospect. But he's living a lie too because he knows the truth, but he'd rather live a lie. You guys don't want to have a conversation. You just want to believe. But anyway, let me get back to the video.
In case during this live stream, Dr. Adler gets up and starts to, move quickly to a bunker. He is located in what is called modern day Israel. And we have to be mindful that we don't want to see you. We don't want to see you hurt. So you need to get somewhere safe. We understand. Maybe we can join you in the bunker as well, get a firsthand experience of that if you're okay with it. If not, if you have to go, let me know, and I'm more than happy to end it.
We need to speak about history, though, and people may be viewing this in a few years from now and have no idea what you're talking about. So it's June 18th, 2025, and Israel is right now at war with Iran. And for the past few days, we've had a number of ballistic missile strikes, especially after nightfall. So nightfall will be pretty soon, and there's a good chance that we'll have some sirens here, in which case I will bring you into my shelter, and we can have some fun over there.
Wow. What a day to be living in. Okay. Dr. Adler, let me share this screen real quick and show people. This is the book here. We're not giving away the book. We're just showing the front here. This is a proof. This is not the sexy cover that I hope will be on there. And this will be out, you said, possibly free for the first few weeks?
Yes, the first 2 weeks it should be free. So there will be a link down there for the book. And absolutely, if you want to follow when it'll come out, I'll be posting stuff on my socials, so my Twitter account, my Facebook account, and perhaps you can put links for those as well.
Yes, I need.
I want, look at this, look at this. Hey, Chazat Ben Yehuda. Chazat Ben Yehuda. Look at what Gideon Capone, because you keep it real with me all the time, right? He said Herodotus said the Jews was well established before the Hasmonean dynasty. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to make a declaration today. Today is June 29th, the day before my birthday, 10:50 a.m. If he proves this, I will never broadcast on YouTube again. Come on stage and put your money where your mouth is. Put your money where your mouth is. You don't know what you're talking about. You don't know what you're talking. I keep telling you, you just believe you don't know what you're talking. You're going to embarrass yourself every time you make a comment or come on my panel. You embarrass yourself. I ask you, do you know what you're talking about? You don't know what you're talking about. Herodotus said the Jews was well established before they had more. Show and prove where Herodotus showed this. Book, chapter, verse. Like Cosmic Sankofa said, book and chapter where Herodotus mentions Jews. Go ahead. You can't do it. Now he's searching. Come on the panel right now. You're free to come on the panel right. I will stop the show. And if you prove it, I will end the show and I will delete all my YouTube videos. I will never go on a social media platform again. Garfield is done. Come on, man. You gotta cut this out, bro. You got to cut this out. You do it all the time. You don't know what you're talking about. Anyway, let me just play a little bit of this interview and then I get into my show.
Need to add those after. If we have any mods in the chat and you could find Jonathan Adler on Twitter, please post a link here, and that way people can follow them during the live stream. So he has a book already out. So if you're actually curious, I feel that this book, it's not the same, of course, with what you're writing here, but there is a relationship in trying to understand, like, when did Judaism become practiced by the broader public, which always piques my interest because I'm thinking to myself, when did the text that these people who practice, when did they get written or when did they arrive? And that's a much, much more difficult question to try and pin down. So, you and I've had plenty of talks about that. Me and Gad Barnea have. You're also on academia.edu, so people can go follow you like I have, and they can see some of your articles that you've written, get up to speed. We've already done one doing Jewish ritual immersion. I think the one we did was based on Herod as well, where you cover some of the bats and stuff, the Herodian material. So thank you for the super chats. We will get to those hopefully. And I will, Dr.
Hey, one second, family. Earlier, we talked about the Igbo, right? And the brother had asked a question, and I know I had it. Robon had actually sent me the actual writing, Journal of Integrative Humanism in Ghana. If you look at this is the people who he said trace their roots. Right here. On their part, the Neri clan lays claim to the Igala as its origin on the far end, the people who occupy the northeast of the Igbo country, However, these claims done in order to show some level of superiority over other Igbo culture areas. So this is where some of them had claimed some sort of Jewish, and they come from the people who came from Spain. These are from the Jewish community who were expelled from Spain, like I said earlier to the brother. So I just wanted to show a source for me actually saying this. All right. Let me get back to the video. Not to cut that, but that's regarding the Igbo and the claims that was made by the brother earlier. So it's the claim is a legitimate claim, but its origins is from the people who came out of Spain and Portugal.
Be able to answer those. My first question is, what's this book about? Why write it?
Okay, so this is something of a prequel to my first book, to the Origins of Judaism. And the idea here was essentially to look at, so just to be real quick with origins of Judaism, what I did there is I looked to see what is the earliest evidence that we have for large-scale observance, evidence for large-scale observance of the Torah amongst Judeans. Okay, so again, what I'm looking for is not when the Torah was written. I'm looking to see when Judeans are keeping the laws of the Torah on a wide-scale basis. When your average farmer, the guy you would meet in the marketplace, we're keeping these laws. And the results of this book, or the conclusions, are that there's no evidence from before the Hasmonean period, from before the middle of the 2nd century before the Common Era.
Wow.
What I do in this book is to see, okay,
hold on.
what
Now,
happens
this
right
is an
before
archaeologist,
the period
right? This is an expert, right? Who is the expert in the Israelite community to rebut him? This is the claim that he's making. He is saying before the Hasmonean time period, there's no evidence of Jews who are living in Judea practicing Torah. You don't have the record of them practicing these things. So nobody's saying that, hey, listen, this is very, very important. This is a heavy claim. So how is it during the Assyrian exile, you said that these people migrated to America or migrated to Africa and they didn't have a Torah or they didn't follow the laws? How are you making the claim then? How are you making the claim that, oh, they lost their laws while they were in the wilderness? What wilderness? There's no laws to follow because there's no structure yet. So hence, Judaism is the root of what you believe because they're the ones that preserved the book or put the book together, compiled it. Hence, you have a book that you have Bible today, a King James. It stems from these people from the 2nd century BC. It don't stem from 8th century BC, 6th century BC, 5th century BC. No, they didn't have no Torah, no Tanakh then. It didn't exist. I don't think people understand what he's actually saying. Forget about him being a Jewish guy in Jude right now. The small hats would disagree. No, they wouldn't. And I don't care about no small hat or no big hat either. I'm talking about everybody in general. Why can't somebody come on here and defeat what this man is saying with scholarship? Show me these Jews that are practicing Torah. In your Bible, I'll prove it with your Bible that they weren't. And then they're going to say, oh, that's why God punished them. That's what the writers write. They said God punished them because they wasn't following the laws, but no laws was established. There's no evidence that anybody's following any pre-exilic culture like my brother Divine Prosper. This is my problem with his theory. We need to follow what the pre-exilic Israelites were doing. Pre-exilic, show on the ground that they're doing this. You can't do it. And this is a challenge to everybody that's watching. You can't do it. This is a heavy claim. Listen to what the guy is saying. This is a heavy claim, y'all. How y'all talk about lost tribes and this and that, and y'all can't prove when anybody start practicing the Torah?
Quick with origins of Judaism, what I did there is I looked to see what is the earliest evidence that we have for large-scale observance, evidence for large-scale observance of the Torah amongst Judeans. Okay, so again, what I'm looking for is not when the Torah was written. I'm looking to see when Judeans are keeping the laws of the Torah on a wide-scale basis. When your average farmer, the guy you would meet in the marketplace, we're keeping these laws. And the results of this book, or the conclusions, are that there's no evidence from before the Hasmonean period, from before the middle of the 2nd century before the Common Era.
Wow.
What I do in this book is to see, okay, what happens right before that, the period right before the Hasmonean period? What does Judean cult and culture look like in this period before we have evidence for the observance of Torah law? And that period right before the Hasmonean period, we can call the early Hellenistic period. So Alexander the Great conquers the East, conquers what had been the Persian Empire, speaking of current events, conquers the Persian Empire, and around 332 reaches the shores of the Levant, and Judea comes under Hellenistic under Hellenistic rule, not only Judea, but all of the territories of the Persian Empire where Judeans were living. So it's important to understand, after the Babylonian conquest, after the Babylonians destroyed Jerusalem, destroyed Judea, exiled a large number of Judeans to Babylonia in 586 BCE, there were Judeans in lots of places throughout what eventually became the Persian Empire, in Egypt, in Babylonia, and other places as well. Eventually they reached Asia Minor, Greece, Syria, and as far as Persia. So this is the era right after the Persian Empire falls, and we can call that period the early Hellenistic period. From 332, I have my endpoint at 175 BCE, so that's a good, what is this, 150, about 150 years between the conquests of Alexander the Great and right before the Hasmonean or the Maccabean revolt.
So in your big book, the book you've already published, I have a little bit of a reverb coming in. Let me try not to be too loud. I don't know if maybe the volume go down.
Turn down my volume.
Okay, cool. Perfect. There we go. So your other book concludes this idea that there is a long-standing and probably still prevalent view in academia that under the Persian Empire, the leadership said, hey, here's the deal. You Judeans, this is the rule. This is what you follow. Kind of, they were obedient to Torah, supposedly sometime in the late Persian period. And there was this issue or some edict or something from the ruling class or someone under the Persian Empire causing the Judeans to follow this material. There's some relationship, I imagine, with the scholarship on what they thought the archaeology seemed to imply, but also with the textual traditions that we've had from Wellhausen and others for a long time. Now, you're saying in that original book, hey, there was nothing of the sort. That's a myth. It's a myth that the Persian Empire said to the Jews, you need to practice the laws, and these are the laws, which is Torah. Now we're looking in the Hellenistic period, and you're saying under Alexander the Great, we really don't see anything technically of a grand, or even, I don't know, is there any evidence before the Hasmoneans that you have found archaeologically that anyone practiced, not just large scale, but is there anything?
The answer is no. The answer is no. There is no evidence that people knew about the laws of the Torah. Now, again, that doesn't mean that the Torah didn't exist. That doesn't mean that the Torah wasn't, or parts of the Torah, the sources that went into the Torah, or perhaps even a completed Torah, right, wasn't in existence by the time we get to the early Hellenistic period. I'm not making any comment upon that because we don't have any evidence for it. Right? Scholars have made
anything.
The answer is no. The answer is no. There is no evidence that people
need to practice.
I want everybody to listen to this. Listen to the question that Derek asked him. This is very important. How is it you're sitting down on Clubhouse, on YouTube, on Facebook, on TikTok? How are we arguing with people and you can't even prove this? Look at this right here.
It's the laws, and these are the laws, which is Torah. Now we're looking in the Hellenistic period, and you're saying under Alexander the Great, we really don't see anything technically of a grand, or even, I don't know, is there any evidence before the Hasmoneans that you have found archaeologically that anyone practiced, not just large scale, but is...
Ladies and gentlemen, he said before the Hasmonean period. The Hasmonean period, you're talking about from 175 BC. Before 175 BC, do you see anyone? Have you found any evidence of anyone practicing what the Torah teaches? Ladies and gentlemen, this is huge. And my brother from Reimagine, whatever you talk, you're not even responding. You're talking about Manetho. Stop it, bro. Every time I post something, you always coming in and commenting, and you're not even talking about the topic. Cut it out, bro. Read what the question is, and then respond scholastically. You guys, everybody's so emotional about this topic, bro. The fact of the matter is, you can't prove nobody was practicing Torah before the Hasmonean time period. What? Oh, what about elephant? You gonna get beat up and you don't even know.
Yo, Pete Garfield,
The answer is no.
it was at that part when I was watching the video, I was like, I gotta send this to Garfield. That question is what made me send this video to you. I was like, what? It's over. These cats don't even know what they talking about.
All right, let me play it again.
Alexander the Great, we really don't see anything technically of a grand, or even, I don't know, is there any evidence before the Hasmoneans that you have found archaeologically that anyone practiced, not just large scale, but is there anything?
The answer is no. The answer is no. There is no evidence that people knew about the laws of the Torah. Now, again, that doesn't mean that the Torah didn't exist. That doesn't mean that the Torah wasn't, or parts of the Torah, the sources that went into the Torah, or perhaps even a completed Torah, wasn't in existence by the time we get to the early Hellenistic period. I'm not making any comment upon that because we don't have any evidence for it. Right? Scholars have made many claims about when these various sources were written, when they were put together. I have not found any of these claims to be particularly convincing. Maybe my the level that I need of evidence is higher than what a lot of other people need, but I simply haven't found any of the dating of any of these sources particularly convincing. And to be quite frank, I'm not particularly interested in these questions myself. Okay. And the reason I'm not interested in them is because my interest has always been on, like I said, the people, the ordinary people.
Right.
It happens to be that the ordinary people make up 99.999% of the population, right? This is the bulk of the Judean population. So I think it is kind of interesting, what these people were doing, what these people knew. And to get back to your question, there is no evidence that these texts, assuming that they were already written, and I think that certainly could be the case, there's no evidence that they were known. They were well known amongst the people.
I know it's not your question. As you know, I always bring these up. And I'm sure that my buddy Neil, Gnostic Informant, does the same. I guess the reason it piqued my interest is you spent a little time in your original book, and it fascinated me when you go through the stories of Esra and Nehemiah with King Josiah with his reforms. And the text says all Israel, like it implies a mass repentance and turn to the law. So the text says these things, right? And we read them and we're like, well, if it's saying they did this, you'd think they'd find any archaeological evidence to support that they said this, which doesn't mean there wasn't a text floating around or material that might be around there. But what I'm saying is, I guess the stories oftentimes don't match the reality based on the archaeological evidence you're showing, if that makes sense.
I think what we need to make a switch when we're talking about texts like biblical texts.
Yep.
When we read stories in biblical texts, I don't need to tell you, the name of your channel here is Myth Vision. The genre of biblical stories is not history. The genre is, or there are of course many genres of biblical texts, but these kinds of stories, we can use the term myth. We can use it. I prefer the term story because that's what they are.
Yeah.
And the reason that these stories were written was not to relay factual data about what went on in the past. That's not the reason they were written. They were written by people who had a very clear vision of the world, religious, ideological, whatever you'd like to call it, and they wanted to relay that vision, that world vision, to their readers. That's what this is about, and that's always how it was understood. We come into the 19th century, where suddenly we're interested in doing history in a scientific way, and we get confused because we have a story and we want to do history, and we mix up the two genres. These are just completely separate things. Now, that doesn't mean that the biblical or any story that's told in the past doesn't have historical value. It does, but not in the simple way that we think. The way that the stories like this, you mentioned the Ezra and Nehemiah stories, the way that they have value is in getting into the mind of the writer who is writing in whatever period that we can imagine when this was written, or decide when it was written, if we can. Whenever it was that the writer wrote these stories, we are getting into his brain, getting into his worldview. And that's what this is historical evidence for. It's historical evidence for what this person thought about, the way that he saw the world. Now, of course, this was or if we're talking about several texts, these may be several people that were writing them. These people were living within a society which surrounded them. They weren't, living on an island all by themselves. They lived within a larger society, and their texts reflect their vision of the world, their vision on society, but through their lenses. Mm-hmm. So that, and of course through their ideological lenses, what information they wanted to give over, and so on and so forth. So there is historical data that we can mine from these texts, but certainly we can't just read the stories as if they were. I'd say it's in the same way that we can read stories by Shakespeare, whether it's Hamlet, Macbeth, Julius Caesar, and we can mine those texts for information about the time of Shakespeare, and we can understand things about his own time and place where he was writing. Right. But I would never read Julius Caesar, the play of Julius Caesar by Shakespeare, to get information about Julius Caesar, about the middle of the 1st century BCE. That would just be a mistake. For some reason, everyone seems to understand that we don't go to Julius Caesar by Shakespeare to get history about the Roman Republic in the middle of the 1st century BCE. Nobody does that. But for some reason, people do that with biblical texts. It's the same mistake.
Got it. Thank you for taking the time to do that. I literally love when you express that, explain that, and now we can move forward into actually your work, which doesn't mean we might mention some stuff along the way that deals with text, but mainly your book dealing with the cult and culture of Yahwism, and when does Judaism, let's say, emerge. So can you define to the audience what Yahwism is? And then, because your book being its title, how do you explain a shift from Yahwism to Judaism? What does that even mean? Because both groups, it seems like there's two different groups here or something, and there's continuity or there's change. So what does this mean, and explain so people understand? Aren't we just talking about the same thing, or is it different? What is going on?
Okay, so the term Yahwism, so the title of the book is Between Yahwism and Judaism. And the question that I'm asking is the following. So first of all, some definitions. What is Yahwism? Yes. Yahwism is a made-up term scholars have made up. I don't know which scholar is the first one to use the term, but it's a modern term. And it's been used particularly in recent years. And the idea is that if we're going to use the term Judaism to refer to something that we're familiar with today, where we have Torah law as the thing that governs Jewish life. So if we call that Judaism, then we need a name for something that would describe Judean religion, let's say, before Judaism emerges. So before people start to keep the laws of the Torah. And a term that's been coined and used has been Yahwism. The idea is that there's ample evidence that Judeans were worshiping a national god who went by the name of, we don't know exactly how it was pronounced. It's written Yud He Vav He, so something like scholars usually pronounce it as Yahweh. But that national god, this worship of this national god, was something which we have ample archaeological inscriptional evidence going back really, really far back. So as far back as the 9th century BCE. And we have, just as an example, names, Judean names and Israelite names. So both in the Northern Kingdom and the Southern Kingdom, Judeans and Israelites that are giving their children names that have theophoric elements. That means that part of the name is Yahweh. So, for example, my own name, Yonatan, it means in Hebrew, Yo, Natan. Natan means gave. So, God, Yahweh gave. And there's lots of names where that theophoric element is either at the beginning of the name or at the end of the name. There are lots of names that people in the West use today that have these theophoric elements without even realizing it. But the point is that this is something which already, let's say from the 9th century BCE, comes into focus, and it continues throughout the coming centuries. This is before there's any evidence that people know about the Torah. So what do we call it? So let's call that Yahwism. Yahwism meaning a religion. I don't like to use the term, but let's use the term for ease of conversation. The religion of the Judeans and the Israelites that have Yahweh as their central deity. Now, it's important to note that just because this is the central deity doesn't mean that it's the only deity. And we have to remember that we should not assume that Yahwism is the same as the kinds of things that we find in the Hebrew Bible, because the authors of the Hebrew Bible were Yahwists, but there were lots of Yahwists that were not the authors of the Hebrew Bible, right? Like I said, 99.9999% of the Yahwists were not authors of the Hebrew Bible. So we can't just assume that Yahwism looked anything like what we find in the Hebrew Bible. We can't just go to the Hebrew Bible and reconstruct what Yahwism looks like. It doesn't work that way. So what do? If we want to know what Yahwism looks like, we have to go to material remains. So archaeology is really an excellent tool for uncovering what Yahwism looked like. Getting back to my book, so the question is, when we're at this stage, that I just got a warning. Okay, the warning means that there are missiles that are being shot from Iran, and they will be on the way. But we have some time.
Okay.
So if there are sirens, then we'll go to the shelter.
Wow. All right.
So
sorry that's happening.
Keep our ears out for that.
Okay. So just to get you, I guess you did a really good job defining Yahwism. Ladies and gentlemen, hit the like button. Let's get some attention to this interview. So I guess to hone in on the question of what changed and how do we know, what kind of pieces of evidence can we look at in archaeology and say, here's a shift from what scholars would just call Yahwism to Judaism? And I imagine this is related to Torah because Judaism is defined in relation to the books of Moses. What do we find on the ground? And then also in that question, if you could remember, maybe I need to wait and ask it, is simply what what is revolutionary about your work that makes it contradict, if you will, the earlier scholarship we said about Persia, but also there's some scholars who say early Hellenistic period, whereas you're going, no. It's not even that early. It's 2nd century. It's I almost want to say middle to late Hellenistic period when this change takes place.
Okay, so you'll forgive me if my thinking isn't completely
it's okay.
isn't completely on the ball, because there are ballistic missiles headed my way.
Okay,
but I'll try to be as focused as I can. So basically what I'm doing here in the book. So in the first book, I looked at exactly the questions that you're asking, the evidence that we have for Judaism, that people are know about the laws of the Torah and are keeping those laws. And the evidence that I look for is both, written sources that mention talk about Judeans keeping the laws. Just as an example, we have, Roman authors that write about Judeans not eating pork, keeping Sabbath. We have archaeological evidence which indicates that aren't eating pork, that indicates that people are keeping the purity laws. We have immersion pools. We have stone vessels which relate to purity. So these are all evidence that people are keeping the laws, and those only appear from the 2nd century BCE and onwards. Getting back to this, my next book, the second book, which will be out shortly, what I do there is I look to see, okay, that period right before the evidence begins to appear, what does Judean cult and culture look like? What does this Yahwism look like right before Judaism emerges?
Yeah.
Like what does this look like? So we have Yahwism, we have worship of the Judean God. The question is, okay, what does that look like? Are there temples? Is there one temple in Jerusalem? Are there more temples? What is the cultic what do cultic practices look like? In terms of language, what language are people speaking? What kind, what does the culture look like? How much are people? How much are Judeans affected by Hellenism, by Greek culture that came in with the armies of Alexander the Great that conquered the East? These are questions that we can answer by looking at particularly the archaeological evidence, the inscriptional evidence that we have from this period of time, and that's the question that I look at. So, with your permission, maybe we'll get into the answers to those questions.
absolutely. By the way, before we continue and anyone gets worried, I know that you're in a dangerous situation here. Would you like to relocate to the bunker just to prevent you, or because I know people were like, let him go. I'm not holding you back. I don't.
No, I'm good.
All right. So I think what we need to understand is this, right? Yahwism is not Judaism. Judaism is the practice of Torah and the laws and all that stuff. We don't see these practices. For example, we have something called the Kuntalit Arzereth. The Kuntalit Arzereth, for those who don't know, was around the end of the 9th century, right? It talks about Yahweh and Asherah of Samaria and Yahweh and Asherah of Teman. And we have the Elkom, the Kerbet Elkom, which is around the 7th century, 8th century, around the time of Hezekiah. And it talks about the same thing, Yahweh and Asherah, Yahweh and his wife Asherah of Judah or whatever. So we have that. This is a part of Yahwism. So the worship of Yahweh is in Edom, because it says Yahweh and Asherah of Teman. Teman is in the Bible in the book of Habakkuk. That's in Edom, right? And you have the worship in Judah. You have the worship in Israel, northern Israel. You have the worship in Edom, and I think parts of Syria. So we have the worship of Yahweh. So the people who are worshiping Yahweh, you call it some sort of Yahwism. All right? Just to be clear on what the gentleman was speaking about. Okay? So we're all clear on that. All right. So now, let's get to this video now. Listen to this gentleman here. Another one of the top scholars. that's out here right now is this gentleman right here. Hold on a second.
Oh shit, you playing that video too, Garfield? You can't hear it.
Can't hear it?
Nah, we can't hear it.
You can't hear it?
Nope.
That's crazy. All right, hold on there 1 second. Let me do this. That's on Myth Vision TV. Let me find it on Myth Vision TV. Yeah, he's dropping some wisdom right there, boy. Myth Vision TV. Hold on, family. Vision TV. Myth Vision TV.
Yeah, man. So I had to send this book to Mika. The whole 678-page book, Garfield. Not no copy. And I got it for free. You know, I got.
All right, let's see if we could hear this. Hold on.
Right? It's the Maccabees who
we hear it
during the 2nd century who are going to bring Torah to the center of the community. Before that, even though Ezra and Nehemiah says it was, you know, in keeping with the divine plan, after they had been conquered, they repent, return, but we know that's not the case. There is a community, they write to Jerusalem, they worship Yahweh, but they worship Yahweh's wife too. They worship they give money to sacrifices to Khnum and other Egyptian gods and so forth. It seems they have a lot of different things that are just clearly idolatrous. And the priests in Jerusalem and the authorities in Jerusalem we would expect them to say, we have nothing to do with you backsliders. We will have nothing to do with your community. We are not going to support you to build a temple to Yahweh and his wife. The only temple, according to the Torah, is to be built in Jerusalem. We go back to one family. Now that we're defeated and conquered, we got to come together. We were a family, a nation. That's new. We don't have narratives of peoples in relation to other peoples like we have in Herodotus and Thucydides and in Greek history writing. We don't have that in the ancient Near East, but we have in the Bible. Then the question is, so what's the connection?
We are Myth Vision. Welcome back to Myth Vision Podcast. I'm your host, Derek Lambert. Today, I have Dr. Jacob L. Wright joining us today. How are you, my friend?
I'm doing well, Derek. Nice to be on your show.
I'm excited to have you here. In fact, you have a book that you've just launched that is so important on answering the question of why the Bible was written, period. Can you tell us a little bit about this book?
The question why is really the central question for me. You know, the books that we have on the Bible, one of the biggest books is Who Wrote the Bible? And it's by Dick Friedman, Richard Elliott Friedman. He says, you know, there's a scribe under Jeremiah, Baruch, and he tries to give a name to it. And I think all that kind of speculation is not helpful. So, you know, who wrote the Bible? Well, my answer is a bunch of nameless scribes, generations of scribes who we know nothing about. And trying to put a name on it is really unhelpful. So there are a lot of books on who, where, when the Bible was written. And that's a big part of my project. And then there's also this what question, what the Bible teaches. And there's this war between, is the morality of the Bible something that we should adopt in our societies? Or no, the morality of the Bible is really so old and awful and so forth. So there's that war there. My question is why? Why was the Bible written? And you know, that question has never really been addressed in biblical scholarship. And the reason why, it's really a minefield. To try to explain why a text was written goes to the heart of theological questions. And let's face it, there are a lot of biblical scholars who may not belong to a religious kind of affiliation, but they still are guided by presuppositions that are very theological, and they avoid issues that are going to offend believers. And I'm not trying to offend believers, but I am trying to tell the truth because I think it's helpful, and to explain why we have a Bible. And I hope that it helps. I think it's getting a lot of resonance with people. It's one of the best 5 books on religion, according to Publishers Weekly. And this is a book on the Bible. And it also, though, goes and debunks hypotheses and long-held traditions and theological positions. And it's still getting a lot of traction among people who care.
Dr. Wright, your book is also up there for 2023 on the New Yorker. So this is a very important book. It's resonating with many people. I hope people watching this right now will go down in the description, get you a copy, read it for yourself, and let us know what you think about it. Because I'm telling you, this question and how we explain this, I think will solve a lot of things and change a lot of things within the scholarship of the field that I've read. So can you tell us, at least give us the tease as to what led up to writing the Bible?
Defeat. My answer, that's my puppy Hank just walking out. Defeat is the answer for why we have a Bible.
Defeat.
Exactly.
Damn.
2 kingdoms, the northern kingdom of Israel and the southern kingdom of Judah. And they were both destroyed by empires, the Assyrian Empire and then the Babylonian Empire. And because these empires destroyed these kingdoms, that's why we have a Bible. We don't have a Bible because it goes back to Moses receiving revelation. A lot of people now maybe don't agree with that position, but they still try to trace old texts back to King David and Solomon's court and so forth. Maybe we have some old text, but they have been thoroughly reshaped as a roadmap for survival for a community that had been conquered. Now, that's a problem for many people, you can imagine, right? It explains all of the Bible, all of the theology, all of the religious innovation, the very fact that we have a text. It explains it by natural reasons, very humanistic reasons. And for people who aren't easily offended, like the Adam Gopnik at the New Yorker, they find real truth and meaning from this because the truth does help us, right? And I guess religious conservatives might be offended by it. I get some emails, quite a few, every day about this. I get someone praying for me, hoping that I'll accept Jesus. I'm Jewish, but Jesus was a nice Jewish guy, but I'm not going to accept any kind of stuff that doesn't get to the heart of truth. And the truth is going to set us free. I really do believe that. And the truth of my project is the Bible is a human response, an ingenious one, but a human response to defeat. It can be thoroughly explained by a community living on the margins who don't know how to survive when empires are no longer allowing them to have kingdoms and to have territorial sovereignty and a palace and so forth. And they reorient their attention from the king to a god, and they reorient their attention to a text.
You actually are in the vein of exactly what Myth Vision's all about. We want to solve the riddles of ancient history and the sands of time, you know, with thumbprints, not with abracadabra, ghosts, and mystical kind of explanations. And this is right in the vein of, how do we explain this? If we, you know, our analogy here, Scooby-Doo. Growing up, I used to watch a lot of it, and there's always a ghost, a demon, a monster people are always searching for. And at the end of the episode, almost every episode, we find them unmasked, and there's a human behind the story of the
that's wonderful.
The spiritual. And so we're aiming at it that way, trying to explain this human-wise. And it was defeat that led this way. Your book chronicles different texts and goes through different material over time. Can you kind of
let's lay out a bit. So there are 4 parts to the book, and in the first part, I go through all of the biblical narratives side by side with the archaeological record and the historical sources, and I show how the two really diverge drastically. If you look at an introduction to the Bible that's being taught within colleges and seminaries and so forth, they're not helpful, because what they do is they begin with the narrative and try to show where it overlaps, where it doesn't, but it's kind of just a messy thing. What we try to do as critical scholars is to separate that. Separate the archaeology and let the archaeological record speak, the pottery speak. The pottery is the stuff that we find. That's the most important stuff, because it allows us to date things. And then allow the text on its own to have its message. And we try to then to come back and say, so when can we date this text on the basis of the archaeological record? The text that we have has been transmitted. The oldest copies we have, we found, you know, around the time of Jesus. But scholars and everybody believes they go farther back. How much farther back is the question? I don't think it goes back to King David and Solomon and all these kings, like they're trying to argue. And the reason why they're trying to argue that is because they don't want it to be just about defeat. If it originated somewhere in the sands of time and what have you, and it can be traced to a time of where the kingdom was prospering and flourishing and all of that, then it could be someone sitting under a tree thinking about what is true, what is right, and coming up with this. But if it's all a response to trauma, collective trauma, and a way to bring communities together, that's problematic, because it sounds like social engineering. Well, social engineering happens a lot, and it can be problematic, and there can be good kinds of things. And this is a text that has problems, and there's good stuff to it, but it's thoroughly human. And so in the first part of the book, I go through the archaeological record, and I show all these archives that we have, going all the way back, for example, to the Amana letters from Egypt that show that Egypt was actually in the land. Israel couldn't have escaped Egypt, because when they go to Canaan, the Egyptians are there waiting for them during that time. And I look at different archives and through the history. That's the first part. And then I start talking about after defeat. What were the steps that they took to move their attention and orientation from a kingdom and the palace and King David to the stuff that we have in the books of Genesis, Exodus, all of that stuff. And that is this prehistory that they create in order to show that, hey, we were a people before there was a kingdom. We can also be a people now. And so they construct a past that is mythic. Right. And you know very well that myths do contain valuable insights. But let's be honest about not trying to make them in some way mixing the kind of historicity and so forth. And all of my colleagues, not all of them, I shouldn't say, but many of them just get fuzzy around those details. And I think it's helpful. I know that you've had people on the show who are more, akin with my approach, that we need to be very clear about these things. We're not trying to offend people. And if you are offended, then maybe you should grow up. I move in that second part to looking at how the Bible emerges around the kinds of
Yo,
that emerge
Garfield, can you pause it real quick?
time of imperial occupation. You know, the Persian Empire.
So what he's saying is what a lot of us have been saying. Like he's saying a lot of things that we tell people they need, like that last punch he just threw. If you are offended, then maybe you need to grow up. Like you can't be mixing history with myth to try to craft the narrative that you want to believe in. If the evidence don't fit, you can't force it. And that's what we consistently have to do with people and have arguments with these wannabe. They consistently try to force arguments based off of their beliefs, but it doesn't work. So maybe they shouldn't believe, or maybe they should just grow up. Like what part of the what book was that? Where it said, when I was a child, I thought as a child, but when I became a grown man, I put away childish things, started thinking like a man.
You know what though? This is one of the reasons why you can't find Abraham, Isaac, or Jacob or Moses in history, because they never existed. This is why you can't find them, because these are people writing retroactively and inventing characters based off of other myth that's within the ancient Near East culture. So this is why I don't even say you can't be an Israelite, because there's really no Jacob to trace back to. It's an invented character. So technically, you can't be an Israelite. Whether you white or black, you can't be an ancient Israelite. Based on the story. But the truth of the matter is, the patriarchs never existed. This is why we argue and say, oh, prove Abraham exists. You can't prove it, because there's nothing behind it to say X, Y, and Z happened. All right.
Let the video play.
Let me get back to the video.
There is controlling the world, and then there's this little community around Jerusalem and the north and so forth, and they're working out their issues. And those two other parts are just looking at the different kinds of what are the themes of the Bible. Let's look at various kinds of things that people are really concerned about, and show how they actually are responses to defeat, to conquest. And I go through each one of them, from theology to all of the kinds of things around books that you would never imagine were like a response to defeat. And I say, look, this is the best explanation.
This is really interesting to consider and think for the viewer. You kind of have this repetitive theme of restoration. Oh crap, we screwed up. Boom, exile or some type of punishment. Oh, boom, God sends help, whether it's judges, whether it's prophets, whether it's heroes or a king, whoever it is, he's trying to send them help. And this idea of over and over exile, restoration, all the way from Genesis, really till you get to these late prophets and dealing with Persia and stuff. And and I kind of wanted you to tease us with some of those examples. Like, I'll give you an example. I interviewed John Collins, right? Flew up there, saw him the week he was retiring. He handed me a bunch of books to take home. I felt like a lucky guy. And I asked him, hey, do you think the Exodus ever happened? He laughs. Of course not. I don't think the Exodus happened. Well, what do you think it was? And I would probably putting words in his mouth that I shouldn't. But I think he said something like a king who was exiled from Israel was sent to Egypt. He escaped during some trial or bad situation. His people were like, get out. And they were going to kill him if not. So he left to Egypt, and then later he comes back. So based on this real possible king that really had to go to Egypt to escape, then comes back and he's restored. And I can't remember if this is...
It's in the Bible. There is something like that. It's in the Book of Kings. Yeah.
So that was his thing. He thought, well, it could have been then. He's not certain. But your point is to say, post-defeat, here we are exiled to Babylon. We get rescued. Notice they always give the credit to Yahweh for what Marduk, if you actually look at the sources, it's like Marduk was the one who actually did these things, but Yahweh gets the credit. And then they're coming back to restore and build Jerusalem, and it's always the elites who are writing this stuff. Do you think the Exodus with Moses is actually a Persian, potentially post-Persia, even Greek invention of a story? Like you said, they're creating the mythical history of the past.
Good question. So what Professor Collins says, where he tries to come up with a scenario is, I think, helpful. Yes, the Exodus story is very much a product of the Persian period and later, especially the way we know it. The book of Exodus, we can see it being shaped in the Persian period. What Collins is saying is that there has always been this escaping the Levant, Canaan, and going down to Egypt, because Egypt was a place of asylum, and then coming back. And that's a routine that we see all the way through the Bible and also in extra biblical sources. So the idea of an Exodus is really not that new. It's just a common thing of peoples who live in Egypt moving out and coming back in and all of that. And the Bible picks up on that. We've made a big deal about it. And the reason why we made a big deal about it, it's about salvation. Christians love the idea of the Exodus because it means God saved a people from bondage, and they spiritualize it. And if the Exodus didn't happen, then it's possible that Jesus also will not, and that salvation, I explain, but is very much an attempt to say, no, our kings were not the ones who did this. Our God is the one who did this. Why? Because our kings no longer exist, right? The kingdom has been wiped out. So they have to say, well, they don't have to, but they come up very creatively with this. They say that long before we ever had a kingdom, we were in Egypt. It's a common thing. A lot of us come from Egypt. We were there in slavery, and who brought us out, who saved us? The word is salvation, saved us, Yeshua. Same name as Yeshua, Jesus, Savior. But the one who saved us was, according to Christians, Jesus' Father, Yahweh. And that is, like I said, an attempt to say, well, the real center of our community is our transcendent God, not a political institution like that has been wiped out by the empire. And you say that too often, you get emails. You get some real death threat type emails, because you know why? It makes sense. It really resonates. People read this and say, yes, that makes sense. I have to say that when I started to read in this stuff when I was in college, it really was eye-opening too. And I expected that scholars would continue along in that vein, but it's so strange that they still are trying to be fuzzy, trying to say, oh, let's just be clear-cut. Conquest is the point of departure for the Bible, not Davidic conquest of other peoples, like they say, but the Davidic dynasty being conquered. And there are two conquests. One is from 722 by the Assyrians. That's the northern kingdom. And so that kind of move towards responding to defeat and moving away from the palace is already embedded there a little bit. But it would be wrong to say that the Bible goes back to 722 or around that time, because whatever that was just an idea. Maybe a little bit of text, but very little. What really snowballs into the corpus that we have is in the Persian period and in the Hellenistic period. And it's not minimalism that I'm trying to argue for necessarily, but I think we need to be a little bit more courageous in stating the facts. And the facts are, the Bible really is through and through a survival manual for a community that no longer has a kingdom.
This kingdom idea, I hear many scholars debate whether or not there was ever a united kingdom initially, or if there were two disparate kingdoms side by side.
Oh, yeah,
and so I must ask you, my friend,
I like that.
What is your stance on
United Kingdom? Is the United Monarchy. The United Kingdom is probably not what we use because it's too much like England, but the United Monarchy is a huge thing for people. I never understood it. Why is that so important? And I think it's a lot about David, and I wrote a book on David too, and it's like I never quite understood the infatuation with David. I try to show David he was just a warlord. kind of an early mafioso who had his band, and he went around and he carved out a little kingdom, and there was nothing about Goliath and nothing about Israel in it either. He's totally Judean. That really pissed people off, that David has nothing to do with Israel. And I developed that idea in my book, this book we're talking about. So the United Kingdom or the United Monarchy is an attempt, I try to show, of Judah, right? There's two kingdoms. Judah tries, the Judean kingdom and thereafter tries to say, we were already at one time connected. Jerusalem was the capital that our God chose. The Davidic dynasty was the one that he chose to be the ruler over the nation. And it's all an attempt to bring people to Jerusalem, to the Davidic dynasty, and say the reason we have two kingdoms was because Israel sinned. The northern kingdom sinned and they left us. That resonates with people really well too, because it just makes sense. It makes sense to say, we're not trying something new. We're going back to the way it was before, right? And that's the same kind of principle that we have with the Pentateuch, with the 5 books of Moses. We can be a people without a kingdom because we were in the past. And so they create a mythic past in order to say what we're doing in the present is not new, because no one wants to try out something new.
I think
so
you
the
need to
Davidic
replay that part
kingdom
right
idea,
there,
the United
Garfield, so they
Monarchy,
can hear that.
well, the
that
kingdoms can be
mythic
joined because they were already joined a long time ago in the most glorious period of our history, and then they broke apart and divided. Well, the archaeological record makes that very problematic, right? And that's the same kind of principle that we have with the Pentateuch, with the 5 books of Moses. We can be a people without a kingdom because we were in the past. And so they create a mythic past in order to say what we're doing in the present is not new, because no one wants to try out something new. And so the Davidic kingdom idea, the United Monarchy, well, the kingdoms can be joined because they were already joined a long time ago in the most glorious period of our history, and then they broke apart and divided. Well, the archaeological record makes that very problematic. There's nothing to support a united monarchy. And you have all these guys arguing, and some of them are critical scholars occupying huge positions at public universities. They have religious backgrounds. You have to look at some of the professors, where they come from in their training. And you see that many of them came from seminary and they still have religious affiliations and so forth. They're not Bar Ehrmans. They haven't left the fold of that. They still hold on to that at some level. The way they do it is just to make things fuzzy. To say, well, it could be a small United Kingdom, or David. It's like, it's just such a neat principle to set out. This is an attempt by the Davidic dynasty to say that we are the ones who are supposed to rule. We already did it at the beginning. We broke apart, and we need to go back to the God-ordained plan as it was all along. And that principle has been picked up in a later point by the people who are trying to say the covenant, Sinai, the laws, the 10 Commandments, Genesis, all of that. That is where we're going back to, even though that's a mythic past that is even more grandiose than the one about the United Monarchy.
Two things come to mind with what you just said. Powerful is post-Persia, going into the Hellenistic period. Let's just say Persian Hellenistic for the sake of argument, because I think it's a fuzzy area in terms of fully knowing how to nail it.
I think they're basically the same. You have an empire that had been conquered by Alexander the Great, and basically things are the same. So it's very hard to distinguish between Persian and Hellenistic stuff.
And so I'm looking at this, and two things I think of, and one of them I think we'll tackle before we address this issue about the United Monarchy idea. I'm curious to know, post-defeat, they're looking at these massive empires who have a working political system that seems to be better than what they have. So I don't know about you, but I imagine people in failure are not only probably living with, let's just say, animosity toward the larger people, but also they have to compete. In order to even be anybody, they got to compete, and they see it's working. So they model stuff off of the empires in which conquered them, but also they want to spin it. They want to give their own twist on it. They create
Yeah.
a mythical past, a history. And I think about the Samaritans and I think about the Jews. We hear this United Monarchy. I wondered, and this is complete speculation.
Oh, yeah.
I wonder if they invented some ancient unity between these two groups by saying we had a northern southern united monarchy, meaning you Samaritans from Samaria and us Judeans were actually, we got along in the ancient past. And so they're trying to craft this story as if two Yahweh worshiping sects sometime later, 5th, 4th century BCE, crafting an ancient history where they were united. I don't know.
I don't agree with that question. I don't agree with that premise. And I'm going to tell y'all why. The Bible is really from a Judean perspective. They said the Samaritans are deportees that were deported into Israel to replace the original Israelites. That's what the Bible says. But the Bible is remember this, ladies and gentlemen, the Bible is written at different time periods. Because remember when Moses comes out of Egypt, and he's giving you the curses and the blessings. Remember, he says 6 tribes go under Mount Gerizim and another 6 go under, I think, Mount Ebal. There was no Jerusalem talk. There's no talk about building no temple in Jerusalem. He says build an altar where? At Mount Gerizim. If you read the Samaritan text, you read the Qumran text, you read the Septuagint, they all say Mount Gerizim. In the Masoretic text, which is from the Judean perspective, it says Mount Ebal. So you see, somebody is changing the text to fit their narrative. So now Mount Gerizim is important because Moses said to build the altar at Mount Gerizim. So the Samaritans who are there, they're being persecuted by the Judeans because the Judeans burned down their temple. John Hyrcanus burned down their temple in the 2nd century BC. Remember that. They established in the 4th century. Think about it. But anyway, let me hear the response by the professor, by my brother Dr. Jacob Wright.
No, that's the area that I work on Ezra Nehemiah, where we have this conflict between Samaria and Jerusalem emerging in the first place. I mean, it goes back to these 2 kingdoms that existed in the Iron Age, and the northern kingdom, Israel, was just 10 times greater than the Judean kingdom. The Bible is a Judean product, but it's from a kingdom that is 10 times smaller and 10 times less significant than the northern kingdom. So during the Persian period and Hellenistic period, you have them re-emerging, and Samaria is.
Let me deal with this guy in the chat right here. This unity existed under the reigns of King David and King Solomon. There was no unity. He just said that. Can you prove it? Can't prove it. The United Monarchy, it can't be proven. It's just like Solomon's temple. Let me ask Tony Apsu a question, and my brother GD Capone and Akan Dajaba, Asiatic 77. Do you guys have evidence of Solomon's temple during the time of Solomon? No, you don't. Do you have evidence of a united monarchy that David ever ruled in the northern kingdom? No, you don't. Do you have evidence Solomon ruled in the northern kingdom? No, you don't. All you have is the Bible, because as Professor Jacob L. Wright just said, they're trying to make themselves a part of a kingdom that they weren't. So they're trying to say, hey, remember, we was a part of Israel back in the days and we broke apart. That's their story. They're telling the Judean perspective. The Samaritans don't tell this story. This is why the Samaritans tradition, they only use the first 5 books. They don't use the prophets and kings and Joshua and all that. They don't believe in those books. They only go by the first 5 books.
And you know what, Garfield?
Israelite jewels, if you want to come on and talk about that, we could talk about that. Think about this for a second, family. If there was never a united monarchy, why did they do that? Because Judah and Israel was never united. There are 2 different kingdoms. Remember, when you look at the Kuntilit Arzereth, I just showed it. You had in Edom, they worshiping Yahweh and Asherah. In Judah, they worshiping Yahweh and Asherah. In northern Israel, they worshiping Yahweh and Asherah. So you have it being worshipped, and I think in Syria. So you have it being worshipped. So if you can't prove it, don't mention it then. So if you can't prove a united kingdom, why are you mentioning it? This unity existed. You said this unity existed under the reigns of. You can't prove that. Prove it. You can't prove it. I'm just sourcing text. I don't care where it leads. So why mention anything? Oh man, I tell you. But I'm saying this to everybody that's watching. Think about this for a second. If they're writing from a Judean perspective, this is why you got to get the scepter of Judah, Genesis 49. That's why I showed Matt Baker's video when he's showing Deborah, the song of Deborah, Genesis, Deuteronomy 33, and Genesis 49, and show how they actually altered the text to make Judah the top dog. Judah is the top dog. That's why you got to pay attention. But let me hear what the brother got to say right here.
Nehemiah, where we have this conflict between Samaria and Jerusalem emerging in the first place. I mean, it goes back to these two kingdoms that existed in the Iron Age. And the northern kingdom, Israel, was just 10 times greater than the Judean kingdom. The Bible is a Judean product, but it's from a kingdom that is 10 times smaller and 10 times less significant than the northern kingdom. So during the Persian period and Hellenistic period, you have them re-emerging, and Samaria is still stronger. Judah is trying to take that position still, and many of them are fighting with each other and want to break apart, and some of them are trying to come together. And so the book of Chronicles, which is clearly a Hellenistic book, I mean, we have colleagues who are trying to say it's a Persian period, but it's so clearly Hellenistic because it presupposes the end of the Persian period. Like Ezra Nehemiah tells the whole story of the Persian Empire. You can't say that's from the Persian Empire because it's reflecting back on it.
Oh man, remember I told y'all why Second Esdras makes no sense, because First Chronicles 5:26 points out God, Reuben, and Manasseh is still there up to that day. So how could they have been migrated and become part of some 12-tribe chart in the Caribbean or in the Americas if they're still there up until that day? And he just confirmed, like I've been saying, if you're going to date Chronicles, remember it talks about the Persian period and when it ends. It also talks about 8 generations from Jeconiah, his son, Ananiah or whatever, 8 generations later. So it had to be written between 3 something and 2 something BC. So I was right the whole time.
So what's crazy is when I was watching this video, I was like, Garfield been telling these things just for years. They just don't want to listen. They want to force themselves into the narrative.
They all lying to get a following, bro. Let me finish this video.
So, and it's trying to, in the Hellenistic Empire, trying to say, this is how we succeeded during the Persian times. We can succeed now. And the conflict between North and South continues on. And Samaria versus Jerusalem and all that. And, the parable of the Good Samaritan from the Gospels. I'm not a New Testament scholar. I don't know where it is. But I do write on it in the book. I just forgot right now. But it is that, I don't know if you've developed that on your own work. Have you thought about that? When Jesus, the parable of the Good Samaritan is like, it's an answer to who is my neighbor.
Mm-hmm.
And then Jesus tells the story about the Samaritan, who's better than the Levite, who's better than the Judeans and so forth, who takes care of this guy.
Right.
And that is an attempt to say, my neighbor, we are one people. The North and the South, we can. So Jesus was very much about, there is a larger community. It's not just about Judeans. It's not just about Jews. There's a larger kind of concept of a more broader people of Israel, if you will. And a lot of people have read the Good Samaritan parable as, you should love everyone, or everyone is our neighbor. But Jesus didn't tell a story about the Roman soldier. It's not like trying to say we should love the Roman soldiers are our neighbors. No, it's the Samaritans. They're our neighbor. And that is just continues the kinds of text that we find in the book of Chronicles and so forth that try to show, Judah must treat Samaria better, Samaria must treat, and it's just all one way it develops.
It kind of also tells me, as someone who sees it all the way here in this late 1st century material, possibly early 2nd, depending on the book, is that there's still a struggle between these two category of people. And so this goes on for centuries where they're competing. And I imagine there are other versions of Judaism.
Well, it really, what's the truth behind your position is that it really starts to emerge under the Persian and Hellenistic period in a new way. So there are these kingdoms that fought with each other, but there was no struggle because the northern kingdom was just strong and didn't even care about Judah. The northern kingdom gets wiped out. It's Judah, the southern kingdom, who cares about trying to usurp that position, usurp that tradition, and trying to make it their own. So Jerusalem, after Samaria is gone, Jerusalem's trying very hard. But that all of it is very much a part of, after they're both of them gone, now Judah and Samaria are struggling. And so much of the biblical record in the Hebrew Bible belongs to the same conversation that is in the New Testament. And a lot of scholars want to say, oh, there's the Old Testament, and the Old Testament period ends, and then there are these centuries, the intertestamental period, and in the New Testament, as if there's this big gap. My scholarship is saying there's no intertestamental period. It's the intertestamental period is when the Bible emerged in the first place.
Wow. Wow. Drop your mic. All right. That was powerful. There's so much that your book gets into and covering. I love that you bring up Ezra and Nehemiah. You're talking about a lot of these later books and reshaping earlier ones. I think this is like the most clear, profound way of approaching why the Bible was written. And I wondered, this is a little speculative. I understand there's scholarship like Yanvim Vasilius, I butcher these names, wrote proposing, whether or not this is true, it's still an interesting hypothesis. The 9 books of Herodotus, his histories, were possibly competitor kind of narratives, because we know that it's writing about Persia and Greece and what happened between Xerxes and King Cyrus, which is a huge player in the Bible. So we have these huge players that connect the dots between Herodotus's histories with these really well-known Persian kings, and to them they're significant. He even paints their divine narratives, all that kind of stuff, from the Greek perspective of explaining the Persian Empire. Then you have the biblical, and for crying out loud, Cyrus is the Messiah. What are your thoughts about this? Whether or not he's completely right on they modeled their mythical past of history and comparing it and try to create like a new histories Herodotus kind of thing. What do you think about this weird thing happening here with Herodotus and the biblical narrative and this pivotal point with Persia?
Okay, so that's not my field of expertise by any means. Herodotus is something I use quite a bit, but there are other scholars who are trying to show the connections between the kinds of history writing we have, like in the Bible, in Herodotus. And in some cases, they're not, they may be conservative scholars. One of them was Gary Knoppers of blessed memory. And he was, in some ways, a conservative scholar, but he was an expert on the Greek stuff. And he really shows how much of it is in the Bible against his intentions. Not that he was a fundamentalist by any ways. He grew up a fundamentalist, but his scholarship really makes a case for that. It's something that I have not worked on in that kind of direction and with that objective, but some of the stuff that we're seeing in the biblical record in terms of trying to create a narrative, trying to connect the dots, that's new. We don't have narratives of peoples in relation to other peoples like we have in Herodotus and Thucydides and in Greek history writing. We don't have that in the ancient Near East, but we have it in the Bible. Then the question is, so what's the connection? What's the connection between the Greek history writing and the biblical narratives? Because the biblical narratives stand out in their West Asian, Canaanite, environment.
And I think this confuses many academics. I'm sorry I'm butting in. I just think this is a good conversation with you, Dr. Wright. You're right on. You're so open-minded, but also very careful. And I respect your decision on not even jumping to conclusions, but you're doing what I love, and that is thinking and having our audience think with us.
Yeah.
So this interesting point you bring up, it is very easy to pin the tail on the donkey for the Bible when you see, what looks like Canaanite, Ugaritic names for deities, possible Akkadian loan words. I mean, all of that stuff really points to this West Semitic or Southwest Asian context. And yet it's structured and modeled in a way that is competitive and even similar in many ways to how Greeks narrate in so many ways. So my question, and I'm throwing this to see what spaghetti sticks to the wall with you, is that, could we be taking old traditions, like you said, rewriting them under the context and pin of someone educated with the Greek awareness of how they write their literature, yet giving their heritage, their Semitic background, avoiding Greek loan words as much as often as possible, all of that?
I think you're right. And it's like scholars go through the text with a fine-tooth comb, trying to find an Akkadian loan word or some kind of evidence for an Iron Age dating, which means like before defeat. They're very interested in the Iron Age because, once again, they want to get away from defeat. They don't, because that makes it all human, thoroughly human, ultra human, as Nietzsche said. And so you have to remember that in our own languages, in our own traditions, we have loan words that are sayings that are very ancient. We don't even know where they come from. They could be centuries old. That doesn't mean if somebody in 1,000 years from now found one of our letters or our text or whatever, and we use some kind of expression that actually emerged 300 or 400 years ago, that someone could make a case, well, this text on this iPhone that we found, actually we're going to have to date the whole iPhone 300 years earlier because it has this word in it. And that's almost what they do. Like, well, there's one word in this text, therefore we're going to date it all 300 years earlier than what critical scholars say. And even critical scholars do that. It's hard. We should talk sometime about how the field works, because the SBL, the Society of Biblical Literature, is this huge guild of scholars. There's evangelicals, there are Jews, there are critical scholars, there's a whole spectrum of where my point is that the critical scholars that are really useful to read, they still kind of make things fuzzy by saying, here's some loan words. We have to be skeptical about late datings. It may be not, but this loan word shows that it could be early. And it's like, that's not helpful, because the whole picture just fits so well. And I think I lay that out in a new way so that it resonates with people. And you'll have to see how I do it. And I think that's good. Listen, the reception is really good by non-biblical scholars. It also is by biblical scholars, but I think that the biblical scholars kind of go from it. Because
you think that's because it's competing? It's almost like...
All right. So we went into a lot, and I want to get into some stuff so I could get into the top 10 reasons why. I'm going to refer to these things. One of the things that Black Hebrew Israelites claim is that the Scythians, ladies and gentlemen, the Scythians are Israelites. So this is one of the top 10 reasons why we're not Israelites, because the Scythians are not Israelites. They say the Scythians came over to Arzereth, which is America, and that's how we got here. But I'm going to read this article real quick. Anybody who wants to jump on. Now is the jump on. If you got some contentions. My contention is this. You don't have evidence of a United Monarchy in history or in archaeology. You don't have evidence of this big kingdom by David and Solomon. You don't have no evidence of that. You have no evidence of Judah and Israel being one. It don't exist. What happened is, during the time, from the Judean perspective, they're writing the history. They write it like they were a part of Israel originally, which they weren't. And you could see wars that's happening in real history where Judah and Israel is at war. So we have evidence of them not even being together and fighting against each other. Oh, and Yahweh choosing one side. Come on. We had enough of this foolishness. Show us the temple that Solomon built. How is it we could find evidence of all these temples being mentioned, Mota and Tel Arad and all these temples, even in Judea? Tel Arad is in Judea. Because remember, you had a few black Hebrew Israelites who was claiming that Tel Arad was the real Jerusalem temple. You had the guy in Israel today who claims that, the crazy guy. So Tel Arad was where the Jerusalem temple really is. So we have all that going on, and we need to have a conversation also about the West and Central Africa. We're gonna get into that real quickly. Robert Ben David Jr. All right. Whatever comment y'all make, if y'all could come on the panel and Akan the Jabba, bro, you are so way off. Why would Akan people be following Yahwism 7th century, 6th century, 5th century, 4th century? This is something new, bro. We got to stop this, bro. I don't care who comes from the Akan region. We got to stop this. We are not connected to these cultures. Merchants and Berber Jews who were transporting came by, and some of the people converted. You could hop on all you want. You can't prove it. It's just crazy at this point. You can't say David never existed and they have a stele saying House of David.
Yeah, and you know, I watched the whole video, both of them, and throughout the video, one of the things I was waiting for them to mention was any continent or any country outside of Egypt. Because we already knew about the Jews going to Egypt. I was waiting for them to mention Morocco, Nigeria, the Sudan, any of those places, even Ethiopia.
I was going to bring this out for the debate, the case against British Israelism, because black Hebrew Israelites copy this.
Yes, they do. To a T.
Robert Ben David Jr., you could jump on whenever you're ready, brother. All right, let's go. We're going to go through this article piece by piece. All right. The British Israelism or Anglo-Israelism is the belief that the inhabitants of Northern Europe, particularly the British Isles, are the descendants of the lost tribes of Israel. After King Solomon died, 931 BC, his kingdom split in two. The southern kingdom, Judah, consisted of Judah, Benjamin, and some of the Levites, while the other 10 tribes made up the northern kingdom of Israel. Around 733, 732, the Assyrians invaded Israel and deported the inhabitants of northern Israel to Assyria, 2 Kings 15:29. Apparently, at the same time, the tribes... Come on, yo. All right. All right. So let me get back to this right here. Tribes were also deported to Halar, Habar, Hera, and the river of Gozan in the north of the Assyrian Empire. 722, the Assyrians captured Samaria, capital of Israel, and carried Israel away to Assyria and placed them in Halar, Habar, the river of Gozan, and the cities of the Medes. All right, so the Assyrian Empire fell in 603 BC and was replaced by the Babylonians. Okay, destroyed the temple and deported its inhabitants to Babylon. All right, now let's get back to this now. The fate of the 10 northern tribes is less clear. The lost tribes of Israel, as they are often called, are assumed to have migrated elsewhere. Some researchers have reported to have found the lost tribes in North or South America, Africa, China, Burma, India, Afghanistan, New Zealand, Japan. All right. The most popular theory is British Israelism, which claims the 10 tribes went north from Assyria and became the Scythians, who became the Germanic tribes who migrated into Western Europe, particularly the British Isles. British Israelism is not as popular as it once was in the 19th and earliest 20th century, when the British Empire was at its heights, and its adherents argued that God's promises to Abraham were now being fulfilled in the English-speaking people. Nevertheless, it still has its supporters, such as the British Israel World Federation, the Christian Identity Movement, Herbert Armstrong, and Yair Davidi. From a Christian perspective, British Israelism is not necessarily a hearsay. In theory, one could believe the British people are Israelites and still believe that Jesus Christ is the Son of God who died for their sins. All right? But anyway, the fundamental problem with British Israelism is that their claims are not supported by the historical and archaeological evidence. The Bible does not say the Germanic or Scythian tribes were the lost tribes of Israel. However, British Israelites often quote a passage from the Apocrypha. Now, ladies and gentlemen, bear in mind, I'm talking about British Israelism, but change the British to Black Hebrew Israelism, because they teach this. This is where the elders got it from. All right? And by the way, too, the Apocrypha, the oldest edition, says these are the 9 tribes. It don't say the 10 tribes, just for the record. Just for the record. All right. But anyway, that's second Esdras. British Israelites do not usually make it clear, but this is not a historical account. It's part of an apocalyptic vision, which is attributed to Ezra, who lived in the 5th century BC, although second Esdras was probably written in the late 1st century AD. Even if this passage were historical and meant to take it literally, it does not support the British Israel hypothesis or the Black Hebrew Israelite hypothesis. It says it took the tribes 18 months to reach a land where no human beings had ever lived. Northern Europe was already inhabited before the fall of Israel. It cannot mean the Germanic tribes were Israelite because it took them hundreds of years to settle in their present locations. This passage also says the tribes were going to return to the land of Israel. I doubt it means all the Europeans are going to return to the Middle East. All right. Now, the guy in the chat by the name of Gideon Capone, right? He's going to stop that BS because they can't let go of the Bible. These are plantation Negroes. They can't let go of the Bible. All right? Saying yes. The Book of Mormon does say that, but why should we take the Book of Mormon serious? Why? What's the authority on it? Who makes the Book of Mormon an authority? Stop believing nonsense. But anyway, let's look at this now. The 1st century Jewish historian Josephus did not believe the Scythians were Israelites. Noah had 3 sons, Japheth, Shem, and Ham. Josephus wrote that the Scythians were descendants of Japheth. His son Magog was the ancestor of the Scythians. Another son, Havan, was the ancestor of the Greeks. And another son, Gomer, was the ancestor of the Gauls. Josephus' Antiquities of the Jews 1:6-1. The Israelites were descendants of Japheth's brother, Shem. The Greek historian Herodotus reports that the Scythians invaded and dominated the Middle East for about 28 years. Some British Israelites believe this meant the northern tribes returned to the land of Israel and then left again. Stephen Collins. Shout out to, not Yawasap. What's his partner name? The other one, the crazy one. Oh, man. He loves Stephen Collins. The Old Testament does not necessarily mention everything which happened during the period it covers. But if the northern tribes of Israel had returned home, even temporarily less than 100 years after they had been deported, one would expect the Old Testament or other historical sources such as Josephus to have mentioned it. Herodotus wrote that the Scythians believed the first man to live in their country, which before his birth was uninhabited, was a certain Targeteus, the son of Zeus, and of a daughter of the river Borythanus. This is in Herodotus, the Histories 4:5. Targeteus had 3 sons, Lipoxes, Arpaxes, and Colaxes, the ancestors of the branches of the Scythians. Because you know today you have over 6 to 8 different groups of Scythians. So these are the ancestors of those branches. Herodotus added, such is the Scythians' account of their origin, and they add that the period from Targeteus, their first king, to Darius crossing off the Hellespont to attack them is just 1,000 years. Game over. The Scythians can't be Israelites. If there were 1,000 years before Darius, whichever Darius it is, in the 6th century or the 5th century or the 4th century or the 3rd century BC or the 4th century BC, 1,000 years would be 1400. This is the time of Moses. So the Scythians can't be the Israelites. Can't be the Israelites, bro. The Scythians did not believe that they were Israelites or that they had only been in their land for about 200 years. That is after the Assyrians had deported them. They believed they had lived there for what? 1,000 years. Black Hebrew Israelites, whether it's Tab, Yawasap's group, Priest Daniela, this is now, the evidence is clear. This is not true. Let's go further. Herodotus, the Persians, or any other ancient source did not say the Scythians were Israelites or related to the Jews. Herodotus said the Persians called the Scythians the Sake people. British Israelites argue that this is derived from Isaac, so the Scythians were Israelites. And guess what? Black Hebrew Israelites teach the same thing.
Damn.
Black Israelites often cite God's promise to Abraham and Isaac, your seed shall be called, to argue that his descendants will be named after Isaac because Isaac and Sake sound similar. The Sake are Scythians, were supposedly named after Isaac and were Israelites. Crazy. All right, moving on. Moreover, the Scythians did not call themselves Sake, the Persians did. Daga. Herodotus wrote that the Scythians, which the Greeks call themselves the Skoloti after one of their kings. This does not resemble the name of any Israelite king. British Israelites claim that the name Saxons derived from Isaac, so the Saxons were Israelites. Herbert Armstrong has written that the Saxons in Germany derived their name from the Old High German saz, meaning sword or knife, which apparently disproved the British Israelite argument. However, Armstrong claimed that the Saxons in Germany are entirely different from the Anglo-Saxons who migrated to Britain. All right. So I don't think I need to. Stephen Collins proposed an even more confusing theory. He says that the deported Israelites became the Parthian Empire and only migrated to Europe. You see, Israelites are everybody. This is what they're doing. They're replacing people's history and saying that these people are Israelites. This is just crazy at this point. Totally crazy. Crazy.
They're forcing people into the narrative that they want them to be because they're crafting the literature. So because they're writing the literature, they can force people into this literature. So when they go into these lands looking for these so-called lost tribes, they can force these people into the narrative based off of their beliefs.
All right, hold on a second. Let me see if I could get to here before the final Israel was the scene of nation. All right. So anyway, we deal with that. Now I want to show this on the screen real quickly right here before I can dive out. Bro, your belief is crazy. I don't know why you're trying to get a con people. I don't care what any tradition says. It's stupid and it's dumb. But we're gonna get to you in a minute. This is a map that this guy Jacob Israel created. I want you guys to check out this map for a second. This map is a listing at 700 AD of all the Jewish communities in the world. 700 AD. Do you see any in the Akan region, in Ghana, modern-day Ghana, Mali, Niger, Nigeria, Cameroon? Because it don't exist. There's none there. This is later on. Where is the Jewish community at 700 AD, Mr. Akan guy? Where is it at? Where is it at? Show us that one. You could unmute. Let's go.
Yeah, nah. First of all, greetings, people. Greetings, everyone. Greetings, teacher. You know, don't wanna come up here with that too much energy, little humbleness. I wanna come and show you get. But yeah, man. I don't mind answering.
Right there. Israel is right here. Israel is right there. Two communities right here. You see in Lebanon right here.
Yeah. Wait.
I'm sure I'm talking to Mika. Well, go ahead, continue. Where is the Hebrew Israelite? Where's the Israelite community in West Africa? This is 700 AD. Where is it at?
Cool.
That's the question.
Listen, Garfield. No, 1,000,000%. I'm down to turn up the show. You know, I want to entertain. I want to bring something to the show. But before we go anywhere, you need to stop this streak I've got, because right now I personally believe you've been running from me, coming up to a year in total. You know what I'm saying? And it is to do with this conversation we're having. It literally is.
I just asked a question.
If we're gonna do,
I don't need a lecture on my own show. I asked a simple question, and I'm not fucking running from you. Stop the bullshit.
Come on, you've not even
stop the bullshit. I asked one. Hold on. I asked one question. And you're giving me a lecture.
I want you to show me
where is this Akana community at 700 AD? Please teach me. Go ahead.
It's in West Africa, isn't it? The ancient Ghana Empire.
Where is it at?
Ancient Ghana Empire.
How did these Jews get there? Show me the evidence.
Ghana Empire, isn't it?
Show me the evidence.
No, I don't mind showing you the evidence, but it's like before we go.
I said show me the evidence because you are lying.
I can bring up 10th century sources though.
You are lying.
I can bring up 10th century sources though.
Regarding sources. 700. That's not 700. 700.
Yeah, but whoever was writing about them in 10th century, they weren't indigenous.
Okay. Bring up your 10th century source.
Pardon?
Come on, bring up your sources. Let's go.
No, but I don't want it to be like last time. I start saying sources and then you run or kick me off, and then
true story. And thanks for pointing this out.
I'm not
the Ghana Empire was not.
I'm kind of scared right now. Like I don't know. I might hit you with that dagger.
700 AD. Show me this Jewish or Israelite community in the regions. Are you gonna tell me you got a 10th century source? I said, show me where they are. Where are they on the map at 700 AD?
They're in Ouagadougou, isn't it? Ancient Ghana Empire.
They're in Ouagadougou. Show me where in Ouagadougou they are in the 7th century. Show me the source. How did they get there?
Let me give you a different source, actually. Let me not even give you that one. Let me not even give you that one. That's
you
too much
don't have.
sauce.
You
We
show
need to
me.
get to
You
the
show
bottom
me
of
the
this running.
Jews. Which Jews
Why
is
for
going there? Show me the Jews. Show me them. I want you to show me them. Show me these Jews that's there in 700 AD. Show me them.
Hold on. Do I need what? So what do you want? A
Please,
700
dude.
AD
Show me the
source, or you just want
700
a
Jews
source?
that are there in 700 AD.
You just
Show
Hey,
want
it
a
to
stop
source,
me.
talking
correct?
at us.
Remember, you said
Show
you
it
just
to
want a
me.
source.
Let's go.
Cool.
Show me these.
We
Let's
want
go.
the source.
Come on, Savior, man. You know I had to teach you that the word Messiah was in the Quran. You
We
was like, no, there's no word
you
Messiah
no.
in the Quran. Remember I had to
Sabio,
say,
mute up, Sabio. We not do no back and forth.
No,
Show
no.
us these Jews in 700 AD.
Cool. Hold on a second. I'm going by source, you know. So is it all right if I read from a source, or what do you want? What do you exactly want?
Show me the source and let's get it in. Because you said I'm running, so let's run. Let's run together.
No, this is not what you're running from. You know what you're running from, but this is our next subject. But it's all to do with the matter anyway. So it's all correlating. Hold on. Hey, mute that. Sorry, man, I'm with my little man. Hold on. Hold on, let me mute my mic. Hold on, 2 secs. Yeah, hello?
Go ahead. Let's go.
Cool. Can you put it on the screen, yeah?
Hell yeah, I could put it on the screen.
Come on.
Stop sharing. Let's go. Share your screen.
No. Can you put it on your screen? I've got the book.
My brother, are you sharing your screen?
No. I thought you could put it on your screen as well. Like you can get a PDF or a version online or something. I don't know.
My brother,
No, if you can't, no problem. I'll read from it. No
Are you
problem.
able to share your source?
Yeah, I'll read from it, innit?
No, you got to pull up your source, bro. We got to see your source and deal with it.
You can hear I've got a book, bro.
Because I'm going to pull up the encyclopedia.com website and we're going to talk about the trans-Saharan caravan trade.
The book I'm reading from is an introduction to the West. It's an introduction to the history of West Africa. Yeah, so don't worry, it's gonna be
Nehemiah Vetzner, whatever his name is. Is that what you're reading from?
No, J.D. Fage.
J.D. Fage. So you're reading from a white supremacist.
No, but it's not his source.
You see, J.D. Fage believes.
Oh, come on, Garfield.
Hold on. I have his book. J.D.
All
Fage.
right, can we just read together?
In the Hamitic theory. He believes in that shit. He believes we're cursed. So you're using a racist white supremacy source. But go ahead and read it. Bro, I know this stuff. And this stuff is in Goldberg's work. That's one of the sources. Bro, I got his book. I got his physical book.
All right, cool. So let's go to let's read page 14, innit?
Go ahead, read it. Go ahead and read it. You can't show it on the screen, but why don't you show us on the screen what you're reading from?
I'm reading from the book. You're gonna hear me read. If you know what I'm reading, then you should take my word.
Go ahead and read it. Go ahead, read it. Open up the book and read it.
According to Della Fosse, the first permanent settlement of peoples from North Africa in Negroland occurred after the Jewish rising against Roman rule in Cyrene, Asia, in the 1st and 2nd centuries AD, which led to an exodus to the south and west. Some of these Jews, or more probably perhaps Judaized Berbers, who were pastoralists, crossed the Sahara and settled among the Soninke agriculturalists of the Niger Bend between the site of Timbuktu and Messina. They were eventually expelled from this area and moved further west into Okar, where they were joined by another and probably more numerous body who had come by a more westerly route through southern Morocco. Here it is suggested, the newcomers eventually established the kingdom of Ghana, whose subject peoples were principally Soninkes. In course of time, through intermarriage, many of the immigrants became absorbed into the local populations.
Okay. All right. Now let me ask you a question. From what
Go
you
on.
read, what did you just read? Can you explain to us what you just read?
So basically, this is the book of West Africa histories, bro. It's not no Jewish book or
Bro,
whatever.
what are you reading? What is it? What did it say?
What do you mean? What did it say?
What is it saying?
It's saying that the newcomers, those who came and settled amongst the indigenous people, who would be the Soninkes, mingled, they intermarried with them and was absorbed, like they became one people, ended up becoming one people.
Okay, now let me ask you a question. When he
Go
said the Soninke was there, was the Soninke a people way before there was even an Israelite?
That's debatable now. That's
So
actually
Soninke,
debatable because
people
it's not
never
a
existed.
primary name.
So Soninke, hold on. Let's look at this now. It says, you see, you got to break down.
They've got different names, you know.
Let's go back to the source. Let's go back to the source.
Go on.
Let's read the first part of the source again. We're gonna break it down slowly. Read the sentence again. Go back to page.
Don't run, you know.
Bro.
Cool. Let's go.
The ad lib is not needed.
Let's
I'm just
let's go.
Read the source.
Cool.
And then we're gonna stop. We're gonna slow it down for everybody.
So where should I read from the top? Yeah.
We're gonna be respectful and we're gonna do.
Oh no, definitely not, sir, teacher.
That's not debatable. You just said
the teacher.
Anyway, let me ask you this.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Orthodox Moore. They joined the Soninke, so the Soninke was there before there was ever an Israelite.
Yeah, but I'm not really taking this narrative as a primary because I've got.
Oh, you're not taking it as a primary, so why are you reading it? You see, you're killing your own self. Stop. Read from the first paragraph again what Delafosse wrote. Go ahead.
This leads to the primary.
Go ahead, my brother. Go ahead.
Because listen,
who is the primary?
Oh God, according to Delafosse, yeah. But what is Delafosse reading is the question. That is the next question everybody should be asking. What is he? Who is he? What does he mean? And where's he reading from? Once we can discover that, then we know where we're going.
Yeah, I'll call her. All right, go ahead, my brother. Let's start over again.
So let's read slowly. According to Delafosse, who is he, Garfield? Don't stuff a lot. So yeah, respect.
All right, that's fine. All right, go ahead. Start over again.
Yeah, who is sorry, let me read. According to Delafosse, yeah, the first permanent settlement of peoples from North Africa in Negroland occurred after the Jewish rising against Roman rule in Cyrenaica. I can't pronounce that word properly, sorry. In the 1st and 2nd centuries AD. Full stop.
All right, so he's saying this guy is saying, John Phage is saying after the first arising with the Jews in the 1st and 2nd century, that's when the people ended up they started migrating to West Africa. Am I correct? Is that what it says?
According to Delafosse. So not,
all right,
not
according
Phage.
to Delafosse, right? So he's repeating what Delafosse is saying.
Yes.
All right. Did he point out to any source that says in the 1st and 2nd century that Jews or Israelites migrated towards West Africa?
As we keep reading, but there's reasons for this.
Okay,
anyway,
all right. Let's read the second sentence. Go ahead.
Which led to an exodus to the south and west. Some of these Jews, or more probably, perhaps, Judaized Berbers. I want to.
What is Judaized Berbers? What is Judaized Berbers? What is hold on? What is Judaized Berbers? What is that?
Now, this is now. Some scholars are gonna say this. Some scholars are gonna say that.
Hold on a second. I just asked a simple question. What is a Judaized Berber?
It's not a one thing. So I might explain it to you in a way that it may differ with you.
I'm asking a simple question.
It's basically a Berber who either converted to Judaism or was like a mixed Jew or something like that.
All right, a Judaized Berber Jew. A Berber is really a Berber Jew. Is another name for a Berber Jew. This is somebody who has converted to Judaism, and
it could be a born one as well.
Hold on a second. A Judaized Berber Jew, a Berber, is somebody who has converted to Judaism.
Yeah.
All right. Now the
Yeah.
person who was converted to Judaism
You
also
see?
don't talk while I'm talking, bro.
Go on.
Don't do that. Don't do that.
Sorry.
You're nervous. You seem nervous. Relax.
No, I'm just trying to be humble with you because I really want to blast, you know.
Relax.
I'm never nervous, man.
A
It's just
Judaized
the honor, innit?
Berber.
It's an
For
honor
those
to
who
speak
don't
to
know
you.
what a Judaized Berber is, a Judaized Berber. Let me just read it what it is. Refers to a Berber individual or group who adopted Judaism as their religion. I'm gonna make it clear. A Judaized Berber refers to a Berber individual or group who adopted Judaism. This
No
is
problem.
why in West Africa, when you see references to Jews, and they're basically Judaized Berbers because they were allowed to go below the Sahara. At one point, Jews, literal Israelites or believers, weren't allowed to go below the Sahara. They had rules for that.
Okay.
So in with the Berber Jews, they're allowed to transport because guess what? Jews could not travel on the Sabbath. They had to get permission from Babylon. Now, before that happened, they would convert these Berbers to transport people, gold, or whatever they are transporting. They would do it for them. So, ladies and gentlemen, bear in mind that the writer of this particular article, pay attention, is saying that more than likely it's the Judaized Berbers, although I don't have any proof. I don't have any proof of Judaized Berbers moving at that point. Now, I'm going to show an article when he's done of the Trans-Saharan caravan and when they started transporting across the Sahara Desert into West Africa. When is this happening? All right?
But Garfield,
continue to read.
You see I'll continue to read. But you see my stance. I just want to make it clear to the folks. I'm not saying my peoples come from pure Hebrews. It's a Berber. I've always said this. Berber Israelites. Always said this. I've never swayed from that, and I know why I'm saying it. But anyway, let me read.
Hold on a second. Just for the record, I have never heard you say the word Berber Israelite in any conversations that we have had. You have always.
Because I don't
let
really want to
me finish, bro. Let me finish. I have never, has anyone ever heard this brother come on my panel and say anything about a Berber Jew? You will say no.
No.
You've never said that. Now,
Fabian,
hold on. Let
have
me
you heard me
finish.
say
Can
Have
I
you
finish
heard me say
talking?
North African?
Can I finish
I'm sure
talking?
you have.
Bro, can I finish talking? I'm going to say this to you now. The Berbers, and this is why when you see Judaism yeah, he said exactly. That's what he said. He said the Soninki were remnants of Israel. Saying they were remnants among the Soninki is different than saying they are remnant. I'm glad. Oh man, Orthodox more is on point today. This is what I'm going to say to you. I am saying that Berber Jews. This is why whenever you see the Jews are practicing religion in West
Orthodox.
Africa, oh my God, bro.
Yeah, go on. No, I just literally
Just
reading these
let
things.
me finish saying what I'm saying. The reason why you see Jews in the West African sources, in the Islamic sources, and you see them practicing Judaism and it's weird, is because it's really Berbers Jews. They're practicing their African culture, their North African culture, mixed with a little bit of conversion of Judaism. This is why you see that this person is doing this with a gravesite, or this person is doing something weird. They bury a dog, or they do something weird. It's because they are really Berber converts. They are not original Israelites. I hope I'm clear. All right. Now read the next part now. Let's go.
So what do you call it? It's all to do with the topic anyway. So technically, are you saying that if we find, you see, like certain, so don't forget that. Forget that. Did they intermingle? Because the source says they. Let me keep on reading. I don't even know why I'm saying it now. Cool. Some of these Jews, or more probably perhaps Judaized Berbers, who were pastoralists, crossed the Sahara and settled amongst the Soninke, agriculturalists of the Niger Bend, between the site of Timbuktu and Messina. They were eventually expelled from this area and moved further west into Al-Kar. Where's Al-Kar? This area, this location?
I don't know. You have to tell me what it is.
It's roughly like around, let me double check. I think it's around Mauritania. I was gonna say Mauritania. Like not Kumbe Sali, but hold on. Let me just double check. Yeah. Yeah, I was right. Like Mauritania, yeah. So do you disagree? It's okay. So it's Mauritania, yeah, West Africa, that these Jews went further south into.
Mauritania is not really West Africa. It's more like Northwest Africa. So West Africa, we're talking about coming down to the area. But you know what? Let's continue. Carry on.
Yeah. Cool then.
Because if you look at it, it's going to the places where the trade route is. So I know it went to Mauritania, then they came down, and then they came. Sometimes they came from the Algeria region. But continue.
Where they were joined by another and probably more numerous body. What does this another and numerous body mean?
Say that again. Repeat that sentence.
Okay, cool. Let me read. They were eventually expelled from this area and moved further west into Akwa, whatever that place is, where they were joined by another and probably more numerous body who had come by a more westerly route through southern Morocco. Who are these people that they a numerous body they met that came through that migrated, that they're not even indigenous, they're literally immigrants? Who are they?
I have no idea.
So according to what we're reading, it sounds like it's the Jews, but I'll keep on reading.
Why would it be the Jews?
Because they came from southwest Morocco. What are they?
Southwest Morocco.
Immigrants, innit?
Morocco is right there. So it could be Jews because of the population numbers was a lot by the Jews.
And they said a more numerous body, but, so they were comparing. There was comparison being made within the text.
Okay, all right.
Cool.
So
here,
we don't know who they are, but continue.
Cool. Here it is suggested the newcomers, so those who got kicked out from Timbuktu by the Soninke people, whatever, yeah. Remember that name Soninke is a loose term, you know. People shouldn't take it as a
hold
name.
on. When were the Jews kicked out of Timbuktu? You're talking like after the Sephardic Jews and all that stuff. So
that's what I'm saying. This is where we have to go back to the beginning.
That's a different time period. So it's confusing because that's a different time period.
This is where we have to go back to the beginning, Garfield, where I was reading. According to who? De La Fosse. What is he reading now? Because I've got the book right in front of my hand. So unless you can accept a certain premise, then I will move to that primary where he's getting this from. You get it? I just want you before I open that book, we have to establish something. You get what I'm saying? Because I don't want to be dishing out sources, because some of these things they do cost, and I'm not hearing nobody putting them towards you. So I don't know if I'm gonna be the first, but please, like, if we go to that source, I don't want it to be like a trolling thing where you're gonna be like, it's established, because this source says they intermingled. Where was I reading? Here it suggested the newcomers eventually established the kingdom of Ghana, whose subject peoples were principally Soninkes. In course of time, through intermarriage, many of the immigrants became absorbed into the local population. So they became one with the people. Soninkes and my people, we do have oral traditions of certain things, which I think you already know. But there's more to it. There's very more to it.
We have traditions that they come from the Tishit Walata people from 2500 BC to 600 BC. We have tradition that those people,
I don't deny that.
Hold on. We have tradition that the Soninke and the man, they come from people from way beyond at that time. But I'm trying to figure out though, because there's no Torah at the time until these Jews are actually transported into the area. So how did the Soninke get these traditions?
First of all, the Soninke and the Akans, we share common ancestry. So you see that name Soninke, I have to say it's a loose term. It is a loose term. Even the name Akan is very recent. So when they're saying Soninke, it's really that people group, but it's a loose term. So don't think of Senegal and these people. No, it's a loose term in it. So when we're talking of Soninke, I can literally come into the conversation, and because my people, we do have the same names, kings, all of that, stories. Like, we're like like how you got the Gan people that's related to the Yoruba. That's like the Soninke with us. They've got kings that's got our surnames, but that's another subject. But anyway, when you're talking of the Soninke, this is where I'm gonna come with my Akan flavor. And basically, we have proverbs that we find in the, I don't want to say Torah, the Tanakh. Now, certain of these proverbs would be Southern Judean, innit? They wouldn't really be Northern tribe, innit? Even though I do ascribe to certain of the Akan heritage.
Let me ask you this. Let me ask you this. This should clear up everything. So these Judaized Berbers, right?
Yeah.
In the genetic makeup of these people today, do we find markers that are similar to these North African groups within the Akan culture?
According to sources, they're saying that these Judaized Berbers, they said they are close to the oh my god, the Tuareg. They're like the Tuareg. They said they're black first of all, and they compared them to the Tuareg. And like the foot, like even some sources will compare them to like a Hausa or Fulani. So they're that kind of stock, according to sources.
Let me ask you this. Have you looked at the mitochondrial DNA of the Berber Jews and the Y DNA markers? Have you looked at it?
What the maternal DNA? No, Garfield. The Y DNA with the maternal and the Y DNA.
But if the Akan and the Berbers merged, right, and they merge as the article says, we should see some sort of genetic evidence of them continuing.
Yeah, we've got North African blood within us. We definitely.
What is the genetic markers?
We've definitely got history of
listen, what is the genetics of these Soninke people? What is the genetics of the Akan people that you're connecting them to?
I need to check the Soninke, you know. I'll be for real. I've only done studies on that one I sent you.
So the Soninke people, when they continue to carry on female genital mutilation, right, also called female circumcision, where did they get that from? Was that from the Soninke culture, or did they get that from the Berber Jews?
Female circumcision, I don't know, you know. I don't know, man. I'm
just trying to figure out. I'm trying to figure out. All right, let me ask you this: what methodology are you using to determine what influence the Soninke from outsiders and what they had before outsiders came in? Because if you think about it, right? Hold on. If you think about it, right? There's a guy that did a population study, right? And the population study that he did overall at a certain time period in Jews in that region, and the population, it don't make sense as far as interacting and intermingling the way how you're talking. Now, I'm not saying that no intermingling happened. We're not going to do the absolute talks, but the way you're talking like about thousands of people, like they mixed up with these Soninke people and created some new group.
Because remember the other group.
Hold on, let me finish. There is you have presented nothing. All you presented is what somebody said. De La Fosse.
No,
De La Fosse and Page. Oh, bro, let me finish. You notice I shut up when you're talking, right?
Go on.
You notice I shut my mouth.
Yeah, go on. I'm listening.
I could have talked over you and
no.
doing none of that. All I'm saying is Soninke people, and people got to realize certain things too, right? Even circumcision that they did. The circumcision, they if you look at the Akan today, and I don't want to mix up the Akan with the people from back then because it's two different cultures. But even if you look at what people are doing, whether it's circumcision or whatever, I point this out with the Igbos. I point this out with the Soninke. There's a group of people that do female circumcision. There's a long history of it that's practiced culturally. I am saying, when did they get this from these Berber Jews? Or did they, because Berber Jews have some weird traditions. They have some absolutely weird traditions. I am saying to you, they may have converted because Jews did not like to do business with non-Jews. So them converting because they could travel across the Trans-Saharan desert during the Sabbath until they got permission from Babylon. So then you could say, how many Jews are you talking about? How many mixed? Because we got population numbers by experts who did populations. And there was overall at that time, I could go back to the century and look at what the experts said. So you're telling me how many Berber Jews you think mixed with the Soninke people? How many?
I don't go with that narrative. This is my whole point.
But you said that they mix with the people. You kept reading that over and over, that they mix
Yeah,
with the
because
people.
technically
How many
the
people
source,
mix with the
the
people?
source is in agreement with my position. That's why I'm reading the source.
What
I
the
don't go
source
with
is
that
in agreement
narrative
with your
precisely.
position, but what is the source's source to come up with that conclusion?
Exactly. This is what I'm trying to say. This is what I'm trying to say, Garfield. This is what I was trying to say. Before I read that source, I just want to establish that you're in agreement that there was intermingling going over. And you're saying converting, but the source is not saying that. The source is not saying that. They never once used that word. It's saying intermarriage, like they became absorbed, they became one. So the converting thing, I don't get that language. You know what I'm saying? So before I read that source, I just need you to confirm if I'm right or wrong, innit?
Right or wrong about what?
The source is saying that in course of time, through intermarriage, not conversion, many of the immigrants became absorbed, not just converted the people and cut back. They became one ummah in Islam, we'll call in lingo, in Islamic lingo, into the local population. So now they become one people.
How
Do
many
you agree?
people? No, how can they come one people? So the Berber Jews. So you're saying the Berber Jews migrated and slept with the Soninke and became one with them?
According to the source, it's saying here it is suggested the newcomers eventually established the kingdom of Ghana. So the founders of ancient Ghana
No,
Empire.
that's total BS. Total BS. Total
What do you mean?
BS. So you're talking about ancient Ghana. You're talking about Ouagadougou.
Yes.
You're not talking about modern day Ghana.
No, I'm not talking about modern day Ghana. I'm talking about
Ouagadougou has a lot of traditions though. So which tradition is the right tradition? Because Ouagadougou got a bunch of traditions.
All right. Do you know the foundation tradition? Like the origin of the so you see the king that we've got documented so far. Yeah. The first king that we know of ancient Ghana. What is his story, and what is, like, you know what I mean? Like, if you know the story, like, what is the goods? What's the pros and cons?
Go ahead. Read the story. Read it out to us.
No, do you know it? I'm asking you. Do you know it?
I actually have it in my slides. I'm gonna bring it up on the screen.
Right. Thank you. Yes, makes life easier for me, man. Makes life easier for me if you know what I'm talking about. I swear to God.
Go ahead, Brother Law. Brother Law, what's up? Go ahead. What's on your mind, my brother?
No, peace, brother. I was actually just going to wait for the brother to finish up his build and finish up what he was saying. Assalamu alaikum rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Wa alaikum salam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Kayfa halik?
Alhamdulillah, manaza.
Alhamdulillahi rabbil alameen.
Rahman Rahim. Yalla, Aki, yalla. Go ahead. I'm going to be quiet.
I'm waiting for Garfield, man. He said he's going to put the source up on the screen.
No, Maki.
Yes. Hey, Karamsh. Hello, Garfield.
Yeah, I'm trying to locate it in my stuff. Well, go ahead though. You could keep talking. Go ahead.
Yeah. No, I just want to establish that bit because obviously there's more to it. This is not my primary. If you really want to know, I've got a semi-primary, then I've got the semi-primary, then I've got the primary, then I've got the advanced primary. You know what I mean? So there's a lot of gates to this, a lot of gates, and it is that in it. It is what it is. It is what it is, man. That's what I have to say, man. You don't have to believe it though. So me coming up with all of this, it's not forced upon you. Remember, at the end of the day, you said you got Igbo blood. That's another fight for you again over there though. Because they are like the long lost relatives, shall I say. You get me? But more of the Anang and the Ebibio people. They're folks. But yeah, man.
Now, Aki.
Yeah.
Let me ask you one question, Aki. Is this primarily you pulling sources from Islamic sources and from Arabic sources, or you pulling it from historical standpoint?
I've got Arabic sources within, but that's not the primary. The primary is my peoples.
So wouldn't it be
peoples?
okay? So wouldn't
But
it be
for
better
me,
just to pull it from the historical standpoint instead of pulling it from the Islamic standpoints?
what
Because a lot
the
of the
primary
Islamic
of my peoples, it's my peoples still. It's documented. Obviously, in one of the primaries, it's in a book of the colonizer, but there's pictures in it. And obviously, I've got Proverbs. I've got a book of Proverbs, over 10,000 Proverbs. So we're good to go. Let's go in it. Let's go. I've got the Adinkra books. We're ready. We're ready. You know what I'm saying? So
the
that's my
primary would be,
primaries. You know what I
and
mean?
so
Those are the primary. But to lead to there, we need to establish from
Nam,
these other
nam,
sources. So
nam,
we
nam,
have a clear mind on what we're reading and understanding. You know what I'm saying?
nam. It's all Arabia though, right?
It's no one of the sources is Arabic actually, but I've got the English version for one of it. So I've got one source with Arabic, pure Arabic, and it's the English. But this source is the Tariq al-Sudan. So I've got the
That's
Tariq
what I was just
al-Sudan.
about to ask you. Was it
Tariq
Tariq
al-Sudan.
al-Sudan?
The Tariq al-Sudan said that they were white originally.
It varies though, because in the Tariq al-Sudan, because the Zar dynasty, that's a dynasty within the ancient Ghana Empire, and the author, he's even saying, yo, only the people that are related to them can tell you Wagwan. You like, we don't know. If you need me to read from it, I don't mind. That's not even a primary. That's not even near my primary, but we can read from the Tariq al-Sudan if we want.
Yes, Aki, but what I'm stating to you, Aki, if it's used from the Arabic source, that's the primary. That can end
What,
the
the
conversation.
Quran? I can use Quran as well, but that's going into religious now. And you know,
No, I'm not
Garfield, he
speaking.
don't believe.
I'm not speaking about anything in regards to Arabia Fusa. I'm
Okay.
speaking about historically, Aki, is what I'm asking you.
Okay. No, except for the Tariq al-Sudan, I've got books, religious books, but I've got Arabic, but I've got other books in Timbuktu, but they're translated in English.
But a lot of those stories would also be perceived as hadiths, correct?
In our context, basically, in African context.
No.
Yeah. Technically, you might as well say they're like our hadiths to us. They're narrations, innit? Hadith means narration, innit? So
The oldest writing for these people from Soninke or the Ghana origins, Ouagadougou, is from Arab sources. Tariq
Yes.
Arab. How much?
Muhammad Tati from the Tariq al-Fatash, the Tariq al-Sudan. That's where it comes from. And you have different.
Garfield,
What? So what, brother? I don't know what. I don't know if you know what.
People.
Hold on a second.
You have to be
Your
careful.
people who you claim is your people, right? Yes. They don't come from the Soninke area. They come from modern day Ghana. You're confusing both. So now you're running around saying you Akan, but you also are mixing it up with the original Ouagadougou area, which is a totally different region. So when you talk about Ghana, which is the word that they use as Ouagadougou, you're talking about a different. You're not talking about the same area. When you're talking about you Akan, you're talking about modern day Ghana. You're not.
So should we do this slowly, Garfield? Should we do this slowly? Because I'm about to educate.
So I don't. For the audience out there, I don't want them to confuse both. Right. What I will say is this. Right. When you look at the origins stories of the Ghana origins, they are found in Mahmoud Kati, the Tariq al-Fatash, and you find it in the Tariq al-Sudan.
You're lying. I'm sorry.
Okay, watch this.
The Tariq al-Fatash, yo.
Hold on. What is the earliest? Hold on. What is the earliest writing about Ouagadou's origin? Where is it found?
Bro, this is why I said, what is Della Fosse reading from? Let's establish that they're intermingled, then we can go into it. This is where I want to go. I'm not running. I'm definitely not running here. You're asking good questions. This is where I want to go. But it's like you've still not answered me. So I need that answer. I do need that answer.
Delafosse, go ahead. What is Delafosse? You're killing yourself, and I'm gonna show you why. What is Delafosse source?
Bro, there's many sources he read from. There's more than one, by the way, but I've got one of them. Yeah. So I'm trying to find out do you agree that they intermingled and became a one people?
The idea. Well, let me just read this for everybody. And this is the basic. You know what? Go ahead and talk. Let me go use the bathroom and come right back. Go ahead and talk. Go ahead.
No, there's nothing really to talk about. I'm waiting for you, man. I'm not even gonna sway from this, man. You know, us Ashantis, we're fiery people. We're humble, but we like the fight. You know, the British, they had a hard time with us, so it's in the blood, man. Even Nanny them and them not know, innit? But this library is looking good, you know.
Hey man, I see that you
spent a lot
mentioned.
of money on this, man. Spent a lot of money on this, man. You know, it's for the kids, man. I don't know when I'm gonna die. What? It's for the kids.
Bro, what are you talking about? Anyways, man, I see that you mentioned North African Jews. Are you trying to say Ashantis come from North African Jews?
We say?
Are you trying to say that Ashantis come from North African Jews?
North Africans. Yeah, North African Jews, definitely, man. It's documented. It's not documented North African Jews, but it's documented North Africans, innit?
You do know there's like 50 plus like illustrations that are like primary sources of when those Jews were in North Africa and they drew how these Jews look, right?
Boy, man, right now I just want to focus on my people and their narrative, innit? If you can debunk that, innit? Like whatever I'm reading, I just want to stay into this book. I don't want to sway the convo, you know what I mean? My brain's like, no. I'm not trying to operate like that today.
I mean, North African Jews weren't even black.
Yeah, okay.
All right. Everybody stop. Now listen, what I'm gonna do is this, right? Let's do this. Ghana Empire. The earliest discussions of Ghana's origin.
What book you reading from?
The earliest, I'm not reading from a book, I'm just reading an article.
What article?
The earliest discussions, my show, relax. The earliest discussions of Ghana's origins are found in the Sudanese chronicles of Mahmud Kati, the Tariq al-Fatash, and Abdul al-Rahman al-Sadi, the Tariq al-Sudan. Addressing the rulers. This is from Haudas and Delafas, 1913, page 76. Addressing the rulers' origin, the Tariq al-Fatash offers three different theories: that they were Soninke or Wangara, a Soninke Mandi group, which the author considered improbable, or that they were Sanhaja Berbers, which the author considered most likely.
And he's wrong.
And he's wrong. Let me finish, y'all. Come on, man. Come on. We're not going to do it. The author concludes that the nearest to the truth is that they were not black. Now, Delafas, who he's using, is, you see, I can't find the article where Delafas was being debunked. You see, once he said Delafas, his work is considered racist. So I'm trying to figure out why a black man who's trying to push that he's an Israelite is using a racist white man. But we're going to get to that shortly.
It's a good question.
Hold on, relax. So listen, they said the author concludes that the nearest to the truth is that they were not black. So ladies and gentlemen, they were not black. Haudas and Delafas, 1913, page 78. This interpretation derived from his opinion that the rulers' genealogies linked them to the Berbers. The Tariq al-Sudan further states that in origin, they were white, though we do not know to whom they trace their origin.
Hey, Garfield, they could have been pink. It don't matter.
One more time, trust me, I'm gonna kick you off the show.
People with the
Bro, stop interrupting me, yo. Stop it. Because what I realize is you don't know what you're talking about.
Garfield, did they intermingle and become a people? Yes or no? I don't care if they were blue.
Yo, what are you doing? I'm reading what the sources say. The Tariq al-Sudan, the brother Law says.
That's not the source where he read from. Wallahi Yadeen on the Holy Quran. That's not just the source.
Yo, stay in the back until I'm done. Then you could talk. You ain't got no discipline. Listen.
He's just cutting it.
There's a brother by the name of Sean from Massey Warrior Clan. He had sent me some stuff on Delafas years ago. Because listen to what he's saying. He's saying that they are not black. Why is he using a modern day context of race to describe what these Soninke people were? So they weren't black, but he said they were white. Why am I listening to a guy that's saying that the Soninke were white? Now look at this now. This Tariq, the Tariq al-Sudan further states that in origin they were white, though we do not know to whom they trace their origin. Their objects, however, were Wakori, which is Soninki, chronicles by al-Idrisi in the 11th century and Ibn Said in the 13th, noted that rulers of Ghana traced their descent from the clan of Muhammad, either through his protector Abi Talib or through his son-in-law Ali. All right, the source for that is al-Idrisi in Levinson and Hopkins in the corpus, right? That's in the corpus, page 109 and page 186. Now watch this now. French colonial officials, notably Maurice Delafosse, concluded that Ghana had been founded by the Berbers and linked them to North African and Middle Eastern origins. Delafosse produced a convoluted theory of an invasion by Judeo-Syrians, which he linked to the Fulbe, who actually co-founded Takror. So this is what Delafosse is teaching. They are not indigenous. These people are weirdos, and this is where they come from. Now look at this now. This idea of a foreign origin of Ouagadougou is generally disregarded by modern scholars. Let me say that again. This idea of a foreign origin for Ouagadougou is generally disregarded by modern scholars. Levinson and Spalding, for example, argue that al-Idrisi's testimony should be looked at skeptically due to serious miscalculations in geography and historical chronology. The archaeologist and historian Raymond Money argues that Al-Khati's and Al-Saidi's theory were based on the presence, after Ghana's demise, of nomadic Berbers originally from Libya, and the assumption that they were the ruling caste in an earlier age. Earlier accounts such as Yaqubi in 872, Al-Masudi, Ibn Akal, Al-Biruni, and Al-Baka all describe the population and rulers of Ghana as Negroes. Delafosse's work, meanwhile, has been harshly criticized by scholars such as Charles Montiel, Robert Carnavin, and others for being unacceptable and too creative to be useful to historians. So Delafosse, who he's using, this is what scholars are saying, because they push the foreign origin. Black people can't be great. So this nigger want to come on my panel and push racist information just to try to connect to Israel. This is fucking unacceptable, particularly in relation to his interpretation of West African genealogies. This is not Garfield saying it, it's tons of scholars saying it. Montel Charles, Jules Vidal, the African Studies Association in History from University of Michigan, Robert Carnavin on the history of West Africa. Modern archaeology and a local origin. He thought, but the people say, the people are repeating nonsense. Beginning in the mid-20th century, as more archaeological data became available, scholars began to favor a purely local origin for Ghana. These works bring together archaeology, descriptive geographical sources written between 830 and 1400 AD, the Tariqs from the 16th and 17th, and the oral traditions. In 1969, Patrick Munson excavated Dar Tichet. You always hear my brother Robon talk about Dar Tichet, which clearly reflected a complex culture that was present by 1600 BC and had architectural and material culture elements similar to those found at Kombi Saleh in the 1920s. The earliest proto-polity ancestral to Ghana likely arose from a large collection of ancient proto-Mande agro-pastoralist chiefdoms that were spread over the westernmost portion of the Niger River basin for over a millennium, roughly spanning 1300 BC to 300 BC. I'm not gonna read anymore, but I'm just gonna say this. The people are saying, once you pull out Dela Luz or Defa Luz or whatever, that was the end of it. But anyway, anybody else want to respond before I bring this crazy man back on my stage?
I was just surprised that he even said it, Garfield, to be honest with you. That's why I asked him again. I asked him the same question twice. Are you sure that's what you want to bring?
Let's deal with the primary. You say you have the primary. What year was this primary written?
So Garfield,
What year was the primary? What year was the primary?
De La Fosse, did De La Fosse say
What
they
year was
intermingled?
the first question is what year
Bro,
was the
you just
primary?
Garfield, man. It's like, bro, I proper don't mind.
You
bro.
said every other source is garbage. So when was
Garfield,
your
I'm not.
primary?
He's not my primary.
When?
He's not my
All
primary.
right.
You're
Who is your
you're
primary?
painting an
Who's
image of me. That's not
who's your
correct.
primary? Who's your
One sec.
primary? Papi, I'm live. Okay, I'm live. All right, I'll call you back. All right.
Garfield,
go ahead.
I proper don't mind if taking this L from me. If you don't want to move on, I don't mind.
Who is the primary?
Who is your primary source? It's a simple question.
Garfield.
It's a simple question. Who is the primary
He's
source?
reading from Timbuktu sources.
Who is the
reading
primary?
from Timbuktu
Who
sources.
is the primary source?
You know, like that, like. I don't mind whatever, innit? If you want to kick me off,
Who
like, it's like
is
you're
the
not
primary source?
5 minutes.
Bro,
Like, yeah,
who
man,
is
it's
the
like,
primary?
oh,
This is simple.
Garfield,
This is
I'm
simple.
asking you, do you agree that
I'm
they
asking
intermingle?
you,
Why are
who
you
is
running? I said, that's why I didn't want to come up. Because I knew this was going to happen. It's not going to be a smooth. Alright, cool. You know, I've had a dialogue with Vocab Malone, you know. And it was smooth. It was nothing like this.
brother.
Nobody gives a
He
fuck
talks
who
wicked
you
about
talk
my
to. You
people
on
every
here
day.
right now.
Nobody's
I don't
brother.
face
He
a
just
very
asked.
personal
You see, now hold your foot to
conversation
the
with
fire. You can't hold it. Now I ask you.
I can hold the fire. You can't. You're running.
I'm not kicking you
You're
off
running.
because you don't know what
told
you're
you-
talking about.
I told you
First you're
before
on a
we move to
con,
the next
so you're
sources,
tracing
I
you're
need to
tracing to
establish
Wagadu.
that
You're
I
mixing
need
up Wagadu and a
I'm not
con,
pulling.
and now you're trying.
I'm not pulling
Now
up.
that I
Listen,
checked
you
you
can
on
kick
it,
me off.
you don't
I'm
have
not
an
pulling
answer.
up
I'm
that
not
source
kicking.
until we
I
establish.
promise you, I'm not kicking you off.
I'm not pulling up that. You ain't got the
I
source.
promise you.
Wallahi,
Bro,
Yadin, you ain't.
Bro,
Wallahi, Yadin, you ain't. I know you haven't. Because look at what you're saying. You're bringing up Tariq Al
I'm
Sudan,
asking you
Alpha
a simple
Tash.
question.
You're bringing up silly. You're bringing
What
up.
is
Like,
your
come on, my
primary
guy, man.
source?
Bro, listen. It's either you answer my question first, because I'm not answering a question with a question. I asked you the question first. Before we move to that primary, can we establish that intermingling went on? Yes or no? If no, we're not moving on to it. Simple. You can kick me off.
I'm not kicking you off, bro. I'm asking you a question. You
Okay,
see,
go on.
I'm not acquiescing to no faulty premise that you have, because I've done it too many times in this conversation.
Okay, cool. It's not my
you
premise.
Said that you said Delafos. Who is Delafos getting the information from? So why is it every scholar, 99% of the scholars are kicking him off? Don't know this guy, but you want to say that you have the right information. This is simple. This is
from somewhere. He never made up this narrative. He read from somewhere.
Okay, I'm asking you.
I've
What
got
is
it.
My brother, what is the primary? Where did he get it from?
Thank you. Listen, did Delafos said intermingling went on? Is that correct? Yes or no? Did they become one people?
My
yes
brother,
or no?
you said you have the right primary source. It's not the Arabic sources. What is the primary source?
And it's not Arabic. It's Ajami.
My brother. What is the source? What is the source? Are you going to hide the source? Or are you going to tell us the source?
By the way, I meant
because
Ajami.
This hide and seek scholarship. What are you gatekeeping? I'm like, you ain't got shit.
Sometimes it has to be like that, man. I don't know, man.
More. What's up, more? Because you ain't saying nothing, bro. You are not saying nothing.
I'm trying
All
to
you're
say
doing is arguing if there was intermingling.
Bro,
I've never seen a nigga trying to intermingle so much.
You're not trying to. We're not. It's like you're running around in circles.
Just agree for the sake of argument, because I'm dying to hear where this goes.
Thank you.
Just say the story. Just tell your story, brother. We waiting.
Garfield, do you agree? Yes or no? That they became a people? Yes or no?
Real quick, bro, man. Who are you saying intermingle? Just so we're clear.
The sources say that the Jews, Berberized Jews, intermingled with the Soninke and became one people, according to Delafos. Does Garfield agree with the writings that's been said?
No,
I don't even care.
I don't agree with Delafos. No.
Oh, you don't agree with him?
No.
Alright, cool. Let me give you another source that's correlating.
What's the primary
source? So real quick, Garfield's not going to agree with any of them. He's gonna talk about Jews coming into West Africa.
Oh no, the other source is technically in agreement with my man. It's
no. You're good. You're good. You're good.
But you do know those. That's only here, but that's only hearsay. Those aren't primary sources. I don't think you know what a primary.
This one's not hearsay. This one's not hearsay. This one is that 10th century one I was talking about, and that's still not my primary. And I'm willing to dish that out. I even put that on my YouTube channel. I'm willing to dish that out.
Aka and Java. This is so ridiculous at this point. It's like having a conversation with a 2-year-old. I'm gonna ask you one more time. What is your primary source?
Bruh, Garfield, do you agree with De La Fosse's premise?
He don't already.
I said I don't.
Okay, cool.
Real
So then
quick,
I'm gonna bring out another source
you've
for you
given him no reason to agree.
Right. This is
fine,
so now
fine,
it's
but
your
we're not
primary. He
emphasizing
answered
on
your
De La
question,
Fosse.
so
The
now we're
topic's
waiting on
not
your
about
primary.
him. The topic is not about De La Fosse, so leave him. You don't agree with him, fine. Put him to the side. Let's go to the next one.
Got it. You got it.
Right.
Yeah?
So now we're waiting for your
Is that
primary.
okay?
Yeah. Yes. No.
Now forget about De La Fosse. You don't agree with him, so let's put him to the side. Forget him. He's
Come
not
on, him
You
not
don't
got
have a
duff
primary.
Me and duff. Wow, man. Wow, man.
What are you talking about, Aki?
Oh man, yo, this is sad, yo. This is sad. This is sad.
So you put this guy to the side. Let's go to the next. Let's go to the next source then. Since you put.
Should we go to the next source? Is it okay to move on?
Aki.
Go on, hey.
Aki, can you just answer the simple question? What is the
He didn't.
source?
Why, no. Tell him to answer my question first. And he said, yeah, he said no. Then I said, I'm going to bring another source. So he did. Sorry,
He answered your question, Aki. He answered you.
Yeah, we're going to the next one.
The Quran says, "Bring your proofs if you are truthful."
Bro, forget about De La Fosse. Forget him. We're going to the next
I didn't say his name. I said the
If he answered
Quran
your
says,
question,
"Bring
why would you
your
go to the
truth
next source?
if you are proof."
Let me bring it now. Everybody humble, man. I'm bringing the next one. This one's spicy. Enough. I don't need to bring De La Fosse's one.
Yamkallah, Aki, shukran, Aki. Thank you.
Playing games.
Yamkallah, kufmaza. Yamkallah.
If you speak it, please edify though, brother. We don't understand it.
Man. Oh man. Hold on. Wait. My thing's moving slow. Hold on. It's on my phone still, this one.
Just trying to get past the point of just being petty labelle about everything.
Hold on.
Just give the information. We don't need to be petty labelle with each other.
And your source is going to prove what the Berbers and Jews are in West Africa. Jews in West Africa.
Yeah. Just everybody forget about De La Fosse, though. Please, just forget about him because I'm gonna cry for that. Just forget about him. Yeah, just forget about him.
You should forget. Aki, you should forget about him too, Ak.
Yeah. Our next one is just moving slow. The Google Drive's moving mad slow.
If you can't show migration, then you're going to be lost.
It's everything what everybody's demanded. Even Garfield saying that they're white. Oh my God, let me read this source.
But bro, they're going to be hearsay sources, brother. Though we already know that you should know that we've been through this enough to know that.
Hold on, Jay. Let's correct something he just said. Even Garfield readers said they were white. There are sources that say that they're white. I'm just reading that's where De La Fosse is going, are pointing in that direction. He's saying that they're not black people. So let me finish talking, brother. Because now you have not.
Go on. I'm listening.
Since you've been on the show, you have not said anything that makes any sense. You sound crazy. The point I'm trying to make is the point I'm trying to make.
Like, my thing is moving.
Garfield, let him finish saying himself, because every time you interrupt, he keeps not bringing something
I think
up.
I might have to come. Hold on. Do I need to come off because it's moving slow on me? I don't know why, bro. Can't refresh. What's going on? Have I been hijacked here? Hold on, wait.
The source that I remember reading said that they came white and left black.
So cool. I'm just gonna go and read it off.
What are you talking about, Jay?
There was a source that said that when the Jews came, they came white.
That's fake. That's fake.
Okay.
Matter of fact, let me show it to you so you just don't take my word for it.
Yeah.
Go ahead. We're waiting for this guy. So
Garfield, I'm gonna have to come off quickly and come back. It's taking long to load up.
Now, whenever you're ready, bro, you could interrupt me. Now you can interrupt me. Now you can't interrupt.
Now I'll be back in it. Yeah.
Just make sure you come back, Aki.
Yeah. Come on, man. We never run, man. We never run.
Yeah, I don't know.
See you when you get back, bro.
Seems like we got a problem, Houston.
I'm telling you, thank you, More. More kind of humbled me a little bit and to
Yeah,
calm down.
that
Let
was
him just
yeah.
speak.
We got to make this a public service announcement. I need to see where he goes on this one because this need to get nipped in the bud because A, he's not answering none of your questions, and B, none of what he said
Here we go.
has anything to do with
Yeah, this is exactly what I was talking about, Garfield. They came white and left black. Yeah.
Yeah, the code is found nowhere in the article. BK Apologists actually sent me the primary in my email. So if you wanted an email, just email me at Ask Brother Garfield and I'll send it to you. It's not nowhere in the article. It's made up. It's one of them things that Israelites made up or something.
Oh, it's a meme?
Yeah, it's a meme, yeah.
Oh man.
Yeah.
And this is why I was asking him from the beginning, Orthodox More, from the beginning. First and foremost, salam, brother.
Wa alaikum salam.
The thing that was bothersome more so is this: when I asked him, "Are you going to use Arabia Fusa, or are you going to just use Arabic context of historical standpoints?" And he couldn't give me a direct answer. It's simple. Garfield, you asked Garfield a question, he answered you. Then go further in that to wanting to compound by being petty label about simple things. It's not necessary. Bring your source up, we move forward. It's simple. But you just can't keep presenting Islamic sources. And then on top of that, you're not showing anything to the masses of people that's watching the channel as a whole. You're just regurgitating some information that you're pulling from an article, but we can't see it. For people that study and well studied, they want to see it. Show it.
Yeah, a lot of hearsay.
Yeah, a lot of hearsay, but now you're pulling up time articles that are fake. This is embarrassing. Then you keep saying Wallahi Adeen, like stuff for the law. You shouldn't do that. Truth is always going to prevail as a multiple Adeen. Right now, what you're doing is shirk and bitter.
All right, let me thank you, brother. Let me bring up something else since we're waiting on this guy. I don't know when he's gonna come back, but let me find this. Oh, this is what I wanted to actually bring on the screen about the trade routes, so people know that there was trade at the time. But this is from I like this article from the encyclopedia.com. It talks about the trans-Saharan caravan trade. The origins, as Adu Bowen has explained, the trans-Saharan caravan trade began to take place on a regular basis during the 4th century as an expanded version of the pre-existing intra. My brother is back. Is that him? Ah, he's back. Thank you, Lord. Thank you. Thank you, Lord in heaven. Thank you, Jesus.
Oh, wait. Told you, never
Let me read this a little bit for as an expanded version of the pre-existing interregional trade among peoples of the forest, Savannah, Sahel, and Sahara. While Ghana was an integral part of the early trans-Saharan trade, neither it nor any other Western Sudan state was built by or specifically for the trans-Saharan trade. Fundamentally important to the success of the Empire of Ghana between the 8th and 12th centuries. So you're talking from the 700s to the 13th century, to the 1200s, to the 1100s. This trading system reached its peak during the 14th to 16th centuries, during the heydays of the Mali and the Songhai empires. There were even 7 primary north-south routes, 6 principal forest routes, and 2 west-east routes during the 500 to 1590 period. Routes rose and declined in importance depending on the empire and power and the amount of security it could maintain for traders and trade routes. To obtain gold from the Bambuk gold fields, particularly during the ascendancy of Ghana and the competing state of Takror, traders from Fez and Marrakesh in Morocco traveled what is sometimes called the Otagos Trail through Sigil Massa and Wadan to Azuki or Otagos, and from there to Kombisala in Ghana or to Takror for gold for the Bure fields, especially when the Empire of Mali was at its height. Merchants traveled from Fez through Sigil Massa, Toat and Tichit Walata to Timbuktu and Dejen. Another route to go from the Bure fields led from Algiers through Wargla. Everybody mute up, please. In Salah and Arawan to Timbuktu for gold from the Lobipora fields. Traders left Karan in Tunisia, traveled through Wargla in Salah. But the bottom line is people was always going around and for the trans-Saharan trade from different routes for whatever, whether it was salt, whether it was gold, whether it was for slaves. The trade commodities were what? Salt, gold, and slaves were the essential commodities through the 500 to 1590 period. Cloth also became an important trade good. A viable cloth production industry began around the 11th century in Dagen, Takror, Timbuktu, and Gao, and lasted well into the 18th century. By the 13th century, Timbuktu was reported to have more than 26 tailor shops with approximately 100 apprentices in training at each one. The first cloth was made for local and intra-regional consumption only, but production gradually became large enough and skilled enough to create textiles for regular export. All right. Are you ready, my brother? Are you ready?
Yeah.
Hold on, let me read this part real quickly. African Jews. From the 12th century onward, significant numbers of Jews residing in Morocco helped to finance and expand the trans-Saharan trade. They migrated from southern Morocco, especially Wadi Dara, into the Sahel. By the 15th century, Jews made up roughly half the population of Sijil Massa in southeastern Morocco, the central city for the trans-Saharan trade going to Ghana and the rest of the Western Sudan. Becoming well known as merchants, financiers, goldsmiths, and silversmiths, they invested in long-distance trade along the principal routes from Sijil Massa to Walata through Tagaza. In addition to organizing caravans, they operated sections of the continuous traders, marketing Sijil Massa, and they exported goods to Europe, Egypt, and other areas. Jewish goldsmiths and silversmiths also resided in Walata, August, and the oral traditions of Mauritania credit them with introducing goldsmithing in the Sahel and Savannah. Gold from the Sahel was regularly exported north in twisted threads and coils that were fashioned by Jewish goldsmith or smith that they had taught. All right, go ahead, my brother.
Yes, cool. So the source I'm gonna read from, is it possible if you put it on the screen and check its credentials? So when I read it, at least we know. Even if you don't agree with the
Are you sharing your screen? What are you doing?
No, I'm gonna read from the source, innit? I'm using another phone because on my phone it's taking long to load up, so I've had to go in another phone. So is it possible if you could Google the source I'm about to read from, so we check its credentials? So even if you say pseudo or whatever, I'll read from it still, but want to know, yeah, we're on the same page. It's called the 11th Templar.
It's called the what?
The 11th Templar. Hold on, let me make sure I got this page here before I go off it. Okay, cool. The 11th Templar by hold on, Yves Kamami.
How you spell it?
YVES space KAMAMI. The 11th Templar.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, so while going there, what are you saying for the source? Is it pseudo? Is it what's the garbage?
I've never read the book. I've never read the books. I don't know if it's pseudo or not.
So you've never read it before, no?
No.
So you don't know what's going on right now, yeah? Safe to say.
But you're gonna let us know. But listen, can you give us the bibliography?
I'm going about to read. Let's go.
No. We don't need to go to all of that. We good.
Pardon, brother. What did you say, brother?
Go ahead, my brother. Go ahead and read it.
Okay, so I'm reading from chapter. Sorry for this. XIX. I don't know what number that is, man. Sorry, my bad, innit? Jews in the land of Islam, autumn and winter of 1099. And there's a quote here: a man comes into the world in tears and leaves it in tears. Talmud Midrash Rabbah. Anyway, so cool. Let's go to the page where I want to read from. Cool. Today's situation.
Can you share a screen?
Page. I'm gonna share it on the screen. What page are you reading from?
Yeah, you got the source. Yes, let's go. I'm reading from 140.
140. All right.
A little nugget for you, a little treatment. You know what I mean? Sir, you lot, it's that British in me, sir.
Yeah, Garfield, if you have the source, do you mind if I volunteer to read for the brother?
Hold on a second. Let me try and hold on. The thing is,
what Orthodox? What's going on? Why do you want to read? Why you want to get involved? What's going on? Why you got this?
hold on 1 second, my brother. Hold on 1 second. Hold on.
I ain't got smoke for you. What, you got smoke for me?
No, I'm just trying to help you out, fam.
No, I don't need your help. I'm good.
All right, hold on. Let me go on the page and make this the people see what's going on here. All right, so we're in chapter 19, right? Jews in the land of Islam, right? Yeah. And then how many? Which part are you reading from?
I'm reading from where it says today situated. Hey, Orthodox, have you got this source? That's what I want to know. If you got this source,
no, I don't. I'm offering to read for you so that people can actually hear what's on the page.
I have no clue. I'm baffled right now. Let's go, Garfield. Today situated on the frontier with the land.
Is it at the beginning of the chapter or where in the chapter?
No. You keep rolling down. Keep scrolling down. It's on page 140.
Well, this don't tell me the page numbers. So
on my thing.
Yeah, give him a phrase real quick that you're reading from, so he can just search it out real quick to find it.
Go to chapter XIX.
I'm in chapter XIX right there. See, Jews in the land of Islam.
Wait, 1. Hold on. 2, 3, 4. So go 4 pages down.
In Tunisia, where Arabs were living long before.
Yeah. But you see what it says today.
Okay.
Today's put on the screen so everyone can see.
Today is situated on the front right here. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. It's on, the screen's blank.
You can read it. Today situated on the frontier with the land of Cush, where men have.
You got it. Let him read. You don't want nobody to read for him. Let him read.
Yeah, I don't mind even if let me read. I don't mind if anyone reads. That even sounds even better if someone actually reads. Whoever disagrees, it actually even sounds better. Go on, whoever disagrees, read, innit? Or do you want me to read?
Today situated on the frontier with the
No, let him read. Let him read.
No, let him read.
More offered, and you refuse to let more read.
I'll read. Today situated in the frontier with the land of Cush, where men have skin as black as ebony, is the last Jewish kingdom in the Berber desert. Our sovereign Hajjaj ben Tamim, who is a descendant of King David, reigns over the whole of the Sahara. Conjecture. Far from the Mediterranean coast, with more than 20 kings under his authority, all of whom from the Sudan to Mali and Senegal pay him tribute. According to the legend of Ouagadougou, what is that? What are these people reading from? But anyway, according to the legend of Ouagadougou, the Black Jewish Empire of Ghana was created by Syrian Jews fleeing persecution in the 2nd century in the southern Sahara between the rivers Senegal and Niger. They founded a Judeo-Black state called what? Soninke, which still today remains very prosperous thanks to its large reservoirs of gold. The capital, Kumbe, was divided into districts, one inhabited by the king and his court, and the other by Jewish and Arab Berber merchants. Now, you see where it says Jewish, you need to be careful because there's other people around, because he had links with that Hajjaj king or whatever, that other Jewish Berber guy who I think that's the people Garfield is kind of talking about, I think, but I don't know, I could be wrong. Until not long ago, the king of Ghana, known as what? Tunka or Kaya Magan. Do you agree with that?
Okay, let me ask you this. I'm not going to ask you a question. When was this book written?
I think this book was written in the 1900s or probably 2000 or something. I don't know. I think 2000 or 1990 something.
Okay, what is the source for this? Why this book? What is
he's using the guy. He's basically bundled a lot of Jewish medieval work in it, and this was one of them.
Okay, so what is the point?
This is also a hadith story as well.
Yes, it is. I just did a review on it. So
what do you mean a hadith? I don't get it. What's this language you lot are using?
We're speaking the same language that you just read in, brother. English, Aki.
No, but
What I'm saying to you, Aki,
Garfield
is
don't understand Hadith. He's not Muslim, so why is he agreeing with you? Like, yeah, it is. Like, what does he mean by that?
because what he read was in English.
Oh, it's not a loaded one, no?
No, brother. What he read was in English. He read it on his computer.
Yeah. Okay.
Calm down, Aki.
I know you got me.
Now, hold on a second. Let's look at this. We gotta let's not joke or do that. Let's look at the source, because I think what the problem is using a source and what's the purpose of using a source. So let's look at this right here. It says, today, situated on the frontier with the land of Cush, where men have skin as black as ebony, is the last Jewish kingdom in the Berber desert. Our sovereign Hajjaj ben Tamim, who is a descendant of King David, reigns over the whole of the Sahara. Now, this guy Hajjaj ben Tamim, is he a guy that's real in history, or is he a fake guy? Is he somebody?
I don't know, man.
Let's
you know what? According to Jewish sources, they actually say he existed. According to the
All right, let's look him up for a second.
Go onto their Jewish website.
How you spell his name?
My screen is proper freezing. I can't even maneuver on the phone now. What?
Anybody else want to
do me a
chime
favor
in?
and drop this in the private chat for me.
Say that again, my brother.
Do me a favor and drop this in the private chat for me.
All right, cool. I got you.
I can't even go into the private chat. My screen's less. Yeah, I'm even shocked people can hear me. Just it's frozen now. I have to use my other phone, see what it's saying. What's good, people? Hold on. Is it Logo Squad?
Anybody else want to chime in at the point? Because I'm gonna go through the whole thing step by step.
Yeah, Nancy, come up, man. Come up, man.
So why should we take this story serious and not the one where they said that they're white? Why we shouldn't take that story serious?
Well, it's up to you. That's why I said it's how you take it. I'm taking this one serious because I can make it make sense.
But why? But why would you take this story serious though?
Because it's got other sources to correlate with the narrative.
Can I ask the brother a question?
Now I kind of get what you man mean by hadith. Yeah, man, there's nothing wrong with a hadith.
The hadith, right?
It's a hadith.
So like, are you familiar with Master Musa?
Yeah. Go on. What about him?
Okay. Was he a Jew?
No. He weren't part of the ancient Ghana Empire still.
This empire.
We're talking about Mali's kingdom, which is descending from the Wagadu kingdom. Actually.
No, they're not, mate.
Exactly.
No, they're not, mate.
Kingdom.
The Malinke are not from Wagadu, mate. Thank you. Please.
Let's be clear. There's the Empire of Ghana, and then there's a Ghana, right? There's a distinction between the two, correct?
Yeah, the modern day Ghana, obviously, the government of Ghana, the Big Six, they Dr. JB Dankwa, he coined the name Ghana based on our history. It wasn't Kwame and Nkrumah that I'll hear a lot of people talk about. You lot do your research. The Big Six in it. Amongst the Big Six is Kwame Nkrumah and a couple people, and JB Dankwa is amongst them. He coined the name Ghana. I've got his book on why and the reasons, and I've got other sources to correlate with. He had to argue it, by the way, so it wasn't a thing that they thought, oh yeah, let's call ourselves Ghana. They had Western Europeans doing what Garfield's doing. Debating against the narrative.
Hold on one second. So I'm looking up this guy, right? Hajjaj ben Tamim. You said you found him, right?
He's in the Jewish sources. The Jewish people talk about him. He's in like they rarely talk about him, but they mention him. Them Ashkenazi people, it's on their website and that as well. So they've got another name for him. So that's in what's his name? Oh, Eldad the Danite. He talks about him as well. Okay.
Eldad the Danite talks about who?
This king, Hajjaj, whatever he's called. He talks about him
in his work.
Yeah, but he calls him he calls him a son of Ohel or something like that.
All right. I don't know if this guy exists or not, because and by the way, this is a very weird time period, right? Because This is a novel. This is based off what I read about the book. I've never read the book, but based off the reviews that I just looked at real quickly, it's a novel. This is probably why my brother-in-law said, like the hadith, you don't take these things serious 100%. Now, the issue here is you just made a claim that Eldad the Danite mentioned this guy, right?
The king, yeah.
Can you bring a source so we could bring him up on the screen so that people could learn about this guy? Because I don't think he's a real guy.
Hold on.
I don't think he's a real guy.
Hold on, wait. Because in the Jewish source, some Jewish sources, they mix up his name. Hold on. Imagine that straight on the page.
All right,
And
because
they
we know you see what happened is he would be under the list of the Resh Golatas, who is the descendants of King David, based off of what the Babylonian Jewish community would claim for the whole diaspora. So if
it varies though what you're saying. You know that, right?
Hold on.
That's southern Judea.
Hold on one second. Listen to what I'm saying. With the Resh Golata, right? Who is the person who is in charge of the Jewish diaspora?
Rosh Gola.
Resh Golata.
Rosh Gola, I know what you're talking about. Go on.
He would be considered the Resh Golata because he's a descendant of King David. He reigns over the whole Sahara.
Oh, you're right about that. Yeah, you're right about that.
Let me ask you a question though. When you read something that says he's a descendant of King David, reigns over the whole of Sahara, far from the Mediterranean coast, with more than 20 kings under his authority, all of whom from the Sudan to Mali and Senegal pay him tribute. Why would you believe that?
I don't believe that.
So
I don't believe that.
Saying, why would you? No. Hold on. Don't sit up. Mute up a second.
Oh my goodness, man.
Mute up. Hold on a second.
I don't remember. I told you I've got a primary, and that's my people's. I'm not going there. We're not going there. We need to establish every bit by bit.
So can we, Garfield, respectfully, Garfield, can we just stop? So we sat here for the last 25 minutes and half an hour discussing this, and this is something that you don't believe in, Aki?
Okay.
Are you serious?
I do believe in, but not all of it. It's like, do you believe in the Injil? Do you believe in the Torah, everything? No.
All right, let me say this. Hold on. Everybody mute up. Let me just go through it again.
Wow.
Sometimes when we read things, we got to know how to evaluate things, right? If they are saying, remember, a lot of oral traditions change over time. Like the Yoruba claim they come from Mecca. They come from Medina. They come from Arabia. They have relatives to Prophet Muhammad.
No, that's cap, man. I can trace all of that.
Bro, why are you interrupting while I'm talking, man?
Oh, sir, teacher.
You ain't got no discipline, man. And then what you do is you bring all these sources, and these sources are very real. I've never read this before. And I'm not going to say nothing. I just think it's like the brother says, like a hadith. It's like a novel where you don't. Oh, man. Bro, when you read your source, didn't I shut up and let you read your source, bro? Why you can't let other people, like you want us to agree with the source?
Papa. Listen.
What's the purpose of bringing the source? Then say, oh, I don't believe that part. What's the purpose of bringing the source?
You asked for Eldad the Danite, innit? That's what I want to read from.
I am saying, right, by reading, I just read one part. So there's a Jewish king that's related to King David. And I'm saying, okay, when you talk about related to King David, you're talking about like the Resh Golata, because there's a tradition of that person being in charge of the whole Jewish diaspora. Is he on the list? All right. Now, next thing it says, according to the legend of Ouagadougou, the Black Jewish Empire of Ghana was created by Syrian Jews fleeing persecution in the 2nd century in the Southern Sahara. Now, there are traditions that claim that they come from Jews. I don't dispute that. But saying that they're not from the indigenous people, modern day academia has thrown most of that stuff out. But in the Southern Sahara, between the rivers Senegal and Niger, they founded a Judeo black state called Sunuki, which still today remains very prosperous thanks to its large reserves of gold. The capital, Kumbi, was divided into 2 districts, one inhabited by the king and his court, and the other by Jewish and Arab merchants. Until not long ago, the king of Ghana, known as the Tonka or Kaya Manga. Let me scroll down a little bit. Let me read the rest of this stuff right here. He had a very powerful army of 200,000 warriors. He's covered in jewels and wears a golden crown, and his guards have gold sabers, gold, and plated ear decorated with yellow gold. This natural cheddar was found in the form of powder or nuggets The Ganga and the Bamboo. We Jews in the kingdom
Bear
of
in mind, Garfield, you see what you're reading, yeah? Some of
we
the
kings in the
Afrocentric
kingdom of
scholars, they
my
describe the
brother, my
kings of
brother,
Ghana.
my brother, my brother, my brother.
I'm just
Relax.
interjecting with you, reading
I don't
along.
want you to interject. Just wait until I'm finished.
No, I need him to interject that one thing. So it
know
says
what I mean?
today, and it says not long ago. What time period is it talking about?
Bro, 1099, innit? That's the date. It's got there, autumn. It's got the date there. I don't know. Boy, I don't really care if it's fake or not. But they're saying something. They're saying something. And it correlates with Eldad the Danite's story. Garfield asked a brilliant question. Who is the king? And this is where what he asked for, I'm trying to get into, but it's swaying into something else now, man.
Now this is now very interesting because it says we Jews in the kingdom of Taut. We know when the Jews in Taut lived there, but we also know when the Almoravids attacked Ghana, though. Is it the right Ghana?
The Almoravids didn't attack Ghana. It was an in-house beef, bro. They had nothing to do with the fall of Ghana, really, in reality. Even there's certain scholars that disagree with the Arabs or whatever being the reason for them falling.
Right,
That's why you get the Mali Empire.
Let me slow down. Let me slow down for a second.
Thank you, man.
All right. Now, you said this king is mentioned in Eldad the Danite.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
All right. So I'll wait for that. I'll wait for that from you.
Thank you. Can I read from it now?
No. Can you get me the Eldad the Danite source?
Oh, I've got it in my hand right now.
Okay. Can you bring it up on the screen?
Oh, no, I've got the book.
What book?
Masterpiece of Hebrew Literature. Selection from 2,000 Years of Jewish Creativity. By edited and with introductions by Kurt Levian or something like that. Kurt Levian.
Masterpiece of Jewish Literature. Is it a book?
Yeah, it's a book.
Is it Jewish American literature or masterpiece of Jewish literature?
Masterpieces of Hebrew literature.
Okay, let me see what page are you on?
I'm on page 151.
Hold on there. Page 151.
Oh, the audience is getting some sources today. Like, I think I might need to chill out, man.
Oh, I can't see page 151.
Hey, true historian, it's good you said that. That's the whole point. And I don't even know if you're correct or not, but what's wrong with that? We need them to talk like that. Don't you know what else they say? Right in letters to the Niger River. Anyway, should I read from the source, Garfield? Let me read from it. And thus they do until their... So this is talking about the... Let me read it. Let's read it. Okay, cool. And cool. Afterwards, Sennacherib, butchering his name, king of Assyria, arose and took the Reubenites and the Gadites, blah, 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 blah. And these tribes, being Dan, Naphtali, Gad, and Asher, dwell in the ancient Havilah, where gold is, and they trusted in their maker. Cool. This land of Havilah, I've not got to the point yet with the king. It's leading towards it. But this land of Havilah, yeah, it's talking. Eldad the Danite is talking to some Jews in I think Carthage or somewhere in North Africa, Tunisia, and he's explaining to them the stories of the Jews in the Sahara. Cool. So he's explaining the migration story, whatever. So now he's saying that these tribes being Dan, Naphtali, Gad, and Asher dwell in the ancient Havilah. Yeah. Where is this place Havilah? It says where gold is. This is in reference to ancient Ghana, because there's another rabbi, and I know Garfield definitely knows what I'm talking about. It's in the same book as well, but I've got our own book for him because the translations vary, because it's actually written in Hebrew. but or Greek or something like that. But the one I've got written in Hebrew. But Rabbi, what's his name? Benjamin Tudela.
Tudela, yeah.
Yeah, Tudela. He narrates that Havilah is the ancient Ghana. He don't mention the Israelites settling there, but he's saying that Havilah is Ghana, isn't it? And then you've got Eldad the Danite saying that Dan, Naphtali, Gad, and Asher dwelled in Ghana and Havilah. Now, I can, if I demonstrate my people.
Eldad the Danite didn't go to Ghana though.
Wait, no. You see where the tribes he mentioned? If I demonstrate from just my people's point of view, I'm letting out.
Remember, hold on a second.
But we got Gad here.
Hold on. Time out.
Right.
You remember Eldad the Danite record didn't come out to the 12th century, and they added the Prester John story. So when you hear about gold, it's connected to what Prester John is as far as Ethiopia. But anyway, continue saying what you're saying. Go ahead.
Cool. No problem. I have no problem. Cool. So the tribes he mentioned, yeah, Dan, Naphtali, Gad, and Asher, yeah, they dwell within that region, yeah. Cool. From my people, where to let out little nuggets for the audience, I can trace my people via Asher and Naphtali in it. But let me put my people to the side for a second. Let's go with Gad. So you got the Igbos, yeah, and amongst the Igbos, you've got another group called the Abibios and the Anang, yeah. The Anang, according to Igbo tradition, the Abibios and the Anang. Where's that book I got, man? According to their tradition.
Hold on a second. Can we deal with Eldad the Danite one at a time? Just deal with Eldad the Danite.
Cool. So let's go to the king now. So we read fast forward it, and their king, who was ruling over them, their king's name is Uziel, and the name of their great prince Elizaphan of the children of Ohel Ab of the tribe of Dan, and their ban. That's interesting, you know. And their banner is white, and written therein in black is, "Hear, O Israel, the Lord our God is one." Conjecture. Pseudo. I don't believe that. And when they seek to go out to war, their carrier calls with the sound of a trumpet. Blah blah blah. But anyway, the king is called. His name is called Uzziel. Now you see, with names there, you need to be careful, because just because a king's got that name doesn't mean that was his birth name. There's something called throne names or titles when somebody becomes a king. So that king may be known as something to some people and something else to another people. So that source we was reading from, it's the same person. That I think they got the same surname or something like that. But it's in the Jewish website and all them things, man. You can find it there, man. But,
hold on. I'm confused. Now, this guy by the name of Hajjaj ben Temim, you said that he's mentioned by Eldad the Danite.
As Uzziel, basically. Yeah, Uzziel.
Who is Uzziel?
Uzziel is
How you spell that? How you spell Uzziel? Let's Google Uzziel a second. How you spell it?
U-Z.
How?
U-Z. Z-I. E-L.
E-L is separate, or?
Yeah.
Uzziel.
Yeah.
Eldad the Danite. Eldad the Danite.
There's another name that
Hold on. You gotta be careful now, because if they're saying that Eldad the Danite is mentioned, and he's in what, the 8th century, right? He's in the 8th or the 9th century, and he's mentioning this king. Why would he be mentioning a king that's been mentioned in the whole Ouagadougou conversation? It's two different time periods.
What do you mean by Ouagadougou conversation? Do you mean the people talking about Ouagadougou or the Ouagadougou conversation?
Listen to what I'm saying. The 11th Templar is talking about this person named Hajjaj ben Temim. You're saying that Uzziel is the same person. How do you come to that conclusion?
I came to that conclusion via what I can't even remember what I was reading, but it's on a Jewish website still. They got the same. That there's an extra name to it, you know. There's The source I've got is not even the primary of Eldad. So there's more books out there that they've got on this situation. And there's another name he's got, bro. You can find that in it. I'm not gonna do that bit for you. I've done my bit out right now, boy, man. It's hot in UK, you know. But Uziel, in it. That's that guy, that Hajjaj guy, Uziel.
How do you?
The mighty of
I'm
God.
trying to figure out how do you make these conclusions, and then you refer to another source. You sound all over the place. But let me say this: I don't believe Hajjaj ben Tamim is a real person. I don't believe that. I think this person.
That's not my
Hold
emphasis.
on. Hey, calm down. Listen,
bro. We can talk.
My brother, relax. Just relax. You spoke, let somebody else speak. I'm saying I'm not convinced by what you're saying.
Yeah.
Because you're saying Hajjaj ben Tamim is mentioned by Eldad the Danite. Eldad the Danite is 9th century. This person that's talking is giving a whole different storyline.
Yeah.
That don't fit into what Eldad the Danite is saying. Hold on. What I'm trying to see is this is what I'm trying to see.
The emphasis is not on him, you know.
No. The emphasis is on him because you made the claim.
The king of
Hold on. I don't think Hajjaj ben Tamim is a real guy, and the reason why
I'll tell you for a fact there is no 11th century.
I'll put the white flag. I don't.
Hold on, bro. Come on, man, and I'm not going to kick you off either. You're going to get beat up and get confounded right here live. Just relax. Now, Moore, what are you saying, Moore?
I'll tell you right now for a fact, there is no material culture speaking for a Hajjaj ben Tamim existing as some 11th century Jewish king over the whole Sahara.
I have no issue with that, bro. You said I believe that. I have zero issue.
So
people's talking about that, bro. It's about the king of Kaya Magan. We've not even entered into Wagadu yet. We've not even stepped close. We're all talking about Tom, Dick, and Harry. We've not even gone to Joseph.
Hold on. Stop for a second. Time out. Mute your mic. I don't want you to interrupt me. Mute your mic.
I can't even mute it.
Mute your mic. Mute your mic.
Mute me in there. I can't mute it.
What we're doing, and Brother Law did warn me earlier, because we're all over the place. We're waiting for a source. Then you say you don't agree with the source. Then you bring out another source. Then you make a whole claim that this guy is connected to a guy in Eldad the Danite. And I'm saying, okay, Eldad the Danite is 9th century. This is a whole different conversation that's taking place.
We're everywhere.
That's it. And I'm trying to figure out the whole gold argument, because when they rewrote Eldad the Danite, they had the Prester John story. They added it, they made it up and added it to it in the 12th century. So when they said the gold, I'm like, okay, because there's gold, and they talk about Eldad. What you call the Christians made up the whole story about Prester John having gold in Ethiopia. So I'm putting 2 and 2 together. So when now he talks about Haviland is in Ghana, and I'm like, okay, but Benjamin Tadella can't say that Eldad the Danite went to Ghana. He didn't go to Ghana. You are in your head trying to say that it's connected there. And I'm like, it's crazy. So if I'm wrong, I don't want to hear you talk. Maybe somebody that's on the panel can point out where I'm wrong. This is all over the place. He doesn't agree. He doesn't agree with Hajjaj ben Tamim. That I don't think he's a real guy. He could be a real guy, but what happened is the Jews were so good. They're the best at documenting history. That this person who is a descendant of King David, who is a king that's over the Sahara, collected money, royalties, and all that stuff, getting paid to rule over areas. This is just not true. Now, there's other parts in this whole paragraph that's true though. There's stuff in it that's real history. But this part right here, this guy is not this guy. I don't know if he's a real guy. I don't know if he existed. I don't know. I could be wrong. How do you guys see it?
I've seen zero material culture or anything speaking about this dude being an 11th century king in the Sahara. And I'll tell you right now, if the Muslims had knocked down his kingdom, we'd be seeing all kind of Arabic writings about this stuff.
Exactly, brother. This is why I said it's somewhat similar to a hadith. Some hadiths you can take, and some you have to just throw it to the wayside. As you heard the brother confirm it himself.
Boy, did we just waste 2 hours, man?
That's exactly what we just did.
We just
That's
wasted
exactly what
2
we
hours
just did.
man.
And he's saying his primary evidence again, and so this is why
We've
Garfield
not
asked a
even
great
gone
question.
into the Wagadu yet.
Hold on, whoa,
You know that, right?
easy. Just let me take
What do you
off on
mean
that right
easy,
quick. Just give me
bro?
10 seconds.
Bro, what do you mean easy, bro? Why? Explain to me why easy. Explain why.
Because I'm talking. That's why.
Bro, but
Simple
am I not
as.
involved in the conversation?
Not till I'm done talking.
Just randomly
Not
hopped
till
on the
I'm done
panel.
talking, you ain't.
Bro, fam, I was literally
Not
interacting
till
with
I'm done
Garfield and the
talking,
thing
you
cut
ain't.
out. What do you mean after
Not till I'm done
We just
talking. How
got
you want to
smoked.
do this, fam?
Yo, go ahead, more. Make your point. I'm trying to figure out.
This is all this is going back to him talking about an unwritten oral history, which you kept asking him, what's the date of this history being written down? That's the important aspect of all this, fam. Like, so if you don't believe none of this nonsense you talking about, take us to what you actually fucking believe, which you keep saying is your oral history. All right, run me to it, fam. And then answer Garfield's basic question. When the hell was it written down? And then answer me, why the hell wasn't it written down in the right time period in actual Hebrew or Arabic, fam? Fuck is you talking about?
That's the bottom line, Aki. That's all I'm saying, man. Like it seems like we going around and it's simple, it's easy. Just get right to it.
I'm on mute. Go ahead and bring him on and let him run his nonsense.
So Garfield,
you know what I find,
Garfield, can we read the source? Can we carry on reading?
People are so gullible whenever they see the word Jew. You want to be a Jew so bad, bro? Go ahead and be a Jew, bro. I can't stop you from being a Jew. I can't do nothing to do that. But if you're gonna argue and then you bring up Delafosse, and then when I bring up the Delafosse and the scholars throw Delafosse to the garbage, oh, I don't need Delafosse no more. You got the source of bro. You all over the place, bro. And I put every source up that you wanted so that the people could see and decide themselves. Whoever want to rock with you, rock with your foolishness. I don't buy it. I don't buy it. I think you're all over the place and you don't know what you're doing. What you're doing is you're looking for stuff to add on to your belief. You don't know if it's true or not. You haven't vetted the sources, but just because it sounds right, you jump on it. It's crazy. You got to learn how to research.
Garfield, can we read on to the Wagadu? We've still not entered Wagadu. We're talking about next people. We need to talk about the Kayamagan, please. So can you put back the source on the screen, please? And we read along in it.
Nah, I think I'm done reading whatever you want to read. I'm done.
But we've not even. That's where I wanted to go.
Let me get back to my show, bro. Let me get back to my show, bro. Because I got so much to talk about in a short period of time. I'm not doing this with you no more. I'm not. It's a waste of time because you're all over the place. You bring us source. You don't even agree with your sources. And then what you do is, and this is what you do. You bring your sources, and then when you feel like we have something that beat up your source, oh, I don't even rock with all of that. What type of shit is that? That's like, yo, more. If you come on here and you say Garfield, I'm gonna use Benjamin Tadella, and then I'm gonna say, oh, I'm not using. I didn't like.
We've literally debated similar topics, right? You never saw me bring up a source I wasn't standing on ever.
That shit is crazy.
That's what's killing me about this shit. I'm like, yo, there's ways to make arguments, family. Y'all making yourselves look fucking crazy out here. What are y'all doing?
2 hours, yo. 2 hours.
And got the nerve to say you running, bro. You could have ran and you could have brung up your primary source at the outset, and we could have been dealt with that.
But you know what's crazy more? He says, I have the people. I don't need no source. I have the people. Why are you gonna say that at the end? Why you ain't say that at the beginning? So we wouldn't ask you for those sources. You say, okay, you're going by what you hear from the people today. Fine, go ahead, rock with that.
Nah, but so you asked the right question though, right? So like, if you're talking about an oral history, then you talking about got the nerve to say it's written down. Just give me the when, fam. What language, who, what, where, when, and why. We got to check this, right? Because like you're talking, so something you bring up that is a legitimate argument, right? Is the Arabization of West Africa and how that affects these conversations and whatnot, right? Now we can agree to disagree on certain aspects of it, but it's a legitimate point, right? So therefore, when talking about this, you got to start dating when are these people writing down their own histories, right? That becomes extremely important in all this stuff, right? And so if you're talking about a recent oral tradition, fam, that don't mean nothing in this conversation. On top of this, here's the thing, fam. Like you said, if you want to be a convert, but you can't even accept the fact that a Judaized Berber is literally a Berber that converted to Judaism. You're not going to find another description anywhere, fam. Talking about, no, they could have been born in such. No, ain't no one. Yeah, you can be born a descendant of a convert, fam. You understand? Like you yo, and here's the cold part, bro. You read the source talking about like Sinhaja Berbers trying to start the thing, right? And he's like, no, that ain't it. That ain't. I'm like, bro, you need them to be Berbers for your argument to even make sense. You need them to be Berbers for what you're talking about to even make sense. You're saying no. That's why I was like, no, I want to see where this ends because this is ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous, fam. Fix up.
There is no fixing up, brother. All this time wasted for nothing. That's sad, man.
Hey, good afternoon, morning, everyone.
What's up?
Hey, what's up? Hey, a presenter. Forgive me, but I joined middle and I sort of tracked back and was trying to get, and I know when he can't come up, things just went differently. But how much more of your presentation you still have to add in terms of the
No,
reason?
go ahead. You wanna? I'm gonna stay on for like another hour, and I'm
Okay.
gonna drop a little here and there. But what's up?
No, in terms of how much more of the presentation based on the presentation you still have to do, or did you complete it? Because I hopped on like middle, I tracked back and I was like trying to get up to date, but then I heard the whole Acon thing kind of throw off everything. So I'm just asking like how much more you got to present on the 10 reasons.
Yeah, I'm gonna just run through some stuff. What do you call it? But if you want to bring up something, go ahead. You could bring it up.
No, actually I'm here to I like the conversation because I'm from the Caribbean. So we got our own national, historical data in terms of the different tribes that came to different Caribbean islands. Let's say for Trinidad, like where I'm from. So that's why when I saw part of the earlier presentation that talk about the Igbo, I'm like, well, yeah, that's part of our alley in terms of some of the descendants that where our ancestry come from.
Yeah. Let me read this source real quickly for the audience, right? From a JSTOR article. One is immediately struck by the author's ingenuity in the formatting of this complex tome, which he presented to the publisher in nearly flawless, camera-ready copy. The first of the book's two major sections include 3 chapters on historical background and another devoted to textual characteristics of the epigraphic corpus. He's talking about the Roman, about the Arabic sources and so forth, right? So he has over approximately 400 inscriptions were examined, and 250 of these, most of which have never been published, are included in the latter half of the book. Preliminary remarks on each epigraphic site describe the layout and unusual features of individual necropolises. Each of the original Arabic are Tiffany, which is a Berber Tauric inscription, has its English translation and commentary. All right. To the detriment of objectivity, let me just get right here. It's internal. So for the medieval history of the eastern arc of the Niger Bend and the neighboring Sahelian region of Ade, it seems extraordinary that they have been so undervalued. If this is the only extant body of datable medieval text written in medieval West Africa, and if it precedes all the surviving chronicles and other works known to have been written in the region, how could evidence-starved historian be so ill-advised as to have it marginalized, ignored it altogether, since the first examples began being published in 1910? Let me see if I want to read this part. I want to read this part right here. Further complicating productive use of the epigraphic corpus were some central assumptions of the classical paradigm of Islamic epigraphic studies that were applied to West African medieval inscriptions. Although, let me see, according to Moraes Faras, the Timbuktu chronicles were not the product of detailed historical records extending back over several centuries, but were constructed on ideological grounds. He describes their production on one level as being an exercise in catastrophe management, catering to emotional and intellectual needs that resulted from the Morocco's invasion and sudden destruction of the Songhai Empire. All right, hold on there. Who is this texting me? All right. Regarding European involvement, Moraes Faras points out that when Heinrich Barth launched modern Songhai historiography in 1853 with his discovery of the Tariq al-Sudan at Gwandu in Hazaland, he was entirely unaware of epigraphic evidence. This influenced Barth's inauguration of a way of reading the Timbuktu chronicles that has survived into our own time. On a broader plane, the eventual story of the inscription's debut into European consciousness features Barth's missed opportunity to view them at Gao and whatever. All right, Delafoss's outright rejection of their importance, the Chambers, Okay. There goes your guy, De La Sauce. But given the lack of respect to here, he thought down the God by his kind shortly, but well enough. Let me see. Okay, the epigraphic evidence has convinced Moraes Faras that the Timbuktu chronicles artificial shortened Mali's period of domination of the eastern arc of the Niger Bend, and that they also prolong the length of the Zua or Zai dynasty into the past and possibly forward in time. The Timbuktu historians artificially lengthening of the Zua dynasty that leaves no space for those bearing the title Malik highlights the dissonance between inscriptions and chronicles. In this case, Moraes Faras presents firmly dated epigraphic evidence that some of the Moloch, none of whom are mentioned by the Timbuktu historians, clearly preceded epigraphical documented Zua rulers. The importance of incorporating this evidence into the historical record is further highlighted by 6 inscriptions mentioning women who bore the title Malika, and the author's compelling argument that the Malikat, which are the queens, should be seen as royal seers in their own right, not merely as an adjunct to the Moloch king series. All right, let me see what else that's important in this article. Any historian familiar with the king's list in the Tariq al-Sudan is aware of the credibility problem with Alaman, the alleged first ruler of the Zua dynasty, who is variously described as an Arab from Yemen, a giant from the bush who could run as fast as giraffes and ostriches, or the killer of a monster fish god with a ring in its nose. In the view of Moraes Faras Ali Kulan, who has usually been accepted as a historical figure, is no more historical than Zua Alaman. According to the Timbuktu chronicles, Ali Kulan was the first of the dynasty of rulers called Sunni, and is claimed to have had links with Mali. In one variant, he is born in Mali and serves as ruler for a time, and in another version, he's the son of a Zua dynasty ruler taken as a hostage to serve at the Malayan court. Later returning to liberate Songhai from Malayan rule, Moraes Faras sees Sai Ali Kulan as a construct out of folklore and myth and a trickster hero in the broader sense of the expression. In his view, both Ali Kulan and his successor brother Silman Nari served to shorten the gap between Songhai dynasties for the Timbuktu chroniclers, who were not keen to dwell on submission to foreign rule. All right. Between Berber studies on the one hand and studies of the... All right, let me move on from that. Let me get this out of here. Hey, this goes back to my original question from 700 AD, the West African communities. But let me get back to the program. All right. So let's deal with
what number are you on, by the way?
I don't know. I'm just going right now. I was on 1 and 2.
Man, that's why I asked you like how much more you, because I was trying to track like where did we arrive? So
let's recap, because I missed the first 2 points. What were the first 2 reasons why we can't be Israelites?
Hold on, 70 CE. Hold on. Hold on. Myth of 70 AD. Y'all know I can't multitask. So I'll ask me questions while I'm typing. It's a waste of time. All right, here we go. All right, so the first point was the Scythians are not Israelites. That was the first point, right? That's number 1. Number 2 was hold on there. Where is it? Side?
Oh, is this why? So real quick, is this why nobody can be an Israelite, or is this why African Americans aren't Israelites?
African Americans. Top 10 reasons why African Americans are not Israelites.
Okay, interesting. Okay.
Well, it's mixed with Black Hebrew Israelism and how they think the Scythians are Israelites who came over on the 12 tribe chart and all that.
Yeah, I know. I see how you're doing it. I see how you're doing it.
All right. The next situation I'm going to bring up is 70 AD and the migration pattern. So we could all look at this. This is an article from vidar.info or vidar.com. And I thought it summed up a lot about the exile of 70 AD because a lot of people subscribe to what's his name? Rudolph Windsor. And Rudolph Windsor book, although it doesn't explicitly says what they're saying, it does influence them to think, hey, you know, the 70 AD, this is how we got into West Africa and so forth.
Okay. Hey, brother, I don't want to interrupt you, but I just want to ask a huge favor. And this is just for information's sake. Could you, if you give us the 10, because I know it says an hour, so I doubt you will finish. I could always come back
I'm going to finish.
If you give us the 10, so at least we can know the framework, and then you can always, you know, come back to whichever and are listening as well and participate, if that's okay with you.
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah.
I'll read out the 10. Yeah, I got you.
Yeah.
All right, and the links is in the chat, of course. All right, so 70 AD is one of the 10 things.
Mm-hmm.
All right, and Scythians are not Israelites. That's number 2.
Mm-hmm.
The Assyrian exile.
Mm-hmm.
Arzereth, 2nd Esdras, Luke 21:24, Joel 3:6, prophecies.
Mm-hmm.
Ola Uda Equiano, Billy Simons.
Mm-hmm.
No Jew or Israelite coming over on the ships. The Yah names. So that's 1, 2, 3. I said prophecies, right?
Yeah, you said Joel, you said Luke.
5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Actually 11.
Okay. All right. So do me one favor. I want to just write it down quick. Just a quick note so you can just recap it for me. Just forgive me. But so one is the Scythians.
Scythians are not Israelites.
Scythians, yeah.
70 AD, the Assyrian captivity.
The Assyrian exile, Arzereth.
Assyrian captivity. That's now 2nd Esdras.
Luke 21:24. Joel 3:6.
21. Whoa. I'm writing 21. Luke 21:24. Right. And that was the after Luke, it's
Joel 3:6 and slash Deuteronomy 28:68.
Joel 3:6.
And Deuteronomy slash Deuteronomy 28:68.
28:68.
Prophecies.
Prophecy, okay.
Ola Uda Equiano and Billy Simons.
Why are you hating on Uncle Billy?
No Jew or Israelite came over on slave ships. Yan, and then put slash Yah names 1821 and after.
Yeah, y'all gotta drop that Yah name thing for real.
That's a dagger, man. That's what they use and kill me, bro.
Okay, the names, right?
Yeah, the Yah names.
Yah names. All right. Okay. Cool. All right. So I think I got it in shorthand. I'll decode it later. At least, you know, go ahead. I got my own little information that I use just from basic being an islander. So it's like, you know, I often hear them talk about one guy. I was not cutting you, right? I mean, if you want to continue.
No, go ahead. Continue. Go ahead. Say what you got to say.
Because I had one guy. He said like, "Oh, you from Trinidad? You from the tribe of Judah?" I'm like, for real? That don't make no sense to me. I can pretty much sort of trace some of my lineage locally. And we even got historical data in our national libraries, like the ship records that would give basic information, like where some of the slaves came from, which port they took them from, on which ship. And
see, the problem is, the first question we gotta ask is why would we be Israelites? It's
simple.
Simple. Why would we be Israelites, and why do we need to be Israelites? We don't have a need to be Israelites because, for one, it's not doing anything for you outside of we using the excuse faith. We really don't need to be Israelites. We have a struggle that's bigger than faith.
Right. But even culturally, let's just say if you were an Israelite, just by ancestral worship, in terms of what they did, is nothing of the sorts of, in terms of comparing Jewish Hebrew, ancestral worship, or however you want to use the words to compare it, is really miles apart. There's nothing there historically for us locally that would connect any African slave to any type of Jewish name, any worship, nothing of the sort. Not the language is not even close. Nothing. So it's really a stretch when they make these claims, and for people like us who islanders, we're like, no, that don't make no sense,
So I'll say this because I'm somebody who actually does make an argument for a small number of people being connected to something like that, right? However, even if you make an argument and you can prove an argument with material, culture, language, etc., for a small group of people being connected, you can't therefore extrapolate that to everybody and then come up with these crazy wild doctrines. Oh, you're from Trinidad, so you come from this tribe, and you from here. So y'all doing way too much, right? way too much, and you're coming up with this alternative history that does disrespect to the actual ancestors we come from and whatnot, right? Even if you want to talk about so again, I'll make an argument for West African Jewry, whatnot, right? Like Garfield's heard me do it a million times with that, right? Even if you make a legitimate historical argument, you can't find nobody over there talking about the nonsense y'all talking about. And flipping the doctrine every other week. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. It's really a great stretch. And my brother, I know it's your presentation, but just say, for instance, and I'm just using the example. I mean, you can go online for our little library about African history. They actually put together a presentation that would tell you the locations where they give you example of ships records. They give you dates. They give you persons of interest during the time. They would quote the sources. They actually have a map showing the West African slave ports that when the ships came, they would dock and they would record which port they came from and how many all of these information we can practically go to our resource locally and get it. So when they say stuff like that, it just don't make no sense.
Well, it makes even less sense. So let's say they can document the whole thing from front to back, right? They're not even trying to preserve any kind of culture from that era that they're talking about, right? They're trying to literally remix the whole thing and become X-Men by the end of this whole thing. You know what I'm saying? It's craziness, fam. There's nothing about cultural preservation that they're about in any way, shape, or form. They're completely flipping the script, fam.
Yeah, it is. And the funny thing is, on my island, we have censuses from the 17th century where they took records of, okay, these are people who came on the ships, these were people who born locally. And then we got Indians who came across as indentured. So they're records for us locally of all of this. So it's like, bro, this don't make no sense what you're telling me. Literally, I'm from the island, and if you're telling me I'm something, I'm telling you that's it. It's not, because we have the information to practically show you, but they don't listen. But anyhow, but go ahead, brother. I'll listen. I don't want to. Yeah.
Yeah, you go in and break some hearts on Arzereth right quick. You know what I'm saying?
No, well, I don't know if the brother went to the bathroom. I forgot. I forgot he went. No, because let's say, friend, I got even the document, like one of the most read online documents locally that they put together. Just like if you go and let's say you're a foreigner and you come and you want to hear about Trinidadian history, they got the document and the book put together that you can walk away and you get all the information with it. They tell you the tribes, right? They tell you where it came from, right? Senegambia, the Malaki Wolof, the Bambara, the Upper Guinea, Susu, Temi, Kisi, the Windward Coast, Wakaka, Aka, Gold Coast, Fanti, Akan, Bight of Benin, Alada, Yoruba, Wadaha, Bight of Biafra, Igbo, and West African Central, Bakangu. So all of these, and they didn't just guess these things and come up with it. So it's it's weird when they just say, "Oh yeah," and all these people are Jewish. I'm like, bro, that don't make no sense whatsoever.
Exactly. We're way too diverse for us.
No.
Like we come from way too many different groups of people and different lineages in different parts of Africa to all be the same people like that.
Yeah, and the thing for us is that we have the information. This is not like America where you had it can be, how to put it, whitewashed for better. This is on our island. It's the black folk like us who doing it.
See,
So,
that's the problem though. It's like so
yeah.
in America, we don't take stock in the treasure trove of information we have on our own island culture, right? So most people from the Caribbean, they were able to preserve African culture a little bit more than most African Americans were, right? However, there's a section of African American culture with the Gullah Geechee where they were living on seacoast islands where it's the same thing. They speak their own Creole patois. They were able to preserve all kind of African cultures. They were able to observe aspects of language. There were studies done on them. You had our own scholars like collecting their language and whatnot, like 4,000 words of the language, being able to do exactly what you're talking about, right? Map back. Oh, these connected 23 different people groups coming off these places over here and over here and over. You know what I'm saying? Breaking it all down, right? But like we don't take stock in that. Like for some reason, I'm mad as hell. I was talking to a homie of mine last night. We were talking about the movie Sinners and whatnot, and he was showing me a scene where some dude breaks out into an Irish dance, and then the people do a ring shout. And the brother could recognize that the white dude was doing was doing the Irish dance, but couldn't recognize that the black people were doing a ring shout, which is something that the Gullah Geechee people did, right? And I was like, oh damn, like that broke my heart. You know what I'm saying? But that's like these people that make up these alternative histories and whatnot, like that's where they're at. They're stuck on this. So this is what kills me. Is on the one hand, my bro's going like fighting tooth and nail that he could prove the history of this thing. But if you press them on the material culture aspect of it, he's going to say something like, "Oh, well, it was taken away from us, or we lost it, or we walked away," something like that nonsense, right? It's like, well, fam, like, which one is it? Can you prove it, or can you not prove it?
Yeah.
If you can prove it, are you preserving what you can prove?
Correct. Yeah. And that's the thing about us on the island. For what we have.
Hold on 1 second, bro. 1 second.
Go ahead.
Let me respond to this guy on the screen. Brother Garfield, bro, I will whoop the bottom of your feet, nigga. Israelites conquered Asia. They were the Tartarians. I know who Pseudoscience University is now. I just realized. You believe Arzereth is in Asia. A lot of people don't realize this about Arzereth. And let me just do a quick thing with Arzereth on the screen real quick.
That's right.
Yeah, I gotta take that out of the equation real fast. I think a lot of people. I don't think anybody has ever studied second Esdras like me. I had a Orthodox. I had a conversation with Vince Bantu this week, and in the conversation, you could tell Garfield don't play when it comes to second Esdras, because that's why we had the conversation originally. Although we ended up talking about Ethiopia, but second Esdras is a problem. I don't think people realize second Esdras is a problem. The reason being, you have an Eastern Orthodox text and you have a Western Orthodox text.
Exactly.
On the Western side, that y'all hate the Catholics, but on the Western side, you have the first two chapters, and chapters 15 and 16 is present. On the Ethiopian text, the Armenian text, the Syriac text, you don't have chapters 1 and 2 and 15 and 16. That's more that, and it also proves that those texts were written in a language that they couldn't transfer it at the time, but it was written in Latin later on. First two chapters, no, I'm sorry, 15 and 16 is written in Koine Greek. Ezra couldn't have written anything in Koine Greek. He couldn't have wrote in Koine Greek because Koine Greek didn't exist until after Alexander the Great died. So that means the real Ezra in history, which we don't know if Ezra existed, by the way, too. There's no evidence that this guy exists. He's just a guy who is a literary guy that's in the Bible. We don't know if he literally existed. But let's say he did exist. He couldn't have wrote that. He couldn't have wrote in Latin. That kills the whole second Esdras. But as what Damon Richardson said to me and was what Vince Bantu said to me, at least you know that it has value as far as future prophecy. It may have some value. And it's literature. but it's written originally in the 1st century, chapters 3 to 14. Now, you as an Israelite, what do you do with that? How do you prove that, Garfield? All right, let's take a look. Let's take a look at how we prove this and how we have this conversation. Because I want to take this out of the equation right away. Let me find this article real quick. Where is it at? Where is it at? Where is it at? Here we go. Biblical Encyclopedia. Here we go. Yeah, let me talk about this because this is important. This is one of the reasons why the Hebrew Israelites hold on to this doctrine, because they think Arzereth is America. They think it literally is America, because then all the stuff that's supposed to happen is going to happen in America. So that's why they're not talking about, oh, let's go back to the land of Israel and all that stuff. They want everything to happen right here in America so we could suffer right here. All right. So let's take a look at 2nd Esdras, who the guy in the audience, he don't know that. And another thing too, just because we read the Bible, I'm not an expert on the Bible, but I could look up stuff and try to research it to the best of my ability. Now look at this right here. This is 2nd Esdras from McClintock and Strong Biblical Encyclopedia. I don't know which edition this is or where it comes from, but look at what it says. That's very important. You have the title and the position, the design and plan, the introduction. It talks about the different revelations. Very interesting. But let's come down to this part right here. It talks about when it was written. Hold on one second. The unity and original language. Look at this right here. For a long time, this book of Ezra was known only by an old Latin version, which is preserved in the manuscript of the Vulgate. Now, this is we got to pay attention now, because you remember you have the Latin Vulgate that Jerome wrote, where you had future Vulgates. People think that the Latin Vulgate, that's it. This is one Vulgate and that's it. You have future Vulgates with different manuscripts. The oldest manuscript that we have of the Latin, it says, it has chapters 1 and 2 and 15 and 16 and 3 to 14. But it also says 9 tribes. It don't say 10 tribes. It don't say 10 tribes like what other versions, like the King James Version says in the 1600s. All right. But this version was used by Ambrose, and like the other parts of the Vedas Latina, is probably older than the time of Tertullian. Anyway, let's come down a little bit here. The 3 versions were all made directly from a Greek text. This is evidently the case with regard to the Latin and the Ethiopic, and apparently so with regard to the Arabic. A clear trace of Greek text occurs in the Epistle of Barnabas, but the other supposed references in the Apostolic Fathers are very uncertain. The next witness to the Greek text is Clement of Alexandria, who expressly quotes the book as the work of the prophet Ezra. A question, however, has been raised whether the Greek text was not itself a translation from the Hebrew, but the arguments from language by which his hypothesis of Hebrew originally supported are wholly what? Unsatisfactory, and in default of direct evidence to the contrary, it must be supposed that the book was composed in Greek. This conclusion is further strengthened by its internal character, which points to Egypt as the place of its composition. The idea of a Hebrew original has now been pretty generally given up by scholars. Whoa. Although the Greek is lost, yet there can be no doubt that the old Latin version, through which alone this book has been known to us lately, was a translation from that language. This is evident from the fact that it imitates the Greek idiom in making the adjective in the comparative degree govern a genitive case, not as in Latin, and ablative, and introduces other gracisms which are barbarous in the version. This is moreover corroborated by the Arabic and Ethiopic versions, as well as the quotation from this book in the Fathers, which prove that very early existence of it in Greek. It is, however, equally certain that many of the things contained in the book are of Palestinian origin, are still to be found in Hebrew or Aramaic dispersed through the Talmud and Midrashi. So now we know ultimately it's not a Hebrew book. It's not a Hebrew writing, as far as 3 to 14. The common Latin text, which is followed in the English version, contains 2 important interpolations, chapters 1 to 2 and 15 and 16, which are not found in the what? The Arabic and the Ethiopic versions. So 2nd Esdras in the Ethiopian Bible don't have chapters 1 and 2 and 15 and 16. So we know it's directly from the Greek, and are separated from the genuine Apocalypse in the best Latin manuscripts. All right. Both of these passages are evidently of Christian origin. They contain trace of the use of the Christian scriptures, X, Y, and Z. Da 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 da. All right. Let me see what else. What else I need to touch on this. Yeah, y'all could chime in if y'all want to chime in.
Yeah. Well, I know you said I may have a little bit more information, but in terms of if we entertain the argument of its origin, the Edras would be like second tier deuterocanonical, if we want to put it that way. Since the first tier deuterocanonical would be like Tobit, Judith, Baruch, Ecclesiasticus, Wisdom, and First and Second Maccabees. That's more or less along the lines of the Catholic canon, and we can get like some background evidence from the LXX Septuagint writings of it, which would be the Greek the Greek Old Testament, compilation. But Esdras would be a much later attestation to that group, to that apocrypha group. So even by that, it's a stretch, because by the time the Latin Vulgate comes around, if I'm not mistaken, that would have been around the 1500s or so. That's like early 1500. So yeah, so in terms of even it's attestation by the Catholic Church to confirm, okay, yeah, we authenticate this. It's a much later, and I'm just talking about their canon, not even Esdras per se, because that's like a later addition. So it's not, it can't be like even within the first deuterocanonical section, if you understand where I'm coming from.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The first person actually talked about it to actually place it in the canon. What happened is Martin Luther, he put it as an addition to his to the canon, right? He said it wasn't in the canon. But after the Council of Trent, around
1561.
Yeah, 1561, right.
53 or somewhere there. Sorry, 50.
Right. They made a compromise, and that's how it ended up in the King James Version. But it was in another Bible before, as in the canon, and that's how it ended up in the King
Well,
James.
that's what I'm saying. By Trent, in terms of the Catholics collection, Esdras is not there.
Facts.
So what I'm saying, the listing, if I'm not mistaken, is Tobit, Judith, Baruch, Ecclesiasticus, Wisdom, and First and Second Maccabees. They were 7, so that's why they got 46 in their Old Testament canon. So Esdras, by the Latin Vulgate, which is when they said, hey, what we're using is the Latin Vulgate, and they had the 46. So Esdras that's what I'm saying, it's like a second tier apocryphal book that is there, but it's not even canonized by the Catholic Church. Other denominational factors and breakaway said, okay, yeah, we would use it, but it's like adding to the collection, like a second tier collection then.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So let's one thing that's important that I didn't find earlier, it is many of the things contained in this book are of Palestinian origin and are still to be found in Hebrew or Aramaic, dispersed through the Talmud and Midrashim. It seems like the author also shares the view of Eliezer in regard to the return of the lost 10 tribes in opposition to Akiba. And that debate is documented in the Sanhedrin 10:3, where you look up Arzereth in the Jewish Encyclopedia. Why are we talking about this? Because Eliezer and Akiba had a debate in the 1st century of the Common Era in regard to the return of the lost 10 tribes. So one of them said that they'll never return, I think it was Akiba, and Eliezer was saying that they would come back, and they were quoting Deuteronomy 29, verse 27 and 28. And they believe that the person who read the person who wrote Second Esdras between 3 and 14 read the works of Eliezer and Akiba debating, and they talked about Erez Aheret, which is what's written in Deuteronomy 29:27. And what they did is they make it a personal pronoun, where they make it, they made it into a proper pronoun of Arzereth, because Arzereth is a proper pronoun in Second Esdras. It's not like this mystery place, another land. That's what it means. It means another land, but he made it into one word instead of a compound word. He made it into one word, Eretz Aheret, and made it Arzereth. So that's where Arzereth comes from. And this is what Eldad the Danite read too. He read the debate. That's where he got into this whole thing about the lost tribe, because he read the rabbinical debates about the lost tribes being lost and the Sabbaton River. So that's how Eldad the Danite ended up writing the way he write and talk about he's from the tribe of Dan because he wanted to seem strong like Samson. So he said, I'm from the tribe of Dan, I'm a Danite, whatever. But with whoever wrote Second Esdras 3-14, chapters 3-14, read this debate and compound and made the words Erez Aheret Arzereth. And now because it's a proper noun, it's an actual place. So that's why when people argue and they say, yo, it's in America, it was no place, it's just another land. That's all it was. It was somewhere that didn't exist. But they want to make it somewhere definitely like America is Arzereth. And what they did was, hold on, let me do this. Second Esdras. Hold on 1 second. Let me see if I could find this right here. All right, right here. Here we go, right here too. This crazy guy, Katazar, said, Elders is America, man. All right, here it go right here. So this is Katazar from the One West group. Here he go right here.
Tribes, which came over to Arzereth, what is Arzereth? Next slide. So now it's breaking down that he was also studying this chapter, and he talks about how he held the waters for them, and they traveled another 1.5 years to a region called Arzereth. Evidently, a Greek corruption of the Hebrew, which they want to say, Cap's gonna laugh, but Aretz, which is Arataza. You understand? Arataza meaning earth, land, or another country. It's the Greek transliteration, just like earlier when you saw Osei, which is really Hosea. Arzereth was America, man. Next slide. So now,
Arzereth is America. The reason why they say Arzereth is America, when Columbus read Second Esdras, he only used Second Esdras 6:42. He never quoted from anywhere else, but they claim it because the Jewish Encyclopedia claims it. It does say that according to 4th Esdras 13:45, Columbus identified America with its land. But when you go to the source that they said it come from, it doesn't actually say that. It only talks about 642, and it refers to Henry the Navigator and some different things. It don't say that at all. So, but the Assyrians took Israelites to Arzereth, but that word Arzereth is a corruption of Eretz Aheret. That's what it is. I mean, this is some information regarding the pronunciation and so forth. Lance Singler, what's up?
What's good?
So before you go, Garfield, what I'm noticing before you go, Lance, let me get this out, because what I've been noticing throughout this whole conversation is it's either Israelites or Jews migrating somewhere into the continent of Africa, or they're bringing this idea to Africa. Nowhere do I see any African, especially West African people, saying this originated with them. Nor do I see any scholars saying that this originated anywhere in West, North, or Central Africa. Why is that? Why is it that this whole narrative, this whole story derives in the ancient Near East? Nowhere on the continent of Africa. Maybe in Egypt, they have some people in Egypt. They will mention Egypt. They don't mention Nigeria. They don't mention the Sudan.
Hold on, Sabio. Lance, or my brother, who created this map?
There it is. You don't see the information?
No, I don't see it. I'm asking you, who created the map?
Right here. Ortelius.
What year was that?
1570.
So he created a map with Arzereth in it. So that means it is Arzereth?
Arzereth it's a word that means the end of the world.
No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't. Stop right there. Stop right there. Stop right there. No. Stop right there.
I'll show you that it means
definition. Show me that definition. Show me that definition. This nigga got slides for days. I'm scared of this nigga. Orthodox more. He got more slides than you, bro.
Oh, they know me, nigga. I am the source guy.
Oh man.
This is from my book.
By the way, there's nothing I can say to convince you that Tartaria is not Arzereth. There's nothing.
No, Arzereth is Siberia. Arzereth just means the end of the world.
Arzereth, it doesn't mean the end of the world, my brother. You made that up. You made that up. And whoever you got it from made it up. It does not mean that. It means another land. That's what it meant.
Give me 1 second, bro. It means ends of the land, end of the world.
No, it doesn't.
Okay. So whether it does or not, I don't know, but I'm going to show you data.
Yes, it matters because you're going to repeat it tomorrow. Prove that it meant that. Show me the language. Show me a philologist that wrote about that it meant that. Show me a philologist. You can't show me. You stuck in your ways, bro. You ain't going to change your mind or nothing. So I don't know why you up here because I don't believe Arzereth is an actual place. It can't be an actual place.
It can't. Arsaf, at the end of the world.
Arsaf, that's Arsaf. That's not Arzereth.
This is where it comes from.
Bro, the word don't...
Look, ask Ethiopia. Asif El correctly Arzereth.
No, my brother.
Hey, man. Hey, bro. Hey, bro. Stop.
Yo, put up by the picture. Put up by the picture, man. Put up by the picture. Put it by the
I'm tired of doing this to you.
Yo, you gotta hide the source fast. No, my brother. He ran out the building. Yo, you gotta love Lance, man. Yo, you gotta love him, yo. You gotta love. Yo, my man ran out the building, yo. I'm out the building. I'm out the building, man. You gotta cut it out, bro. You gotta. Let me just show somebody something so we can just clean that up real fast, yo. Oh man, yo, that's funny as hell, yo. You can't those people don't argue it. You just ask them 2 questions and then say, let's make a run for it. This is from an actual philologist. Look at 45. Arzereth contains and conceals the Hebrew Ares, Aret, Aheret, another land, as in Deuteronomy 29:27. First proposed by Schilus Skenensi in the Journal of Philology, and since accepted by most scholars for other views, see Violet. There's no other. You could show me a philologist that agree with you, bro. You're not going to do it. You're not going to show anything. You're not going to show it. You're definitely not going to see it. And by the way, too, was Siberia occupied? And this is what I did the last time he came on my show. And this is what shut down his foolishness. How long has people been living in Arzereth? I show you a $10 map. Oh, man. That's like the people that argue about Ethiopia, man. That shit is crazy, man. I got to get out of here so fast, too, man. I got to get out of here. But second Esdras, who wrote it? What is it about? When was it written? Where was it compiled? Why was it written? How was it received by Jews and Christians? If second Esdras was written by Ezra, we have a problem. First Chronicles 5:26, written around 250 BCE, says that people are still in Assyria. So we know that second Esdras can't be real. Then you have Josephus is saying the tribes are beyond the Euphrates. This is in the 1st century. We have no one quoting the book until Clement of Alexandria about 180 AD. It's not in the Greek Septuagint. It's not in the Hebrew canon. It's not in the Dead Sea Scrolls. No one knows this writing until the 2nd century CE. Arzereth is a proper noun. So that means they made it a legitimate area for you to locate in the geography speaking wise. Ezra 1 says, chapter 1 says Ezra the scribe wrote it. Esdras 3, chapter 1, verse 1 says Salathiel wrote it. So that's a contradiction. Who wrote it? Was it Salathiel or was it Ezra? And that's huge. And they say it's the same book. All right. It also says the king was King Josiah, also instead of King Shalmaneser, which is a major error. The Latin manuscripts, there are chapters 1 and 2. 15 and 16 is in Koine Greek originally, but you don't find those in the Ethiopic version. You don't find it in the Armenian version. You don't find it in the Syriac version. All right. When was it written? What language? Which Bible canon? It's not in the Hebrew. It's not in the Septuagint. This is very important. So no one can prove that it was written before the 1st century. That would be something, because at the end of the day, it's attached to a lot of writings. The Apocalypse of Zephaniah, 2nd Baruch. You see chapters in the New Testament in the first 2 chapters of the Latin version. The Zondervan Bible that y'all love, that confirms that it was written in the 1st century. Hey. All right. Let me see what else. Let me get out of here. So 2nd Esdras is connected to Arzereth. What else I want to touch on? Let me touch on Billy Simons for a little bit. Equiano. Hold on. Let me touch on Billy Simons and Equiano for a second, and then I'm closer because I got to get out of here by 3 o'clock. Billy Simons. The pseudos come out to play, boy, I tell you. And that dude, Akan Ajabi or whatever his name is, he feel he won the conversation. Garfield, I beat you up. Hey, I'll take the L, bro. The people will see for themselves. When I take the L on now, we all got to take L sometimes, but I mean, it is what it is. All right. Anybody want to chime in before I get out of here?
No, you can go ahead, wrap up. We could just when next you'll be back on with to sort of go through the rest of them.
Probably next Sunday.
Okay, I'll come through.
All right. Equiano, for those who don't know, is the one on the left. That's from his actual autobiography that he put out. Equiano, very tricky guy. Baptismal record where it says that he was born in South Carolina. And just for those who don't know, there's records of him before he's on this thing right here. So he's in his autobiography, it actually, the history, when we find him located in areas where he shouldn't be at a time period, because he said he came over when he was like 11 years old. Come to find out, we found him in other areas. You know, if you look at let me see, there's records. Yeah, like the first hard evidence of Vasa's existence we have, however, is the appearance of his name on 6th of August, 1755. He would have been about 9 or 10 years old on the muster list of the Roebuck. Prior to that date, not surprisingly, no documentary evidence of Vasa's existence has been found. The names of Pascal and Vasa's young friend, Richard Baker, appear on the muster of the Roebuck on the 18th and the 20th of June, 1755, respectively. All right, so we know where he was when he was like 9, 10 years old. This is when he was on the Racehorse, 1773. He was 28 years old. He signed at Gustava Weston, South Carolina. He's 28 years old, so we know where he was. It's in his book, confirms that. He gained his freedom, and before he went on that ship, he was free from 7 years before that, he was free. And how we know his name is Gustava Weston. So we have a Jonathan Syphax, who said he was born in Madagascar, and we have a guy named Richard York, who was born in Guinea. Both of them claiming they come from Africa. So he didn't have a problem saying he was from Africa, but he said he was born in South Carolina. Let me see what else I need to add to here. Gustavus Weston was certainly Gustava Vasa. Weston and Feston are both plausible approximate phonetic spellings of Vasa, the rating, our rank, age, and so forth. This is him, 1797, his will. right before his wife died, marriage certificate, 1792. This is not a mulatto woman. This was actually a white woman. All right, let's get out of here. You know what's interesting about Equiano that I realized this is Equiano he actually took information from a lot of people's books and quoted them. And sometimes he would say where he got it from. Sometimes he wouldn't say where he got it from. So the people had to actually figure it out. Yeah, this is chapter 11 when he said he regretted doing this shipwreck. He went to Jamaica to get slaves for Dr. Irving, and they go to Mosquito Island. So this was 14 years before he wrote his book. He was out there helping people set up plantation. Look at this. The land was wild and there were beasts that roared through the night. While there, Equiano served as an overseer. Yeah. Yeah, that's my guy, man. Then he removed the word Igbo out of his book. All right. This is where he started making up all this stuff about the color of people's skin. Perfect Negroes resulted from intermarriage between white settlers and native Africans. Equiano was a very intelligent guy. Very intelligent guy. Well, something I want to read about Equiano before I get out of here. From the Igbo book right here. Igbo in the Atlantic World. Everybody should get this book. In one of the earliest and most judicious treatments of Equiano's claim to be an African-born Igbo, A.E. Afigbo concludes that the description of African Equiano's narrative was based on his personal recollections, and thus, though limited in scope and depth, could be said to provide a baseline for the study of traditional Igbo society. Afigbo comes to his somewhat qualified conclusion, even though he acknowledged that after reading the interesting narrative, one of the first things that strikes the critical scholar is how scanty and muddled Equiano's recollection of Igbo society is. Afigbo was one of the first Equiano's recollection of society. Afigbo was one of the first commentators to recognize that much of Equiano's account of Igbo land came from information he received from what? Other enslaved Africans. So my brother Yara was saying, where he got it from? Equiano's use would have limited his knowledge of Igbo customs and society. Much of the information about the Igbo that he gives us can also be found in what? Contemporaneous published sources, many of which we know he was familiar with. And that the data unique to his account are often either false or unverifiable precisely because of their uniqueness. Afigbo attributes many of Equiano's mistakes and omissions to rhetorical choices he made as a skillful propagandist in service of the movement to abolish the transatlantic slave trade. The revelation in 1995 that Equiano's baptismal and naval records contradict his own account of his birth and upbringing by saying that he was actually born in South Carolina raises the very strong possibility that nothing in Equiano's account of Africa was based on first-hand experience. Scholars and critics have increasingly come to recognize that the apparent uniqueness of his account does not guarantee its authenticity. We will probably never know the truth about Equiano's birth and upbringing. Nonetheless, whether or not Equiano's account is authentic, Afigbo's conclusion that it is the most reliable description of 18th century Igbo land we may still be correct. We must keep in mind, however, that in many ways the notion of an 18th century Igbo land is an anachronism. As Chinua Achebe has observed, the consciousness of Igbo identity that Equiano asserts is a quite recent phenomenon. Before the 1960s, The Igbo people did not see themselves as Igbo. They saw themselves as people from this village or that village. In fact, in some places, Igbo was a word of abuse. They were the other people down in the bush. During the much later colonial period, the peoples in Africa who were earlier called Igbo by others and who shared a common language increasingly came to identify themselves as Igbo. As Joseph Inokore reminds us, modern commentators may be retrojecting a post-18th century conception of Igbo identity into the earlier period. It should be noted that a pan-Igbo identity, as we know it today, did not exist during the Atlantic slave trade. Let me see where I need to go now.
Yeah, it's 3 p.m. So I'm just getting you the time. So no problem.
Hold on a second. Look at this. A closer look at some of the details of African life Equiano mentions reveals that very similar information was available elsewhere. For example, in the opening sentence of his description of Africa, that part of Africa known by the name of Guinea, to which the trade for slaves is carried on, extends along the coast 3,400 miles. Equiano paraphrases without acknowledgement a passage in Anthony Benezet's historical account of Guinea, that part of Africa in which the Negroes are sold to be carried into slavery, commonly known by the name of Guinea, extend along the coast for 3,000 or 4,000 miles. In other places, Equiano cites Benezet, the coast 3,000 or 4,000 miles. In other places, for general comments beyond his personal experience about the punishment for adultery and the means for procuring slaves in Africa. You see, when I think me and somebody really need to do a debate on this, because this needs to be come out that he actually probably made up the entire book. He probably made up the whole thing. He made up the whole thing. And look at this right here. He copied this guy, Smith and Assey, for example, that earlier described similar African religious beliefs and customs, and both had also likened them to the faiths and practices of Jews, of Judaism. Yeah, most of, they have this African guy by the name G.E. Ogodi, who went into Catherine Ochalucha's work and said, hey, he basically copied a lot of saying that she was garbage and that Equiano really copied a lot of people's works. He goes into the details. Like right here, he talks about the letters and observations to the coast. I never saw a happier race of people than those of the kingdom of Benin, and how he copied the stuff sometimes word for word. He switched it around a little bit. But this is my favorite part of this, and then I'm out of here. Why might Equiano have created an African nativity and disguised an American birth? Before 1789, the abundant evidence and many arguments against the transatlantic slave trade came from white voices alone. Both opponents and defenders of the trade recognized the rhetorical power and authentic African voice would yield in the struggle. In an essay on the slavery and commerce of the human species, Equiano future subscriber Thomas Clarkson acknowledged the desirability of hearing the victim's point of view. Clarkson dramatized the transatlantic slave trade by placing the trade in the clearest and most conspicuous point of view, employing the virtual reality of fiction to convey factual experience. He imagined himself interviewing a melancholy African. We shall, he wrote, throw a considerable part of our information on this head into the form of a narrative. We shall suppose ourselves, in short, on the continent of Africa and relate a scene which, from its agreement with unquestionable facts, might not unreasonably be presumed to have been presented to our view had we really been there. Gilbert Franklin, an apologist for the slave trade and slavery, responded to Clarkson in an answer to the Reverend with a letter dated November 30th, 1788. If you notice, the book came out 1789. So this is 1788. The guy is challenging Thomas Clarkson. The horrid picture of West India tyranny and brutality, and this is drawn upon the authority of people whose name Mr. Clarkson ventures not to produce. So look at the bet now. I challenge Mr. Clarkson to produce a single man of decent character, whoever gave him such an account. I do not mean a gentleman. I do not mean even a white man. I defy him to produce a Negro of character who would not turn pale in fabricating such assertions. I call upon Mr. Clarkson to produce any book he ever perused in which he found such stories related. So he basically put a challenge out, or a bet. Equiano knew that to continue its increase in momentum, the anti-slave trade movement needed precisely the kind of account of Africa in the Middle Passage he could supply. An African, not an African-American voice was what the abolitionist cause required. He gave a voice to the millions of people forcibly taken from Africa and brought to the Americas as slaves. Equiano recognized a way to do very well financially by doing a great deal of good in supplying that much-needed voice. He may have forged a part of his personal identity and created an Igbo national identity, avant la lettre, to enable himself to become an effective spokesman for his fellow diasporan Africans. Whether or not he was born an Igbo in Africa, Gustavo Vassa recreated himself as a spokesman for a nation not yet born on a continent, still largely unknown during the 18th century. He anticipated by more than a century the Igbo nationalist and Pan-African movements of the 20th century. He did so to supply the abolitionist cause, which the much-needed African voice that Thomas Clarkson wanted of someone who had apparently really been there. As the father of the Igbo national identity, Equiano may have earned a figbold description of him as an Igbo man to the marrow. He may just never have actually been in Africa. Wow. It is a fact that the public may depend on that Gustavo Vassa, who was publicly asserted that he was kidnapped in Africa, never was upon that continent, but was born and bred up in the Danish island of Santa Cruz, St. Croix in the West Indies. What we will ask any man of plain understanding must that cause be which can lean for support on falsehood as audaciously propagated as they are easily detected. Oh, man. All right, family. That is it.
All right, brother. Thanks for having me up, and I'll catch you back on the next podcast, man.
All right. Hey, pseudoscience is history. Why don't you do a debate with me on Arzereth? Where's Arzereth?
Hey, I got a question before I go. You a member on Unk's channel?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. All right, I remember you now. No problem. We good.
yeah. This is the problem child. The problem child.
No, I know you. We had a run in already. Don't worry, man. We good.
Okay.
We good. But I listen to you. I listen to you. Knowledge is knowledge. It depends on how you use it. So thanks for the presentation. I'll come back check you out again.
All right, cool. Peace and love, family. We out of here.
Yeah, man.
Peace.
Yeah, man, brother.